Hello again, my friends. Happy Thursday to one and all, and I am your host, Darth Jason. Welcome to another episode of Freedom's Fringe. Get settled in where we prove learning is fun. So, without further ado, we're going to start off with some archaeological stuff today. Let's do this thing.
Even halfway done, and it has already been one of the most remarkable years for archaeology in recent memory. A lost city founded by Alexander the Great has been pulled back from obscurity beneath the deserts of southern Iraq. A hidden chamber on the west bank of the Nile has given up 22 painted coffins belonging to women who sang for the gods. A submerged landscape beneath the North Sea has revealed forests that should not have been there, stretching back 16,000 years. And in the jungles of Mexico, a cave system has offered up human remains from a world that existed long before anyone built a temple or wrote a word down. Tonight, we are covering 12 of the biggest archaeological stories of the year so far. We are going from Iraq to Mexico, from the floors of the North Sea to the highlands of Greece, from ancient Egypt to the frozen plains of Siberia. The discoveries range from lost cities and royal coffins to the oldest wooden tools ever found, and a new answer to one of the oldest questions in human prehistory. The year is not finished. More is coming. But what has already happened is more than enough to spend an evening with. So get comfortable, settle in, and let's get into it. In the flat, sun-baked desert of southern Iraq, not far from the Iranian border, a low ridge rises above the plain. From a distance, it looks like a natural feature of the landscape, the kind of thing you would note and move past without a second thought. But that ridge is not natural, it is a city wall. And behind it, buried beneath the dust of nearly 2,000 years, lies one of the most significant urban sites ever found in the ancient Near East. In February, a team led by Professor Stefan Hauser of the University of Konstanz in Germany, working alongside British archaeologists Jane Moon, Robert Killick, and Stuart Campbell, formally confirmed what years of painstaking, non-invasive survey work had been building toward. The ruins at Jebel Kayaber in southern Iraq are the remains of Alexandria on the Tigris, a port city founded by Alexander the Great himself in 324 BC. It had been lost to the modern world for the better part of 2 millennia. Now, it has been found. The scale of what the team uncovered is striking. The city covers roughly 2.5 square miles. Its walls rise up to 26 feet above the surrounding plain in places, still clearly visible despite centuries of neglect. Using drone photography, cesium magnetometer geophysical surveys, and systematic surface surveys across 500 square kilometers, the team mapped the interior of the city without disturbing a single stone. What emerged from the data was a planned urban center of remarkable size and complexity. Wide streets laid out on a grid, massive residential blocks that, according to Hauser, surpass even those of Seleucia, one of the great imperial capitals of the ancient world in their scale. Temple compounds, workshop districts with evidence of kilns and smelting, canals, harbor basins, an entire ancient city sitting just below the surface, waiting. To understand why this discovery matters, it helps to understand who Alexandria on the Tigris was built for and what it was built to do. When Alexander returned to Mesopotamia from his campaigns in the Indus Valley around 324 BC, he recognized a problem. Sedimentation in the river systems of southern Mesopotamia had gradually rendered older harbors unusable. The coastline and the waterways were shifting, and the existing port infrastructure could not keep up. Alexander's solution was to found a new city, positioned at the confluence of the Tigris and Karun rivers, right at the point where inland river traffic from across Mesopotamia could connect with sea routes through the Persian Gulf and the trade networks reaching toward India and Central Asia. It was, in other words, a gateway city, a purpose-built hub designed to sit at the intersection of the ancient world's most important commercial arteries. And for a very long time, it worked. The city that Alexander founded eventually came to be known as Charax Spasinu, named after a local ruler who rebuilt and expanded it following flood damage, and then as Antiocheia in Susiana under later rulers. Under those names, it functioned as a major political and economic center for over 550 years. The Roman writer Pliny the Elder referenced the city in the 1st century AD, drawing on even older accounts. It appeared in the records of traders, geographers, and historians from across the ancient world. It was not a footnote. It was one of the central nodes in the commercial network connecting Rome, Mesopotamia, Persia, and India. The Arsacid Empire, better known as the Parthian Empire, which controlled much of the Near East from roughly 250 BC to 226 AD, used the city as a key provincial center. And this is where an important gap in historical knowledge comes in. The Parthian Empire was, for most of its existence, one of the most powerful states in the world, the great eastern counterpart to Rome, with whom it traded, competed, and occasionally went to war for centuries. Yet it remains one of the least studied major empires of antiquity. The period between the end of cuneiform writing and the advent of Islam has, as Hauser himself has noted, been sidelined by academic disciplines that developed with their attention pointed elsewhere. Alexandria on the Tigris, as the capital of one of the Arsacid Empire's core provinces, has the potential to fill a significant part of that gap. The city's eventual decline was not the result of conquest or catastrophe, but of geography. Rivers in southern Mesopotamia shift course over time, pushed by sediment accumulation and the slow movement of the land itself. By the 3rd century AD, the Tigris had migrated westward far enough to cut the city off from direct access to the main channel. Without that connection, the harbor lost its function. River shipping declined. The economic base that had sustained the city for centuries weakened, and most of its population left. By late antiquity, Alexandria on the Tigris had faded from the world's memory. Its commercial role passed to Basra, which grew into the region's primary port and has remained significant ever since. The modern story of the site's rediscovery begins in the 1960s, when British researcher John Hansman was reviewing Royal Air Force aerial photographs of the region and noticed something. A large walled enclosure, traces of settlement, the outlines of something significant, buried in the flat landscape near the border with Iran. Hansman made the connection between what he was seeing in the photographs and ancient descriptions of Alexandria on the Tigris, but field research stalled almost immediately. The Iran-Iraq War in the 1980s turned the border zone into a military landscape. Armed forces built installations across parts of the ruins. The site was inaccessible for decades. It was not until 2014 that a team of British researchers, traveling under tight security and at considerable personal risk, were granted access to revisit Hansman's original identification. What they found on the ground confirmed that the low ridge visible in the old photographs was indeed a city wall, stretching for more than a kilometer with sections still standing. The scale pointed immediately to a major urban center. Stefan Hauser joined the project in 2016, bringing geophysical expertise and a deep knowledge of post-cuneiform Near Eastern archaeology to what became the formal Charax-Spasinu project. For years, with ISIS controlling parts of northern Iraq and the broader security situation remaining difficult, the team conducted only non-invasive research: drone flights, magnetometer surveys, surface collection, all of it done under armed guard. The results, formally published and announced in February 2026, represent the culmination of that long and complicated process. The city that emerged from the data is not a modest outpost or a regional backwater. It is a metropolis, carefully planned, densely built, and connected to the wider ancient world in ways that researchers are still working to fully understand. The residential blocks alone, according to Hauser, are extraordinary in their scale, larger than those found in Seleucia, which was itself one of the largest cities of the ancient world at its height. Full excavation of the site remains on hold. The Israeli and American military operations against Iran in early 2026 led to the closure of Iraqi airspace, forcing the postponement of a planned geophysical campaign that had been scheduled for that year. Hauser is hoping conditions will allow the team to return in autumn 2026, but the situation remains uncertain. When excavation does eventually become possible, the buried city that lies just below the surface at Jebel Kayaber will almost certainly have more to say. For now, the confirmation alone is significant enough. A city that Alexander the Great built with his own strategic vision, that served as a hub of global commerce for over half a millennium, and that then disappeared so completely that its location was debated by scholars for centuries, has been found. It is sitting in the desert of southern Iraq, walls still standing, streets still laid out beneath the soil, waiting for the day when the ground can finally be opened. Iraq is not the only place where the ground gave something up this year. On the other side of the ancient world, on the west bank of the Nile at Luxor, a team of Egyptian archaeologists broke into a rock-cut chamber and found themselves looking at something that had not been seen for over 2,000 years. In late February, Egypt's Ministry of Tourism and Antiquities announced the find, made during excavations in the Kurna area of Luxor's west bank, part of the Asasif necropolis that spreads across the hillside opposite the temples of Karnak. The joint mission, run by the Supreme Council of Antiquities and the Zahi Hawass Foundation for Archaeology and Heritage, had been digging in the courtyard of a tomb belonging to a man named Seneb when they came across the entrance to a rectangular chamber cut straight into the rock. What was inside stopped them in their tracks. 22 painted wooden coffins stacked in 10 horizontal rows, with the lids separated from the bases, to fit as many as possible into the space. The people who arranged them had packed the chamber carefully and efficiently. Most of the coffins still held mummified remains inside, and that detail matters more than it might seem at first. The era these burials date to was a troubled time in Egypt, and a large number of elite burials from this period were broken into, looted or moved at some point in the ancient past. Walking into a chamber with the mummies still inside is not something the team would have taken for granted. Alongside the coffins, the team found pottery vessels used during the mummification process and a large ceramic jar holding 8 papyri of different sizes. Some of them still had their original clay seals intact, meaning nobody has read what is written inside since they were placed in that jar and sealed somewhere between 2,000 and 3,000 years ago. Field Director Afifi Rahim called them an informational treasure. Their contents will not be known until the restoration and translation work is complete, and that will take time. But the anticipation around them is significant. The coffins themselves carry an interesting detail. Most of them do not have personal names on them. Instead, they have titles. And the title that shows up again and again across that chamber is Singers of Amun, sometimes translated as Chanters of Amun. To understand what that means, it helps to know a little about the world these women lived in. The burials date to what historians call the Third Intermediate Period, running from around 1077 to 664 BC, covering the 21st through to the 25th dynasties. It came after the New Kingdom, the era of Rameses the Great, and it was a time when Egypt's central power had broken down. The country was split between competing centers, with a ruling class based at Tanis in the north and another power base at Thebes in the south. The unified Egypt that the great pharaohs had built was gone, at least for now. Through all of that, one thing stayed strong at Thebes. The cult of Amun, based at the great temple complex of Karnak, kept its grip on Upper Egypt throughout this entire period. The high priests of Amun were not just religious figures. They held real political power, and at times effectively ran the region in their own right. Karnak was not simply a place of worship. It was a major landowner, an employer of vast numbers of people, an economic force, and the center of the most important ceremonies in southern Egypt. Within that world, the Singers of Amun held a role that was far more important than the title might suggest to someone hearing it today. These were high-status women, usually from priestly families or the most respected families in Thebes, who took part directly in temple ceremonies. They used instruments like the sistrum, a type of rattle connected to the goddess Hathor, and the menat, a heavy beaded necklace shaken rhythmically during ritual. Temple music in ancient Egypt was not background sound or decoration. It was seen as a direct way of communicating with the gods, of keeping them content and maintaining the order that Egyptian religion was built around. The women who performed it were a functioning part of the temple, not a sideshow to it. Their status showed in how they were remembered. Chantresses of Amun appear in tomb paintings, in inscriptions, and in administrative records, going back through the New Kingdom and into this later period. They came from powerful families and wore their titles with pride, having them carved onto their coffins and funerary objects as one of the most important things to be said about them in death. The fact that the Kurna coffins carry these titles rather than personal names suggests that what these women did was seen, at least in the context of burial, as more important than who they individually were. The chamber itself was almost certainly a secondary burial, meaning the coffins were brought here from somewhere else rather than being placed here as part of an original burial. This was a well-documented practice during the Third Intermediate Period. And to understand why it happened, you need a picture of what was going on across the Theban necropolis at the time. Tomb robbery was a serious and widespread problem. Royal burials that had stood for centuries were being broken into and stripped, and the priests who looked after the necropolis began gathering vulnerable mummies and moving them to safer places. The most famous example of this is the Deir el-Bahari cache, found in 1881, which turned out to contain the mummies of dozens of New Kingdom pharaohs that priests had quietly collected and re-hidden centuries after their original burials. The Kurna chamber appears to be the same kind of operation, carried out for a group of temple women rather than kings, but driven by exactly the same need to protect the dead during a time when the normal order had broken down. The original tombs these coffins came from have not been found yet. Excavations are continuing in the area around the chamber in an attempt to locate them, and finding them may fill in more of the story of who these women were and how they ended up here. For now, the biggest unknown is still the papyri. 8 scrolls, sealed and unread for up to 3,000 years, found inside a single jar in a room full of the dead. They could hold funerary spells written for these specific women. They could contain hymns to Amun of the kind performed at Karnak. They could be administrative records, or they could contain something unexpected. Egyptian papyri have a long track record of turning up material that changes what researchers thought they knew about the periods they come from. Until the restoration work is done and the texts can actually be read, the Kurna papyri are one of the most interesting things waiting to be opened in Egyptology right now. While archaeologists were making headlines in Egypt and Iraq, a very different kind of discovery was unfolding in a university laboratory in England. No dig site, no excavation trench, no dramatic moment of a chamber being opened. Just a team of scientists working through genetic data pulled from mud on the floor of the North Sea, and a finding that quietly rewrote a significant chapter of European prehistory. In March, a study led by Professor Robin Allaby of the University of Warwick was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. The full team included researchers from multiple institutions, among them Professor Vincent Gaffney of the University of Bradford, one of the world's leading experts on submerged prehistoric landscapes. What they had been studying was Doggerland, the large landmass that once connected Britain to mainland Europe across what is now the southern North Sea. And what they found there was not what anyone expected. Most people who have heard of Doggerland know the basic outline. It was a stretch of land that existed during and after the last ice age, connecting Britain to the European continent before rising sea levels gradually swallowed it, creating the North Sea in the process. For most of the 20th century, it was thought of primarily as a land bridge, a route that early humans used to move between Britain and Europe before the water cut them off. Useful, in other words, but not particularly remarkable in its own right. The new study changes that picture considerably. The team's method involves something called sedimentary ancient DNA, or SETA-DNA. Rather than digging into the seabed or recovering physical artifacts, they extracted genetic material preserved in mud samples taken from the floor of the North Sea. In total, they analyzed 252 samples from 41 marine cores drilled along a prehistoric river system known as the Southern River, which once flowed through what is now the southern part of Doggerland. The sediments along this system had accumulated over thousands of years and preserved fragments of ancient DNA from the plants and trees that once grew along its banks. By working through those fragments, the team was able to reconstruct what the landscape looked like from roughly 16,000 years ago until the land finally disappeared beneath the sea. What they found was a forested landscape, not tundra, not a cold and windswept plain, but a genuine temperate woodland with oak, elm, and hazel already established more than 16,000 years ago. That is thousands of years earlier than British pollen records had suggested trees of this kind were present in the region. They also found lime trees, a species that prefers warmer conditions, appearing around 2,000 years earlier than they show up in records from mainland Britain. And then there was the most unexpected find of all: DNA from a genus called Pterocarya, a relative of the walnut tree, a species that was believed to have vanished from northwestern Europe around 400,000 years ago. It was there in the sediment, surviving apparently in sheltered pockets of the landscape long after it was supposed to have disappeared entirely. To understand why all of this matters, it helps to know a bit about how the scientific community has thought about northern Europe at the end of the Ice Age. When the glaciers began retreating, roughly 20,000 years ago, the expectation would be that it took a long time for forests to reestablish themselves across the landscape. Trees spread slowly. Seeds disperse over limited distances. Moving a forest hundreds of miles northward across a recovering landscape should, by that logic, take a very long time. And yet the fossil record from Britain and northern Europe shows forests appearing surprisingly quickly after the Ice Age ended. This has puzzled researchers for well over a century and has been given a name, Reed's paradox, after the botanist Clement Reed, who first identified the problem in the early 20th century. How did the forests get there so fast? The Doggerland findings offer a significant part of the answer. If Doggerland was already forested 16,000 years ago, while much of Britain and northern Europe was still emerging from glacial conditions, then those forests did not need to travel far at all. As the ice retreated and the climate warmed, the trees were already there, in the sheltered river valleys and lowlands of Doggerland, ready to spread. The landscape acted as what researchers call a refugium, a protected pocket where species survived the harshest conditions and then expanded outward when conditions improved. This is not a minor footnote. It is a direct answer to one of the longest standing puzzles in the study of European plant life. Doggerland itself had been known as a concept since the early 20th century, named after the Dogger Bank, the shallow area of the North Sea where fishing boats had periodically hauled up surprising objects in their nets: mammoth bones, antlers. In 1931, a trawler working in the area brought up something particularly striking: a barbed bone harpoon that was subsequently identified as belonging to the Maglemosian culture, a Mesolithic people known to have been active in northern Europe from around 10,300 years ago. That harpoon, known as the Kalinda harpoon after the boat that found it, became one of the most famous pieces of evidence that the now submerged North Sea floor was once home to real human communities. The new study adds depth to that picture. If Doggerland was a forested, resource-rich landscape 16,000 years ago, it was not just a crossing point for migrating humans. It was a place where people could have lived, hunted, and built communities for thousands of years before the sea arrived. The forests would have supported wild boar, deer, and other animals. The rivers would have provided fish. The same kinds of ecological conditions that supported Mesolithic cultures across northern Europe were present in Doggerland long before they appeared on what is now dry land in Britain or Scandinavia. This raises a direct question about the relatively thin archaeological record for early Mesolithic communities in Britain. If the richest and most habitable parts of the landscape were in Doggerland, and Doggerland is now under 60 meters of water, then the evidence of those early communities went down with it. The Storegga tsunami, triggered by a massive underwater landslide off the coast of Norway around 8,150 years ago, has long been discussed as a possible final blow to whatever remained of Doggerland by that point. The new study suggests that parts of the landscape survived even that event, with some areas remaining above water until as recently as 7,000 years ago, later than most previous estimates had suggested. The ctDNA technique used in this research is now being applied to other submerged prehistoric landscapes, including areas of the Baltic Sea and the Black Sea, both of which were significantly different environments during the Ice Age, and both of which may have supported human communities that are now entirely underwater. What the Doggerland study demonstrated is that the genetic information preserved in seafloor sediments can tell a detailed story about landscapes that are otherwise completely inaccessible. It is, in practical terms, a way of doing archaeology without being able to dig. Questions remain. The northern extent of Doggerland is still not well understood, and it is unclear whether the forested conditions found in the south extended across the whole landmass, or whether the northern sections were more open and tundra-like. And the direct evidence for human presence in Doggerland itself remains extremely limited, for the obvious reason that the sites are underwater. Short of a major investment in underwater excavation, which presents enormous practical and financial challenges, those communities may remain largely invisible. But the picture of Doggerland that this study has produced is a long way from the bare land bridge of older textbooks. It was a living, forested, ecologically rich world that sat at the heart of Northern Europe for thousands of years, and the people who lived there are only now beginning to get the attention they deserve. The discoveries we have covered so far have all involved physical things: cities, coffins, submerged forests, things you can point to on a map. This next one is different. It is a study that took a question the scientific community has been arguing about for decades and approached it from a completely new angle. And the answer it came back with is not what most people would expect. In February, a team led by Professor Ariane Burke of the University of Montreal, head of the Hominin Dispersals Research Group, published a study in Quaternary Science Reviews. Her co-authors were Emma Pomeroy, Timothy Poiseau, Benjamin Albuy, and Simon Paquin. The question they set out to answer was one of the oldest in human prehistory. Why did the Neanderthals disappear? This is not a new question. Researchers have been working on it for well over a century, and the debate around it has produced a long list of competing theories, none of which has ever fully satisfied the evidence. But what Burke and her team brought to the problem was a method borrowed from a completely different field. Rather than going through the fossil record and the stone tools in the traditional way, they adapted a type of modeling normally used in conservation biology to study how animal and plant populations survive or collapse when their habitat becomes fragmented. They then applied it to archaeological and climate data from the period known as marine isotope stage 3, roughly 60,000 to 35,000 years ago. That is the window of time when Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were sharing Europe, and when the Neanderthals were running out of time. Before getting into what the model showed, it is worth taking a moment to establish just how long Neanderthals had actually been around. They had lived in Europe and Western Asia for roughly 300,000 years. In that time, they came through multiple ice ages and climate swings far more extreme than anything the period of their extinction threw at them. They were not a fragile or unsophisticated species. Research over the past few decades has steadily revised the older picture of Neanderthals as simple brutes, making clear that they were capable of producing complex tools, using adhesives to attach tool components to handles, applying pigments to their bodies or objects, and displaying what looks very much like symbolic behavior. They buried their dead, they cared for their injured. And when Homo sapiens arrived in Europe, the genetic record shows the two groups did not simply avoid each other. They met, spent time together, and in some cases, had children. Modern humans outside Africa carry somewhere between 1% and 4% Neanderthal DNA as a direct result of those encounters tens of thousands of years ago. So a species that had endured for 300,000 years, that was technologically capable, socially complex, and actively interbreeding with incoming modern humans, simply vanished from the fossil record around 40,000 years ago. The standard explanations have never quite held up to scrutiny. The idea that Homo sapiens hunted them to extinction does not fit the timeline or the population numbers involved. Pure climate collapse does not work either, because the Neanderthals had come through far worse climates before without disappearing. Disease brought by Homo sapiens is possible in theory, but extremely difficult to test with the evidence available. And none of these single-factor explanations account for the fact that the disappearance played out differently in different parts of Europe, with different timings, different sequences of events, and different apparent pressures depending on which region you look at. Something more complicated was going on, and the field has known it for a long time. This is exactly where Burke's approach becomes useful. Rather than asking what force or event killed the Neanderthals, the study asked a more structural question. What did the landscape look like for them during this period? How was their suitable habitat distributed across Europe? How well connected were the best areas of that habitat to each other? And how did that compare to the habitat situation facing Homo sapiens at the same time? The results were striking. The regions that provided good living conditions for Homo sapiens were well connected across Europe, forming a broad and relatively coherent network from west to east. The regions that suited Neanderthals were more broken up, particularly between Western and Eastern Europe, where there were meaningful gaps in the quality and connectivity of the habitat between the two areas. In very practical terms, this difference had serious consequences. When a group of Homo sapiens took a hit from a harsh winter, a disease outbreak, or a string of bad hunts, there were likely other groups within reachable distance who could help. New people arriving from connected communities brought fresh genetic diversity, new knowledge, and additional numbers. The network absorbed the shock and recovered. When the same thing happened to a Neanderthal group, especially in Eastern Europe where the fragmentation of habitat was most severe, there may simply have been no one close enough to help. The group would shrink, lose genetic diversity over generations, and gradually weaken, with no mechanism to replenish itself. No single catastrophe needed to finish them off. The isolation and the slow accumulation of pressure was enough on its own over a long enough period. In Western Europe, the picture was different again. Here, the habitats of the two groups overlapped more directly, which means Homo sapiens may have played a more active role in pushing local Neanderthal populations back through direct competition for the same resources in the same areas. Food, shelter, territory, the two species were competing for the same things in the same landscapes, and Homo sapiens, with their better connected networks and larger effective population sizes, had the edge. In Eastern Europe, the pattern was different. There, the increasing isolation of Neanderthal groups likely led not to direct replacement, but to something slower, gradual absorption into the Homo sapiens gene pool through interbreeding over many generations. That process would explain both the presence of Neanderthal DNA in modern humans outside Africa and the eventual disappearance of genetically distinct Neanderthal communities in those regions without requiring any dramatic confrontation. What the study describes, taken as a whole, is not a single extinction event with a single cause. It is a slow, regional process, a patchwork of different things happening in different places over thousands of years, all arriving at the same endpoint, but through different routes, depending on where you look. Climate instability contributed, direct competition contributed, genetic absorption contributed, isolation contributed. But the factor that determined how much of any of this a given Neanderthal population could handle was, more than anything else, how well connected it was to other groups of its own kind. Groups that were part of a functioning network had options. Groups that were isolated did not. This represents a meaningful shift in the way the question gets framed. The debate about Neanderthal extinction has historically focused on external forces, on what hit them, what came from outside and overwhelmed them. Burke's study turns that question around and looks at the internal structure of Neanderthal society and the degree to which that structure, through no particular fault of anyone, left them exposed when multiple pressures arrived at the same time. Homo sapiens, with their broader and better connected networks stretching across the continent, were simply better positioned to absorb those same pressures and keep recovering. It was not necessarily that Homo sapiens were smarter, stronger, or more determined. They were more connected, and in the long run, that made the difference. The modeling approach the team developed is already being applied to other questions about early human movement and dispersal, looking at how different populations responded to changing environments across much longer timescales. Ongoing ancient DNA research into Neanderthal population structure is also expected to refine the connectivity picture further as sequencing technology continues to improve and more Neanderthal genomes become available for analysis. Questions do remain, particularly around whether direct violence between the two species played a meaningful role in specific regions at specific times, something that the modeling approach cannot easily address, and that the physical evidence alone has never been able to settle. For now, though, the study gives us the most complete picture yet of why a species that had lasted 300,000 years in Europe could not hold on through this particular stretch of time. It was not one thing that finished them. It was the weight of multiple pressures, landing on populations that, because of where they lived and how their world was structured, had less room than their neighbors to absorb any of it. From the cold plains of Ice Age Europe, we move to the mountains of southern Mexico. And from a question that has haunted science for over a century, we move to a tomb that was only just opened, and to a discovery that stopped the archaeologists who found it. In January, researchers announced the discovery of a 1,400-year-old Zapotec tomb in the municipality of San Pablo Huitzo, in the state of Oaxaca. The find was reported by Christina Kilgrove at Live Science and by Jack Guy at CNN, and it quickly drew attention far beyond the usual circles of Mesoamerican archaeology. Not because of the tomb itself, though the tomb is significant, because of what was inside it. Dominating the burial chamber was an enormous owl sculpture, not a small ceramic figure of the kind that turns up regularly in Zapotec excavations, but a large, carefully crafted representation of an owl placed in a position that would have been immediately visible to anyone entering the space. Around it were human remains and associated grave goods, the material record of a burial that clearly belonged to someone of considerable importance. Alongside the owl, the chamber contained the kinds of objects that mark elite Zapotec burials: worked ceramics, personal items, and offerings placed with the dead for use in whatever came after. To understand why an owl in a tomb matters this much, you need to know something about the Zapotec world and what the owl meant within it. The Zapotec civilization is one of the oldest complex societies in the Americas. Its roots go back to around 500 BC, with the founding of Monte Alban, a city built on a flattened mountaintop overlooking the valley of Oaxaca, in what is now the southern Mexican state of the same name. Monte Alban was one of the first true cities anywhere in the Americas, planned and constructed on a scale that required serious political organization and a large, coordinated population to achieve. From there, Zapotec civilization grew over the following centuries into one of the most sophisticated cultures in pre-Columbian Mesoamerica. The Zapotecs developed their own writing system, one of the earliest in the Americas, as well as their own calendar and a detailed understanding of astronomy. They were active traders and diplomats, maintaining contact with Teotihuacan, the enormous city in the Valley of Mexico that was at its height between roughly 100 and 500 AD, and which dominated much of Mesoamerican political and cultural life during that period. Teotihuacan at its peak was one of the largest cities in the world, and the Zapotecs were connected to it. Oaxacan ceramic styles show up in Teotihuacan, and Teotihuacan influences appear in Oaxacan material culture. These were not isolated regional societies. They were part of a connected world. The tomb at San Pablo Huitzo dates to approximately 600 AD, placing it in what historians call the early classic period of Zapotec civilization, roughly the 6th and 7th centuries AD. This was a time of real cultural confidence and political strength for the Zapotecs. Monte Alban was functioning as a major urban center, the surrounding valleys were densely settled, and Zapotec art and architecture were being produced at a high level. It was also, based on the evidence from sites across the Oaxacan region, a period when elite burial practices were particularly elaborate, with the ruling and priestly classes investing heavily in the way their dead were commemorated and the world they were sent into. Zapotec religion placed enormous weight on what happened after death. Ancestor veneration was central to Zapotec belief, with the dead remaining active and significant presences in the lives of the living. Elite tombs were not simply places to put bodies. They were carefully designed spaces that served a religious function, connecting the world of the living to the world of the dead in a way that maintained the ancestors' ongoing relevance and power. The ceramic urns that appear in Zapotec burials almost always depict deities or ancestor figures, not as decoration, but as functional objects, vessels through which the dead could be addressed and the gods acknowledged. The finest examples of this tradition are found at Monte Alban itself, where the elaborate underground tombs of Zapotec rulers represent some of the most impressive funerary architecture anywhere in the pre-Columbian Americas. Within this tradition, the owl carried a specific and powerful meaning. Across Mesoamerican cultures more broadly, owls were associated with the night, with death, and with the boundary between the living world and whatever lay beyond it. They were messengers, guardians, and symbols of the power that existed in the dark and the unseen. In Zapotec belief specifically, the owl was closely linked to the underworld and to the forces that governed death and what came after it. Finding an owl of this scale placed deliberately at the center of a burial chamber is not a coincidence or a casual artistic choice. It is a statement about who this person was and what their relationship to the forces of death and the afterlife was understood to be. The size and quality of the sculpture is what makes this find stand out, even within the well-documented tradition of Zapotec funerary art. Zapotec elite tombs are known to contain impressive objects, but the sheer scale of the owl at San Pablo Huitzo points to an individual of significant status, someone whose burial warranted a level of investment and craft that went beyond what most elite Zapotecs received. Who exactly this person was has not yet been established. The analysis of the human remains and grave goods is ongoing, and researchers are working to build a picture of the individual's identity, age, sex, and role within Zapotec society. That work takes time, and the results will add considerably to what is already a striking find. San Pablo Huitzo itself is not one of the most famous Zapotec sites. It sits in the broader Oaxacan region that has produced important finds over many decades, but it has not received the same level of sustained excavation as Monte Alban or some of the other major centers. The discovery of a tomb of this quality, there is a reminder that the Oaxacan Valley and its surrounding areas contain a great deal that has not yet been uncovered. Wider excavation of the San Pablo Huitzo site is planned, and given what the first tomb has produced, the expectation is that the surrounding area will have more to offer. What this find adds to the broader record of Zapotec archaeology is a well-preserved and visually powerful example of elite burial practice, from a period that is already considered one of the high points of Zapotec cultural life. The owl sculpture in particular contributes to ongoing research into how the Zapotecs used death imagery in the context of political and religious power, how the symbols associated with the underworld and the afterlife were deployed by the elite to communicate status, authority, and a special relationship with the forces that governed life and death. In cultures where the boundary between the living and the dead was not a wall, but a permeable threshold, being buried with an enormous owl was not just a religious act. It was a claim about who you were and where you stood in the order of things. The tomb at San Pablo Huitzo is one of the most visually striking Mesoamerican finds of the year. The analysis of what it contains is still in its early stages, and the full story of the person buried there has not yet been told. But what has already come out of that chamber is enough to make it one of the standout discoveries of 2026 so far. We are staying in Mexico for this next one, but we are moving forward in time by about 800 years, from the Zapotec world of Oaxaca to the heart of the most powerful empire in pre-Columbian North America. And from a tomb in the mountains, we move to the center of a city that once held hundreds of thousands of people, now buried beneath the streets of modern Mexico City. In late February, Heritage Daily reported a major find at Templo Mayor, the great ceremonial pyramid that stood at the heart of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital. Excavations at the site had uncovered 3 stone chests, and inside them, a remarkable collection of objects. Over 80 greenstone figurines in the Mezcala style, alongside around 4,000 marine specimens, coral, shells, and other material from the sea, all placed together in what researchers identified as a single deliberate ritual offering. The offering has been linked to the reign of Moctezuma Ilhuicamina, better known as Moctezuma I, who ruled the Aztec Empire from around 1440 to 1469 AD. To understand what makes this find significant, it helps to know what Templo Mayor actually was and what it meant to the people who built it. Tenochtitlan was founded in 1325 on a small island in the middle of Lake Texcoco in the high valley of central Mexico. Over the following 2 centuries, through military conquest, political alliance, and sheer organizational force, the Aztecs turned that island settlement into one of the largest cities in the world. By the time Spanish forces arrived in 1519, Tenochtitlan had somewhere between 200,000 and 300,000 people living in it, making it bigger than any city in Europe at the time. The lake around it had been reshaped with causeways, aqueducts, and artificial islands, and it was a remarkable feat of planning and construction by any measure. At the physical and symbolic center of all of it stood Templo Mayor. The temple was a dual pyramid with 2 shrines at its summit, each dedicated to a different deity. The southern shrine belonged to Huitzilopochtli, the god of war and the sun and the patron deity of the Aztec people, the divine force the empire credited with its military success. The northern shrine was dedicated to Tlaloc, the god of rain and agricultural fertility, whose favor kept the crops growing and the population fed through the seasons. Together, the 2 shrines represented the 2 foundations the Aztec state was built on: warfare and sustenance, conquest and food, and the temple itself was a physical expression of that balance sitting at the very center of the city. The temple was also rebuilt repeatedly over the years, with each major ruler adding a new outer layer over the existing structure, making it taller and grander as a statement of their reign. Archaeologists working at the site today move through these layers one at a time, and each layer connects to a specific ruler and a specific period in Aztec history. The 3 stone chests from the latest find belong to the construction phase associated with Moctezuma I, who stands as one of the most consequential figures in the early history of the empire. During his reign, the Aztec military pushed aggressively across central Mexico, drawing new territories under Tenochtitlan's control and establishing the tributary system that would sustain the empire for the decades that followed. He also oversaw significant expansions of Templo Mayor itself, and the offering uncovered in this excavation belongs to that period of growth and ambition. The contents of the 3 chests tell a layered story about how the Aztecs understood power and their relationship to the world around them. The marine specimens are the more straightforward part of the picture. Coral, shells, and sea-based material appear in many of the offering deposits found at Templo Mayor over the years, and their meaning within Aztec belief is reasonably well understood. The ocean represented the boundary of the known world in Aztec cosmology, the place where creation began and where the forces of fertility and abundance had their origin. Bringing material from the sea to the center of the city and placing it inside the most sacred structure in the empire was a way of drawing that cosmic power inward, connecting Tenochtitlan to the edges of the world. 4,000 marine specimens in a single offering is a very considerable investment in that idea, and it points to a ritual act that was planned at the highest level. The greenstone figurines are more interesting and in some ways more revealing about how the Aztec state thought about itself and its place in history. The Mezcala culture flourished in what is now the state of Guerrero in southwestern Mexico, somewhere between 2,000 and 500 years before the Aztec period, producing a distinctive style of stone figurine with abstract human forms and simplified facial features, carved from greenstone with considerable skill. By the time the Aztecs were building their empire, the Mezcala culture had been gone for centuries. These were not contemporary objects. They were ancient things from a world that had long since disappeared, and the Aztecs were deliberately seeking them out. This practice of collecting ancient objects from older cultures and depositing them as sacred offerings within Templo Mayor is documented across many different excavation phases at the site. Olmec figures, objects connected to Teotihuacan, material from civilizations that had risen and fallen long before the Aztec state existed. All of it appears in the offering layers beneath the temple. Researchers have spent years working through what this habit reveals about Aztec thinking, and the most widely accepted interpretation is that these ancient objects were seen as vessels of accumulated sacred power, built up over centuries of use and veneration by the cultures that made them. By gathering them from across Mesoamerica and placing them at the heart of their own religious practice, the Aztecs were in effect claiming that accumulated power for themselves, connecting the empire to the deep history of the region and presenting Tenochtitlan as the rightful heir to everything that had come before it in the ancient world. Finding over 80 Mezcala figurines together in a single deposit, linked directly to Moctezuma I, is the largest concentration of this type of material found in a single context at Templo Mayor. It points to something organized and intentional at the level of the imperial court, a ritual act that required identifying, gathering, and transporting a significant collection of ancient objects, and then placing them with thousands of marine specimens inside the holiest structure in the empire. Whatever message was being delivered to the gods by that act, it was one that somebody in Tenochtitlan considered important enough to go to considerable lengths to send. Templo Mayor has been under continuous excavation since 1978, when construction workers digging in the center of Mexico City broke through into the site and uncovered a massive carved stone disc depicting the dismembered body of the moon goddess Coyolxauhqui. That discovery triggered one of the longest-running urban excavation projects in the world, and it has kept producing major finds across the decades since. The layers of the temple that are still being worked through hold offerings from multiple reigns, and the expectation among the excavation team is that further significant deposits are still waiting to be found beneath the surface. The marine specimens from this latest discovery are currently being analyzed to determine exactly where in the ancient world they came from, which will help build a clearer picture of how far the Aztec trade and tribute networks actually reached at the height of the empire's power. We have spent the last few sections in Mexico, and we are not done there yet, because in early March, a discovery was announced that takes us to a completely different part of the country. Not a pyramid or a tomb cut into a hillside, but a cave system sitting under the water and a set of human remains that have been there for 8,000 years. The Yucatan Peninsula in southeastern Mexico is home to one of the most extensive underwater cave networks in the world, known as the Sistema de los Cenotes. Cenotes are natural sinkholes, openings in the limestone bedrock that connect down into a vast web of flooded underground passages, stretching for hundreds of miles beneath the jungle floor. To the ancient Maya, who lived above them, these openings in the earth were sacred places, portals to Xibalba, the underworld of Maya belief, where the gods of death held their domain. They were sites of offering, ceremony, and religious significance for centuries. But long before the Maya arrived, long before anyone built a temple or developed a writing system in this part of the world, other people were moving through these caves, and they left traces behind them that the water has been preserving ever since. In March, Heritage Daily reported the announcement of a prehistoric human skeleton found within the submerged cave system, representing a burial site approximately 8,000 years old. The skeleton is one of the oldest human burials ever recovered from within the Yucatan cave network, and it adds a significant new piece of evidence to a picture of early human occupation in this region that researchers have been slowly building for decades. To understand the significance of finding human remains this old in an underwater cave, you need to understand how the caves came to be underwater in the first place. During the last ice age and for several thousand years afterward, sea levels across the world were significantly lower than they are today because so much of the planet's water was locked up in the great ice sheets that covered large parts of the northern hemisphere. In the Yucatan, this meant the cave systems were dry. They were not flooded passages accessible only to cave divers with specialist equipment. They were open caves, dark and cool, but physically accessible to anyone willing to walk into them. Early humans living on the peninsula used them, sheltered in them, and in some cases died and were buried in them. As the Ice Age ended and the glaciers melted, sea levels rose gradually over thousands of years, and the water crept into the caves from below, flooding the passages and sealing everything inside. The bones, the tools, and the remains of the people who had been there were preserved in the cold, dark, oxygen-poor water, waiting. The Yucatan caves have given up extraordinary finds over the past few decades, as cave divers and researchers have begun systematically exploring the passages. The most famous of these is Naya, a largely complete human skeleton discovered in 2007 in a cave called Hoyo Negro, the Black Hole, in the eastern Yucatan. Naya was dated to between 12,000 and 13,000 years ago, making her one of the oldest and most complete human skeletons ever found in the Americas. The analysis of her remains produced findings that genuinely complicated the existing picture of how and when the Americas were first populated. Her skull shape and physical characteristics differed in certain ways from those of later Native American populations, raising questions about the relationship between the earliest Americans and the people who came after them. DNA analysis eventually confirmed that she was genetically related to modern Native Americans despite those physical differences, but the broader questions her discovery raised about early American migration have never been fully resolved. The peopling of the Americas is one of the most actively debated topics in all of archaeology. The traditional model held that the first Americans crossed from Siberia into Alaska via a land bridge exposed during the Ice Age, then spread southward through the continent as the ice retreated. But evidence accumulated over the past few decades has complicated that model considerably. Sites in South America appear to show human occupation earlier than the traditional timeline allows. Coastal migration routes have been proposed alongside or instead of the overland corridor. The possibility of multiple distinct waves of migration from different source populations has gained increasing support from genetic research. The physical variation seen in some of the earliest American skeletons, including Naya, adds another layer of complexity to a debate that shows no sign of settling into consensus anytime soon. The 8,000-year-old skeleton from this latest Yucatan discovery sits at a different point in that story. 8,000 years ago is early Holocene, after the end of the Ice Age, after the great megafauna extinctions that reshaped the Americas at the end of the Pleistocene, but still thousands of years before the earliest Maya settlements began to appear on the Yucatan Peninsula. The person whose remains were found in that cave was living in a world without agriculture, without cities, and without any of the cultural complexity that would eventually produce the Maya civilization above the same stretch of ground. They were hunter-gatherers, moving through a landscape that would have been very different from the jungle that covers the peninsula today, hunting animals, gathering plants, and navigating a world that left almost no written record. Finding their remains in the cave system adds another point of evidence to the limited but growing body of knowledge about who was living in this part of Mesoamerica in the deep past. Each skeleton recovered from the Yucatan caves represents an individual who walked through those passages when they were still dry, and whose life and death can tell researchers something about the populations that preceded the better-known cultures of the region. The caves have become an increasingly important archaeological resource precisely because of how well they preserve organic material that would have decayed long ago anywhere else. Bone survives in these conditions when it would not survive in the jungle above. DNA analysis of the newly discovered skeleton is currently underway. The results of that analysis are likely to attract significant attention from researchers working on early American population history, because every new ancient genome from this period and region adds data to a picture that remains incomplete. Depending on what the DNA shows, this individual could contribute new evidence to debates about migration routes, population relationships, and the genetic diversity of early Mesoamerican communities. Ongoing cave diving surveys across the Yucatan system are also continuing to locate new remains and artifacts in the deeper and less explored sections of the network. And the expectation among researchers working in this field is that the caves have considerably more to give up before their full story is known. Above the waterline, the jungle grows, and the ruins of the great Maya cities attract visitors from around the world. Below it, in the cold and the dark of the flooded passages, the much older history of this peninsula is still being found, one careful dive at a time. From the flooded caves of the Yucatan, we travel to a very different kind of ancient site. No water, no jungle, no buried city, just an open hillside in southern Greece, and a find that pushed the story of human capability back by over 100,000 years. In January, researchers announced a discovery made at a site called Marathusa, one in the central Peloponnese region of Greece. The study was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in February, led by Annemieke Milks, and a large international team drawn from institutions including the University of Tübingen and research centers in Athens. What they had found at Marathusa, 1, was evidence for the earliest known use of wooden handheld tools by any member of the human family, dated to approximately 430,000 years ago. To put that number in perspective, 430,000 years ago is before both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals existed as separate species. The hominins using these tools belong to an earlier group, most likely Homo heidelbergensis, or a closely related population, a species that researchers believe was the common ancestor of both Neanderthals and modern humans. These were not people like us. And yet, on a hillside in Greece nearly 500,000 years ago, they were picking out pieces of wood, shaping them, and using them as tools in ways that left traces a research team could identify and date hundreds of thousands of years later. The find matters so much partly because of how rarely this kind of evidence survives. Organic materials decay. Wood, bone, plant fiber, leather, almost everything our ancient relatives made from natural materials other than stone has been lost over time. The archaeological record for early hominins is dominated by stone tools, not because stone was necessarily the most important material they used, but because stone lasts across hundreds of thousands of years, where almost nothing else does. What we see in the fossil record is a filtered version of the past, one where the durable things have survived and the perishable things are gone. Wooden tools almost never make it, which means that every time they do turn up, they are showing us something the stone record simply cannot. Before Marathusa 1, the oldest wooden tools ever found were the Schöningen spears, a collection of wooden throwing and thrusting weapons recovered from a lignite mine in northern Germany in the 1990s and dated to around 300,000 years ago. The Schöningen spears were already a landmark discovery when they were found, demonstrating clearly that hominins of that period were making well-designed wooden hunting weapons with carefully shaped shafts and balanced forms. They changed how researchers thought about what early hominins were capable of and pushed back the evidence for wooden tool use by a significant margin. Marathusa 1 now pushes that evidence back by another 100,000 years on top of that. The site itself has been under investigation for several years and has already built up a good record of hominin activity from the Middle Pleistocene, the broad geological period running from roughly 780,000 to 126,000 years ago. What makes the site particularly striking is the context in which the wooden tool evidence was found. The tools are associated with the butchered remains of straight-tusked elephants, known scientifically as Paleoloxodon antiquus, one of the largest land animals in Europe during this period. These were not small animals. Straight-tusked elephants were bigger than modern African elephants, with tusks that could grow to over 4 meters in length. Dealing with an animal of that size, whether through hunting or scavenging a carcass, was not something that happened by accident. The connection between the wooden tools and the elephant remains raises questions the team is still working through. Were the hominins at Marathusa one actively hunting these animals, or were they coming across carcasses and processing them after the fact? Both options have been proposed for similar sites elsewhere in Europe, and neither has been ruled out here. But either way, having wooden tools present in that situation tells us something meaningful. Whether the tools were used in the hunt itself or in breaking down the carcass afterward, using them required planning. Selecting a piece of wood, shaping it into something useful, and deploying it for a specific task is not a simple or automatic behavior. It requires the ability to picture what you need before you have it, and to work through the steps to get there. That kind of forward thinking was not something older models of early hominin behavior tended to credit to species this ancient. The study of early hominin cognition has changed a great deal over the past few decades, and it has changed consistently in one direction. Discovery after discovery has pushed back the dates for behaviors that were once considered much more recent. Controlled use of fire has been documented at sites over 400,000 years old. Evidence of pigment use and possible symbolic behavior keeps turning up earlier and earlier. The Schoningen spears showed that complex wooden weapon making was happening 300,000 years ago. Each of these finds has moved the picture of early human capability further back in time, and Marathousa 1 is the latest and most striking example of that pattern continuing. What this discovery changes most directly is the timeline for wood being used deliberately as a primary tool material. Before this find, the evidence pointed to sophisticated wood use becoming established around 300,000 years ago, roughly when Neanderthals were beginning to emerge as a distinct group. The Marathousa 1 evidence pushes that back to a time when the common ancestor of both Neanderthals and modern humans was still alive, which suggests that the capacity for this kind of thinking and making was inherited by both groups rather than developed separately by either one. That has implications not just for how we understand Homo heidelbergensis, but for the deeper roots of the skills that both Neanderthals and modern humans would later show in very different ways. It is also a reminder of how much of the past we are still missing. If wooden tools were being made and used 430,000 years ago, the practice almost certainly goes back even further. The evidence at Marathousa, one survived because of a specific set of site conditions that allowed organic material to last long enough to be found and dated. How many other moments of early hominin woodworking and toolmaking have simply gone without leaving a trace is something that cannot be answered. What can be said is that every time the right conditions exist for organic evidence to survive, what turns up tends to show a past that was richer and more capable than the stone record on its own would ever suggest. Further excavation at Marathousa 1 is planned, with the team working to build a fuller picture of what was happening there and how the wooden tools fit into the broader pattern of activity at the site. The Peloponnese region as a whole is becoming increasingly well known as a rich area for Middle Pleistocene hominin remains and artifacts, and Marathousa 1 is the latest in a series of finds from the region that have drawn real international attention. Greece, it turns out, has an ancient human story that goes back considerably further than most people realize. Most of the discoveries we have covered so far involve things you can see and touch: cities, tombs, bones, tools. This next one is different. It comes from a laboratory, from the analysis of ancient DNA pulled from human remains, and what it found inside that genetic material is something that should make all of us sit up a little. In June, Science Daily reported findings from a study in which researchers analyzed ancient DNA from hunter-gatherer cemetery sites in Siberia. What they were looking for, and what they found, was evidence of Yersinia pestis, the bacterium that causes plague, and they found it in remains dating back 5,500 years, long before anything that previous research had connected to the conditions needed for plague to spread through human populations. To understand why that date matters so much, it helps to know what plague is and what its history looks like from a human point of view. Plague has caused 3 of the most destructive disease events in recorded history. The Justinianic plague swept through the Byzantine Empire and the Mediterranean world in the 6th century AD, killing millions and shaking one of the great powers of the ancient world to its foundations. The Black Death arrived in Europe in 1347 and killed roughly a third of the entire population of the continent over the years that followed, somewhere between 75 and 200 million people worldwide, one of the worst death events in all of human history. Then came the third pandemic, starting in the 19th century in China and spreading globally through shipping routes, killing millions more before modern medicine began to bring it under control. The bacterium behind all three of those events, Yersinia pestis, was only identified and named in 1894 by the Swiss-French bacteriologist Alexandre Yersin, working in Hong Kong during the third pandemic. Before that, the cause of plague was unknown, and the disease had moved through human history as a devastating and unexplained force. Since Yersin's identification, and especially since ancient DNA sequencing became widely available in recent decades, researchers have been working backward through the archaeological record, trying to trace how old Yersinia pestis actually is and how long it has been crossing paths with human populations. Earlier studies had already pushed the presence of the bacterium in human remains back to the Bronze Age, around 5,000 years ago, in some cases, which was already a surprise. The Bronze Age was a time of growing cities, expanding trade, and increasingly dense human settlement, conditions that most researchers had assumed were needed for plague to take hold and spread effectively. Finding it in Bronze Age populations stretched the timeline but still fit within that basic framework. The Siberian hunter-gatherer finding breaks that framework completely. 5,500 years ago, the people whose remains were analyzed were not city dwellers. They were not farmers, packed into dense agricultural settlements. They were hunter-gatherers, living in small, spread-out groups across the Siberian landscape, moving with the seasons and the animals they depended on. Everything previously thought to be needed for plague to establish itself, the crowding, the rats, the grain stores, the close-packed urban communities, none of it was present. And yet Yersinia pestis was there. How the disease was actually moving through a hunter-gatherer population and what it looked like in that setting is something researchers do not yet fully understand. The classic picture of plague, the bubonic form carried by flea bites from infected rats to people living on top of each other in cramped conditions, probably does not apply here. The bacterium may have been spreading through different routes entirely and causing a different pattern of illness in people whose lives looked nothing like those of medieval European city dwellers. Working out the mechanism is one of the main questions that follow-up research will need to address. What the finding does make clear is that the relationship between humans and Yersinia pestis is much older and more complicated than the historical record ever suggested. The three great plague pandemics that tore through historical civilizations were not the beginning of the story. They were later chapters in a relationship between this pathogen and our species that was already underway thousands of years before anyone wrote anything down, before most cities existed, and before the conditions that were supposed to make plague possible were in place anywhere in the world. That raises a question which is hard to answer, but worth asking. If plague was present in human populations 5,500 years ago, what was it doing to those populations? The historical pandemics are documented well enough that researchers can estimate death tolls and trace the spread. The prehistoric period leaves no such record, but the genetic and archaeological evidence from the Neolithic and early Bronze Age does contain signs of dramatic population collapses in various parts of Europe and Asia, events where the genetic signature of entire regional groups seems to vanish or get replaced within a relatively short window of time. Disease has been put forward as one possible cause alongside climate change, migration, and conflict. The new timeline for Yersinia pestis makes that explanation more worth taking seriously, and researchers are now actively looking for traces of the bacterium in burial sites from regions and periods where these kinds of population disruptions have already been documented. The broader field of ancient pathogen research has grown quickly over the past decade as sequencing technology has improved and the costs have come down. Researchers can now screen ancient human remains for a wide range of disease organisms. And what they keep finding is that the dates for human exposure to pathogens we thought of as relatively recent keep getting pushed further back. Yersinia pestis is the most dramatic example yet, but it is unlikely to be the last. Ongoing research across prehistoric burial sites around the world is expected to turn up more early evidence of the bacterium, and the teams working on this are now looking for it in older populations and more varied locations than have been covered so far. The picture of disease in the ancient world is being redrawn, and what is taking shape is a good deal darker and more complex than the one we had before. The last section asked us to rethink what we knew about disease in the ancient world. This one asks us to rethink something even more fundamental: where early humans actually lived and what kinds of environments they were capable of surviving in. In May, Science Daily reported findings from a study that uncovered evidence of ancient humans living in dense rainforest in West Africa, far earlier than science had previously thought possible. It sounds straightforward on paper. In practice, it overturns an assumption that has shaped thinking about early human movement for decades. The traditional picture of how early humans spread across Africa and eventually out into the rest of the world goes roughly like this. Our ancestors followed open environments, grasslands, savannas, and coastlines, using them as natural routes that offered food, clear sightlines, and relatively easy movement. Dense tropical rainforest was seen as something to go around rather than through. The forest floor receives little sunlight. Most of the plant life growing there is not easy to eat without significant processing. Large animals are harder to track and hunt in thick vegetation than in open country. The standard view held that early humans, without modern tools and accumulated knowledge, simply did not have what they needed to live in rainforest for any real stretch of time, and that the great forest belts of Central and West Africa acted as barriers to early human movement rather than places where people built communities. That view has been taking hits for a while. Over the past decade, evidence of early human presence in the rainforests of South and Southeast Asia has been building, with sites in Sri Lanka and Borneo, among others, pushing back the dates for rainforest, living in those regions by tens of thousands of years. Each time, the findings were absorbed into the wider picture without really shaking the Africa-centered version of the story, partly because Africa itself had not yet produced the same kind of evidence. The West African findings change that. The evidence uncovered in West Africa shows humans present and adapted to dense rainforest conditions significantly earlier than the accepted timeline allowed for, in a region sitting at the heart of one of the oldest and most ecologically complex forest environments on the planet. West Africa's rainforests, which cover large parts of the region and connect to the vast Congo Basin further east, are among the richest forest ecosystems anywhere on Earth. They have been forested for an extraordinarily long time, which means they have been a potential human habitat for an extraordinarily long time. The question was always whether early humans were actually using them. The answer, it turns out, is yes, and earlier than anyone had expected. West Africa is also significant from a genetic angle. The populations living there today carry some of the deepest branching lineages in the entire human family tree, meaning their ancestral lines split from other human populations very early in our evolutionary history. West African genetic diversity is remarkable, reflecting a very long and largely continuous human presence in the region across many thousands of years. And yet the archaeological record for early humans in West Africa has historically been much thinner than the record from East Africa, where sites like Blombos Cave in South Africa and a string of East African locations have driven most of the story around early human behavior and capability. Part of that gap reflects genuine differences in the record, but a significant part of it also reflects where research has been concentrated and the real challenges of working in tropical environments where preservation is often poor and access and funding have not always been easy to arrange. The gap between what the genetics tells us about long human habitation in West Africa and what the archaeology has been able to show has been known in the field for years. If people were living in West African rainforests earlier than previously thought, it helps explain some of that gap. Evidence of occupation in forested environments is harder to find and harder to preserve than evidence from open sites. Tools, bones, and other remains break down faster in the wet heat of the forest floor. Sites get buried under thick vegetation and deep layers of leaf matter. The conditions that make rainforests so productive for the animals and plants living in them are exactly the conditions that eat through archaeological evidence over thousands of years, which means that not finding something in these environments has always needed to be treated carefully. And this discovery is a clear example of why. What the find adds to the broader picture of early human capability is another piece of evidence for how flexible and adaptable Homo sapiens were from early in their history. Moving into a dense rainforest and figuring out how to live there is not a simple thing. It requires real, detailed knowledge of the local environment, what is safe to eat, how to move through thick vegetation, where to find clean water, how to read a landscape that offers very few long sightlines. That kind of knowledge gets built up over generations of living in one place and passed down through communities over time. The people whose presence has been documented in these West African forests were not just passing through. They were living there successfully enough to leave a trace that has survived to be found thousands of years later. The implications reach beyond West Africa. If early humans were living in dense tropical rainforest in this region earlier than expected, the question of where else they may have been doing the same becomes considerably more open. The equatorial rainforest belt runs across large parts of Africa, South and Southeast Asia, and South America. And there are stretches of all of those regions where early human presence has not been seriously looked for, partly because the old assumption was that the forest made it unlikely. That assumption looks much less solid now. New survey work across other equatorial forest zones is likely to follow from this discovery, as researchers use the West African findings as a reason to look more carefully at environments that were previously passed over. Ongoing excavation at the West African sites is continuing, and the expectation is that more evidence of early human occupation in these forest settings will come out as the work develops. The story of where early humans lived and what they could adapt to keeps getting bigger, and this is one of the clearest examples yet of a find that expands that picture in a direction nobody was fully prepared for. We have spent much of this video looking at discoveries made using cutting-edge technology: DNA sequencing, LiDAR scanning, geophysical surveys, drone mapping. This next one is a reminder that some of the most remarkable finds still come straight out of the ground, and that the English countryside has not finished giving things up yet. In January, CNN and BBC both reported the announcement of a discovery made the previous summer in West Norfolk, England. The find had been made during the warmer months and kept quiet while initial analysis was carried out before the public announcement early in the year. What had come out of the ground was a 2,000-year-old Iron Age hoard, and at the center of it, something that set the find apart from the many other hoards that turn up in British fields every year: a near-complete bronze carnix, one of the rarest objects in all of Celtic archaeology. Most people have never heard of a carnix, which makes it hard to explain straight away why finding one in near-complete condition in a Norfolk field is such a big deal. The carnix was a wind instrument, a kind of horn used across Iron Age Europe during the last few centuries, BC, and into the early centuries, AD. It was not shaped like a modern instrument. The carnix was built to look like an animal, usually a boar or a serpent, with the bell of the instrument forming the open mouth of the creature at the top. The player held it vertically, raising it above the heads of the crowd or the battle line, with the open animal mouth pointed upward and the sound going out and overhead into the air above. Ancient writers who heard it described the sound as harsh, discordant, and deeply unsettling. That was exactly the intention. The carnix was raised above Celtic battle lines to create a wall of noise designed to unnerve and frighten the enemy before fighting began. Julius Caesar and other Roman writers who came up against Celtic armies commented on the sheer noise of their approach, the combined sound of horns, shouts, and war cries rolling ahead of a charge. The carnix was a central part of that. Its image was familiar enough to the Romans that they put it in their own art repeatedly, most famously on Trajan's column in Rome, where Celtic and Dacian warriors are shown holding it aloft, and on the Gundestrup cauldron, the great silver ritual vessel found in Denmark that carries some of the most detailed pictures of Celtic ceremonial life ever found. And yet, despite how well known the Carnix was in the ancient world, finding an actual one is extremely rare. The most important example recovered before the Norfolk discovery was the Deskford Carnix, found in Scotland in 1778. Only the animal head portion survived, not the full instrument, and even that single fragment is considered one of the most important Celtic objects ever found in Britain. Pieces of Carnix bells and fittings have also come out of a hoard at Tentignac in France in 2004, but a near-complete example, one that preserves enough of the instrument to understand its full form and how it was put together, had never been found in Britain before the Norfolk hoard. Alongside the Carnix, the hoard contained a metal boar's head flag standard, the kind of object that would have been carried into battle or ceremony as a symbol of a tribe's identity and power. The boar carried enormous weight in Celtic culture. It appears on helmets, shields, coins, brooches, and ceremonial objects right across the Celtic world, from Britain and Ireland through to Central Europe. In Celtic belief, the boar was tied to warfare, strength, feasting, and the sacred, a creature with meaning across multiple areas of life at once. A boar standard carried into battle was not just a flag. It was a statement about who was carrying it, their identity and their relationship to the forces they believed shaped war and fate. The combination of a Carnix and a boar standard together in a single deposit is, as far as researchers are aware, without any known parallel in the archaeological record. These kinds of objects turn up individually at various Iron Age sites across Europe, but finding them together in what appears to be a carefully assembled deposit raises real questions about what this hoard was meant to represent and why these particular objects were chosen to go into the ground at the same time. The question of why hoards were buried is something Iron Age archaeology has been thinking about for a long time. The simple explanation that valuable objects were hidden for safekeeping and never retrieved works for some hoards but sits less comfortably with others. Many Iron Age hoards, particularly those containing ritual or ceremonial objects, are now thought to represent deliberate offerings, things placed in the ground as gifts to gods or spirits of the land, rather than savings put aside for later. The objects in these deposits are often among the most valued and carefully made things a community had, which makes the hiding for safekeeping explanation feel weak. You do not bury your most sacred ceremonial objects to keep them from thieves. You bury them because putting them in the earth is the whole point. If the Norfolk Carnix hoard was a ritual deposit of this kind, then the Carnix and the boar standard were not hidden. They were given, placed in the earth of West Norfolk as part of a ceremony or a moment whose full meaning we can no longer read, but whose physical remains have now come back out of the ground 2,000 years later. Iron Age Britain in the period this hoard dates from was a world of complex tribal politics, strong craft traditions, and real connections to the broader Celtic world across the Channel. The tribes of East Anglia were active players in trade and cultural exchange that stretched into Gaul and beyond. The objects being made and used in this part of Britain were not rough imitations of continental styles. They were high-quality products of a culture that knew exactly what it was doing, and the Carnix and boar standard from the Norfolk hoard are strong evidence of that. The Carnix alone, in its near-complete state, is one of the most informative examples of the instrument ever recovered anywhere, and the research coming out of the hoard over the next few years is likely to add real depth to what is known about ceremonial and military life in Iron Age Britain. Conservation and detailed analysis of the objects is currently underway, and full publication of the findings is expected in due course. East Anglia has produced important Iron Age finds before, but the Norfolk Carnix hoard stands apart, even in that company, and the work being done on it now is only the beginning of what it has to tell us. We began this video in Egypt, with a sealed chamber full of painted coffins and unread papyri. It feels right to end the main run of discoveries there too, with a find that is in some ways the opposite of everything we have covered. Not a single dramatic object or a hidden tomb, but a vast, sprawling archive of everyday life, written on broken pottery and scraps of stone, and buried in the ground of Upper Egypt for over 1,000 years. In March, Ahram Online reported that a joint mission between Egypt's Supreme Council of Antiquities and the University of Tübingen in Germany had recovered approximately 13,000 inscribed ostraca from the site of Athribis in Sohag Governorate, Upper Egypt. 13,000 from a single site. The scale of that number alone is what makes this discovery stand out, but what is written on those fragments is what gives it its real significance. Ostraca are one of the less glamorous but genuinely important categories of ancient Egyptian material. The word refers to pottery sherds and small pieces of limestone that were used as writing surfaces in daily life. Papyrus was expensive. For most people in ancient Egypt, most of the time, papyrus was not a realistic option for everyday writing. If you needed to jot down a list, record a transaction, write a letter, or note something down quickly, you picked up a piece of broken pot or a chip of limestone and wrote on that instead. Ostraca were the notepads, the receipts, the rough drafts, and the quick notes of the ancient Egyptian world. They were used constantly and in enormous numbers, and because fired pottery and limestone do not decay the way organic materials do, they survive in far greater quantities than papyrus ever has. Every significant ostraca find adds to a picture of daily life in ancient Egypt that the grand temple inscriptions and royal papyri simply cannot provide on their own. 13,000 of them from a single deposit at Athribis is an extraordinary number. To put it in context, major ostraca finds that make news in Egyptology typically involve hundreds of objects, occasionally a few thousand. Finding 13,000 in one place, spanning more than 1,000 years of occupation, is on a different scale entirely, and it places the Athribis archive among the largest single discoveries of written material from ancient Egypt in recent memory. Athribis itself is a site with a long and significant history. Located in Sohag Governorate in Upper Egypt, the town had a continuous period of occupation stretching across multiple historical periods, with temples dating to the Ptolemaic era, when Egypt was ruled by the Greek dynasty that followed Alexander the Great's conquest, through to the Roman period and beyond. The University of Tübingen team has been working at the site for several years and has built up a strong record of finds there, but the 13,000 ostraca represent the most significant single discovery the excavation has produced. The span of the inscriptions is one of the things that makes the archive so valuable. 1,000 years of texts from a single location means the material covers an extraordinary range of historical periods. The late period of ancient Egyptian history, the Ptolemaic era, the Roman occupation, and possibly the early Byzantine period are all potentially represented within the archive. For researchers trying to understand how Egyptian administrative systems, religious practices, and daily life changed or stayed the same across these very different political environments, having 1,000 years of local records from one town is a remarkable resource. Most archives of this kind are either very narrow in their time span or very broad in their geography. The Athribis collection offers unusual depth in a single location across a very long stretch of time. The content of the inscriptions ranges widely across what has been examined so far. Administrative records feature prominently the kind of accounting, record-keeping, and official documentation that kept ancient towns functioning across any period. Letters and personal communications appear alongside more formal material. And then there are the texts that attracted particular attention when Science Daily reported on them in May. The anti-witchcraft rituals and protective formulae found among the inscriptions. These kinds of texts, known in academic terms as phylacteries or apotropaic formulae, are not unknown in ancient Egypt, but they are relatively rare in the surviving written record. They represent something quite specific and quite human. Not the official religion of the pharaohs, not the grand theological statements carved into temple walls, but the private fears and hopes of ordinary people, the spells and protective words that individuals sought out when they felt threatened by supernatural forces, when they worried about curses, about malevolent magic being directed at them, about illness or misfortune that seemed to have no natural cause. Anti-witchcraft texts were the response to those fears, written protections that a person might carry, keep in their home, or deposit somewhere significant as a form of spiritual insurance against harm. Finding material like this in significant quantities within the Athribis archive adds to a growing body of evidence about popular religious practice in ancient Egypt, the lived religion of ordinary people rather than the ceremonial religion of the state. Temple inscriptions and royal documents tell one kind of story about what ancient Egyptians believed and how they practiced their faith. Ostraca with private protective formulae tell a very different and in some ways more immediate one, a story about individual anxiety, individual hope, and the kinds of supernatural threats that felt real and present to the people writing those words down on broken pieces of pot in a town in Upper Egypt 2,000 years ago. The full significance of the archive will take years to establish. Translating and publishing 13,000 texts is not a quick process, even with a well-resourced research team working on it. Many of the ostraca will need careful conservation before they can be properly read. Others may turn out to contain material that changes specific areas of research in ways that cannot be predicted until the texts are actually worked through. The University of Tübingen team is continuing its excavation at Athribis, and further finds from the site are expected as the work develops. What can be said now is that the Athribis Ostraca archive is one of the most significant epigraphic discoveries from Egypt in years, and that its significance has very little to do with gold, royal names, or dramatic burial chambers. It comes from volume, from time depth, and from the simple fact that 13,000 pieces of written stone from a single Egyptian town across 1,000 years of history represent a window into daily life that very few archaeological discoveries anywhere in the world can match. The grand finds get the headlines, and rightly so. But archives like this one are often where the real historical work gets done.
And coming up next, we got 100 scientific discoveries, kind of jumping all over the board here and there. So, a few different things coming up next. That one's going to be a bit of a longer video as well. We got a couple of shorter ones coming up later on after that.
Done.
There is something quietly comforting about the idea that, even now, even tonight, scientists somewhere are bent over glowing screens and microscope lenses, finding things that no human being has ever found before. Welcome to Sleepy Science. If these videos bring you a little peace at the end of your day, we would love it if you liked this one, subscribed, and left us a comment telling us what you want to dream about next. And if you want to help keep these long, slow, wandering videos alive, you can find the Sleepy Science Patreon at the link in the description. But for now, just let yourself settle. Because there is a great deal of gentle news from the world of science, and all of it can wait until you are comfortable. Let us begin somewhere small. Not with galaxies or deep trenches or the ancient bones of enormous creatures. Let us begin with something almost invisible. Scientists recently discovered that some species of moss are capable of a kind of slow, deliberate movement that had never been observed before. Not the waving of a frond in the wind, not the passive drift of a spore, but an actual, measured, intentional shifting of their bodies toward light and moisture, millimeter by patient millimeter, over the course of hours and days. For a long time, we thought of plants as rooted things, still things, things that simply existed in their spot and made the best of whatever conditions they found there. And yet here is this small green creature, pressing itself quietly across a surface, choosing a direction. There is something in that which feels important, though it is hard to say exactly why. Perhaps it is the reminder that life finds its way, even when we are not watching. Not far from that idea, researchers working with forests have found that trees communicate with one another through their root systems in ways that are more complex than we previously understood. This is not entirely new science. We have known for some years that trees exchange nutrients and chemical signals through underground networks of fungi. But a new set of studies has shown that older trees, the large ones at the center of a grove, appear to direct a disproportionate amount of carbon toward younger trees that are struggling. Not randomly, not evenly distributed across the forest, but specifically, measurably, toward the ones that need it most. Scientists are careful not to call this generosity, because trees do not think or feel in the ways that word implies. And yet, the behavior, when you sit with it, looks something like care. The forest, it turns out, tends to itself. Somewhere in the soft darkness of the deep ocean, a discovery was made recently that has quietly redrawn the edges of what we thought possible. Scientists exploring a hydrothermal vent field in the Pacific found organisms living not just near the vents, not just on the seafloor around them, but beneath the seafloor itself. These creatures, mostly microbes, but some small invertebrates as well, were living inside the rock, in cracks and channels filled with superheated water, in total darkness, under enormous pressure, with no sunlight, no plants, no photosynthesis of any kind. They were feeding on the chemical energy released by the reaction between seawater and certain minerals. This process is called chemosynthesis, and it suggests something quietly profound, that life, wherever it finds energy, will attempt to exist. It does not require the sun. It does not require our particular set of comfortable conditions. It simply requires a source. And that thought, applied to other planets and moons, opens doors that it is perhaps best to consider slowly, gently, before sleep. On the subject of other worlds, astronomers recently detected what appears to be water vapor in the atmosphere of a planet orbiting another star. The planet is not particularly close by. It is many light years away, which means the light we used to detect it left that system long before any of us were born. But water vapor is a remarkable thing to find, because water is the solvent in which all life we know of conducts its chemistry. We are not saying there is life there. Science is careful about that. But the ingredients, the conditions, the atmospheric fingerprints that we look for when we are wondering about possibility, they were present. It is a little like finding flour and eggs and sugar in a kitchen and wondering if someone might bake a cake. You cannot be sure, but you can be quietly, carefully hopeful. Back on this planet, researchers recently made a discovery about octopuses that has lingered with me in a particular way. We already knew that octopuses were remarkable problem solvers, that they could open jars and navigate mazes and recognize individual human faces. But a new study found that octopuses appear to dream, or something that looks very much like dreaming. During a phase of sleep that resembles the REM state we experience, their skin flickers. Pulses of color and texture move across their bodies, the same textures and colors they use when awake for camouflage and communication, rippling and shifting in complex, unpredictable patterns. The researchers believe they may be re-experiencing their waking lives, replaying hunts, escapes, encounters. A small octopus, curled in the dark of the ocean floor, traveling somewhere in its own quiet mind. You are not so different right now. There is a bird called the alpine swift that was recently tracked by scientists using tiny data loggers attached to its body. They wanted to understand its migration patterns, its resting habits, where it went when it was not visible. What they found was that the swift spent more than 200 days continuously airborne. It ate in the air. It drank in the air, catching raindrops or skimming low over lakes in flight. And it slept in the air, gliding in great slow circles on the wind, one hemisphere of its brain resting at a time, while the other kept watch. More than 200 days without touching the ground. The earth, for that bird, is almost a theoretical concept. A place that exists below. A place that is not home. Home is the air itself, the long, invisible currents, the slow, revolving sky. A team of geologists recently discovered evidence of an ancient river system beneath the sands of the Sahara Desert. Not a small stream, a major river, comparable in size to the Nile. It ran for thousands of kilometers, through what is now one of the driest places on the planet. And it did so not once but repeatedly, in wet cycles that came and went, over hundreds of thousands of years. During those wetter periods, the Sahara was green. It had forests and wetlands and lakes teeming with fish and hippopotamuses, and an enormous variety of birds. People lived there, painted their lives on the stone walls of what is now deep, trackless desert. And then the climate shifted, slowly, over centuries, and the rivers dried, and the green faded, and the sand crept in. The desert we see today is young in geological terms. It is a temporary state. The river is still there, in a sense, just sleeping beneath the sand. Scientists studying the human microbiome have recently found that the collection of bacteria living in your gut is more individually unique than your fingerprints. Two people can have the same blood type, the same eye color, even identical DNA in the case of twins, and still have entirely different microbial communities living inside them. These communities, trillions of organisms, influence not just digestion, but mood, immune response, inflammation, and even the way certain medications work in your body. They are shaped by everything you eat, everyone you live with, every place you have ever been. You carry a living record of your life. Inside you, a quiet ecosystem that is entirely, utterly your own. And it is, even as you lie here, at work. A new study on human memory found something that changes the way I think about sleep. We have long known that sleep is important for consolidating memories, for taking the experiences of the day and moving them from short-term to long-term storage. But the new research found that during sleep, the brain does not just store memories passively, it edits them. It selectively strengthens some memories and quietly allows others to fade. It appears to run something like a prioritization algorithm, keeping the things that were emotionally significant or practically useful and gently releasing the details that did not matter. Your brain, right now, is deciding what to keep. It is a strange and beautiful thought that every sleep is also a gentle edit, a soft revision of who you are and what you carry with you. In the field of archaeology, a discovery was made recently in a cave system in southern France that pushed back the earliest known evidence of symbolic human art by tens of thousands of years. The paintings found there, rendered in red ochre, depicted animals and abstract shapes that appear to be roughly 80,000 years old. For a long time, we thought the impulse to make art, to represent the world rather than simply inhabit it, emerged relatively recently in human evolution. These paintings suggest otherwise. They suggest that some ancient ancestor of ours, standing in a cave with a piece of red stone, felt something that we still feel. The need to say, "I was here. I saw this. I wanted to make it last." That impulse did not begin with us. It was already very, very old. Astronomers have recently confirmed the existence of a new class of object in our galaxy, called a neutron-star merger remnant. When two neutron stars orbit each other and finally spiral together, the collision releases more energy in a fraction of a second than our Sun will produce in its entire 10 billion year lifetime. But what happens after that collision was not well understood. The new observations suggest that in some cases, what remains is not a black hole, but something in between, an object so dense and strange that the laws of physics have to flex a little to accommodate it. It spins, it pulses, it radiates in frequencies we are still learning to read. The universe, it seems, is still inventing new kinds of things to be. Closer to home, scientists studying the climate history of the Arctic have found evidence of a period, roughly 56 million years ago, when the region was covered in palm trees. Not sparse, struggling vegetation, dense tropical forest, with temperatures warm enough for crocodiles to bask on what is now permafrost. This period, called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, was caused by a rapid release of carbon into the atmosphere, though what triggered it is still debated. What is known is that the world warmed very quickly, and then, over tens of thousands of years, cooled again. The Earth has been through enormous changes before. It has been tropical at the poles and frozen at the equator. It has worn all kinds of climates, the way we might wear different clothes through different seasons. The Earth will be fine. It is a patient, resilient thing. Whether we will be here to see its next costume change is the more interesting question. A group of researchers studying bird navigation recently found evidence that some species of migratory bird may be able to see the Earth's magnetic field. Not metaphorically, not in the sense of sensing a field through some vague biological compass, but actually, visually, perceiving the lines of magnetic force as a kind of overlay on their normal vision. The proposed mechanism involves a protein called cryptochrome, found in the eyes of birds, which appears to react to magnetic fields in a way that subtly alters how light is perceived. If this is correct, and the evidence is growing more persuasive, then a migrating bird sees a world that is decorated with invisible lines, a kind of map drawn in the light itself, guiding itself through the autumn dark. A different world, the same sky. Researchers in the field of genetics have made a discovery that is worth letting settle slowly. They have found that certain genes in humans can be switched on and off, not just by our own experience, but by our ancestors' experiences. This is the field of epigenetics, and while the idea is not new, recent studies have found evidence that stress, trauma, and even certain kinds of learning can leave marks on DNA that are passed down to children and grandchildren. Not changes to the sequence of the DNA itself, but changes to the way it is expressed, which genes are turned up loud and which are hushed. The life your grandparents lived, the things they endured or overcame, may be faintly present in the way your body responds to the world. You carry more history than you know, more inheritance than a name or a pair of eyes. A study published recently found that plants under stress emit a series of ultrasonic clicks and pops that cannot be heard by the human ear, but can be detected with sensitive microphones. When a tomato plant was deprived of water, it began clicking at a rate of dozens of times per minute. When its stem was cut, it clicked even faster. The sounds appear to come from tiny bubbles forming and collapsing inside the plant's water-conducting tubes, a process called cavitation. Whether these sounds carry any information, whether other plants or organisms respond to them in any way, is still being studied. But the idea that a garden, a field, a forest, is filled with a constant, inaudible conversation of tiny sounds, a whole acoustic world just beyond our hearing, sits with me quietly. The silence of a garden is not silence at all. Scientists have recently identified a new species of deep-sea fish that produces light in an entirely novel way. Most bioluminescent ocean creatures produce their own light through chemical reactions. But this newly discovered fish, found at depths of nearly 2 kilometers, appears to use something more like fluorescence, absorbing light at one wavelength and re-emitting it at a different one. The effect is that it seems to glow, even in the near-total darkness of the deep ocean, catching and transforming the faint blue light that filters down from above into a ghostly greenish shimmer. It lives in a world where light is almost theoretical, and still it finds a way to be seen. Or perhaps to see. It is not yet clear which. On the subject of light, physicists recently demonstrated an effect called quantum entanglement between particles separated by a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers. Entanglement is one of those ideas that resists easy description. When two particles are entangled, a measurement of one instantly affects the state of the other, regardless of the distance between them. Not after a delay, not after a signal travels between them. Instantly, as far as we can tell. Einstein famously called this spooky action at a distance, because it seemed to violate the rule that nothing can travel faster than light. But recent experiments keep confirming it at greater and greater distances, with higher and higher certainty. The universe, apparently, has a kind of connection that ignores space. Two things, far apart, still somehow touching. Research on sleep, and this feels especially fitting to mention, has recently uncovered a previously unknown function of the glymphatic system. The glymphatic system is the brain's cleaning mechanism, a network of channels that flushes waste products from the brain during sleep. Scientists already knew this happened. What they recently discovered is that this cleaning process is far more rhythmic than previously understood. It operates in slow, gentle pulses, waves of cerebrospinal fluid, washing through the brain's tissues, in coordination with the slow oscillations of deep sleep. Your brain, as you drift, is being washed, gently, rhythmically, like a tide moving through a quiet harbor in the middle of the night. A discovery in paleontology recently revealed that some dinosaurs, specifically a group of small feathered theropods, appear to have engaged in behavior that looks very much like play. The evidence comes from fossilized scratch marks on rocks found in Colorado and Wyoming, made by the claws of large bird-like dinosaurs, in patterns that do not match feeding or nesting behavior. The marks are arranged in parallel sets, made at specific sites that were returned to repeatedly, and researchers believe they may have been part of a courtship display. But what is quietly remarkable is the element of repetition, of returning to a spot and doing a thing, not for food or survival, but perhaps for the pleasure of doing it, or for the ritual of it. Play, or something adjacent to play, may be much older than we thought. Older than mammals, older than us by a very long time. A study of the ocean's capacity to absorb carbon was recently revised significantly upward. New measurements and models suggest that phytoplankton, the tiny single-celled organisms that drift through the surface waters of the sea, are absorbing far more carbon dioxide from the atmosphere than previous estimates suggested. These organisms perform roughly half of all photosynthesis on Earth. Half. The rainforests get a great deal of attention, and they deserve it, but the ocean's surface, glittering and often invisible to us, is doing an equally enormous amount of work. Every breath you take, roughly 1 in every 2 oxygen molecules, came from the sea. From something too small to see, floating in water, doing its quiet work, somewhere out in the deep blue. Neuroscientists have recently discovered that the human brain has a previously unknown type of cell, Not a neuron exactly, but a hybrid between a neuron and a glial cell, a support cell that was previously thought not to be directly involved in information processing. These new hybrid cells, found in the outer layer of the human cortex, appear to help regulate the activity of neurons nearby, with a precision that neither cell type manages on its own. The brain's architecture, which we have been studying intensively for well over a century, still holds surprises, still contains structures and mechanisms that no one has described before. The organ that is doing the work of reading these words to you, that is softening now towards sleep, is more intricate than we have so far managed to fully understand. Somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, researchers recently documented a whale singing a song that had never been recorded before. Not a new variation of a known humpback song, a completely novel pattern from a species not previously known to sing complex songs at all. The song contained repeating phrases, rhythm, and what appeared to be a structure. And it was being sung alone, in open ocean, far from any other member of its species. We do not know what it meant. We do not know if it meant anything in the way we use the word meaning. But the sound itself, recorded and preserved, is something entirely new in the world. A voice, enormous and unhurried, singing in the dark water, for reasons of its own. Chemists recently synthesized a new material that is harder than diamond. This has been attempted many times before, and various materials have been claimed to rival diamond's hardness. But this new compound, a form of carbon nitride, appears to be genuinely, measurably harder. What makes this interesting, beyond the obvious applications in engineering and manufacturing, is what it tells us about the periodic table, about how atoms can be arranged. We tend to think of the elements as a fixed set, their behaviors well understood. But new combinations, new arrangements of old materials, keep producing new properties that no one had predicted. Matter is still surprising us. The building blocks are the same, but how they fit together is apparently not yet fully mapped. A study on human connection recently found something both simple and quietly moving. Researchers measured the neural activity of people listening to music together in the same room versus listening to the same music alone. When people listened together, their brain waves began to synchronize, not just in mood or emotional response, but in the actual electrical rhythms of their brain activity, measured in real time. The longer they listened together, the more their neural patterns converged. Something in the experience of shared attention brings minds literally closer together. It is one of those findings that feels less like a discovery and more like a confirmation of something you already quietly knew. Scientists studying coral reefs have recently found that some species of coral are developing genetic resistance to warming waters. This is not happening fast enough, and the reefs are still under enormous stress. But within certain populations of coral, in naturally warmer lagoons, individuals have emerged that can withstand temperatures that would bleach and kill their neighbors. These heat-tolerant corals are being carefully studied and, in some cases, selectively transplanted to stressed reefs. It is a painstaking, slow, uncertain process, but it suggests that life, even under pressure, finds a way to bend rather than break. The reef is not giving up. It is, in its own biological way, adapting. Astronomers using a new generation of radio telescopes recently detected a signal that repeats every few seconds from a source deep in our galaxy. These are called fast radio bursts, and while they are not new, this particular one is unusual because of the regularity of its repetition and the specific frequency pattern it produces. Fast radio bursts are one of the genuine mysteries of modern astronomy. We have candidate explanations, magnetars, compact binary systems, but no confirmed source for the repeating ones. Something, very far away, is broadcasting something in a rhythm into the dark. And we are listening, instruments tilted toward the sky, patient as a person waiting for a name they half recognize to come clear. In the world of materials science, researchers recently created a material that repairs itself. Inspired by the structure of bone, which is constantly being broken down and rebuilt by specialized cells, they developed a synthetic polymer that, when cut or cracked, can reform its chemical bonds on its own, given a little warmth and time. Small scratches in the material heal completely overnight. Larger damages take longer, but the material does not give up. It simply waits and slowly puts itself back together. There is something in that idea that feels worth carrying. The capacity to be broken and still, given a little warmth, find your way back. A discovery in the field of archaeology came not from a cave or a dig site, but from a library. Researchers analyzing ancient texts from Mesopotamia, clay tablets inscribed with cuneiform script, found what appear to be mathematical tables that predate known Babylonian mathematics by several centuries. These tablets contain calculations involving what we now call trigonometric ratios, used to compute the ratios of sides in right triangles. The Babylonians were doing trigonometry more than 3,000 years ago, not as an abstract exercise, but as a practical tool for surveying land and constructing buildings. The mathematics we use to build modern bridges and calculate satellite trajectories was being worked out by candlelight with a reed pressed into clay before Rome existed. Scientists studying ant colonies have discovered that ants engage in a behavior called social immunity. When a member of the colony becomes infected with a fungal pathogen, other ants respond by grooming the infected individual, removing spores before they can spread. But the remarkable new finding is that the healthy ants who perform this grooming expose themselves to small doses of the pathogen in the process, and this appears to prime their immune system in a way that makes them more resistant. The colony is essentially vaccinating itself through mutual care. Each act of grooming is both treatment for the sick and preparation for the healthy. The community protects itself by taking care of its most vulnerable members, which is, if you sit with it, a principle that travels rather well. Researchers studying ancient permafrost in Siberia recently revived a species of tiny roundworm, or nematode, that had been frozen in the permafrost for approximately 46,000 years. 46,000 years. It had survived in a state of cryptobiosis, a kind of suspended animation, in which all metabolic processes essentially stop. When it was thawed, it began to move. It began to eat. It reproduced. It went about its tiny life, as though nothing unusual had happened, as though the last 46,000 years had simply been a long night's sleep. Life, it turns out, is in some cases a state you can pause and return to. A small and ancient thing, waiting in the cold for conditions to improve. A new analysis of the moon's interior has suggested that its core may be solid iron, similar in composition to the Earth's inner core. This may not sound remarkable at first, but for decades, scientists debated whether the moon's core was solid or liquid, or some combination of both, because the moon's small size makes it difficult to measure. The new data comes from careful analysis of how seismic waves generated by moonquakes travel through the lunar interior, and the picture that emerges is of a world with a solid heart, quiet and dense at its center, surrounded by layers that grew cooler as the moon aged, over 4 billion years. The moon is not a simple rock. It has layers. It has a history. It has a heart. Scientists working with CRISPR gene editing technology have recently demonstrated the first successful correction of a genetic disease in a living human patient using a single treatment. The patient, who had a severe form of hereditary blindness, received a direct injection of gene editing components into the cells of the retina. Within months, their light-sensitive cells began functioning more normally. Vision that had been fading stabilized. In some measures, it improved. We are standing at the very beginning of an era in which the text of a person's DNA can be carefully, selectively rewritten. The implications are vast and complicated and will take decades to fully understand. But tonight, it is enough to know that someone who could not see can see a little better. A team of physicists recently succeeded in creating a state of matter called a time crystal. This is a phase of matter like solid, liquid, or gas, but with a property that distinguishes it from all the others. In a time crystal, the atoms are arranged not just in a repeating pattern through space, but in a repeating pattern through time. They oscillate, they tick between two states, back and forth, indefinitely, without requiring any energy input to maintain the motion. This appears to violate the second law of thermodynamics, which says that systems naturally tend toward disorder. And yet, under very specific conditions. This ordered, rhythmic oscillation persists. Time itself, in this system, has a kind of structure, a pattern, a repetition, like a pendulum that never needs to be wound. Biologists studying the genetics of aging recently discovered that a small species of jellyfish, the Turritopsis dornii, reverses its aging process through a mechanism that was not previously understood. This jellyfish can, when stressed or damaged, revert from its mature adult form back to its earlier juvenile stage and then grow again. It does this through a process called transdifferentiation, in which mature, specialized cells revert to an earlier, more flexible state and then respecialize into different cell types. The new research has mapped the genetic changes that make this possible. There are specific genes that are switched on and off in a precise sequence to orchestrate this reversal. Understanding that sequence may one day tell us something important about how aging works in other creatures, including, possibly, us. Geologists studying the deep interior of the Earth have found evidence of a previously unknown layer between the outer and inner core. The Earth's structure has long been described as a series of concentric layers: crust, mantle, outer core, inner core, each with its own composition and temperature. But seismic data, gathered from hundreds of earthquakes over decades, suggests there is a transition zone within the inner core itself, a region where the iron crystals are arranged differently from those in the surrounding material. The Earth, even its deepest secret heart, is more complicated than the diagrams suggest. Beneath your feet, beneath thousands of kilometers of rock and liquid metal and pressure, there is a world we are still figuring out. A study of language acquisition in infants found something that caused the researchers to revise their understanding of how early language learning begins. It had been assumed that babies start learning language in the months after birth, as they begin hearing words repeated and connected to objects. But new imaging technology has allowed scientists to observe fetal brain activity in response to spoken language in the final months of pregnancy. And the fetal brain, it turns out, responds differentially to speech sounds. It distinguishes between the native language and foreign languages. It responds to rhythm and intonation. The learning begins before the light, before the first breath, before the face looking down. A new mind, in the dark, already listening. Scientists exploring the behavior of slime molds have made a discovery that continues to blur our assumptions about where intelligence lives. Slime molds are single-celled organisms. Technically, though they can merge into vast networks containing millions of cells acting in coordination. Researchers placed a slime mold in a model of the greater Tokyo metropolitan area, with food placed at the locations of major cities. Given time, the slime mold grew a network of connections between the food sources that closely resembled the actual rail network that humans designed over decades. Efficient, resilient, redundant in the right places. With no brain, no neurons, no planning, a single-celled organism found essentially the same solution that human engineers found. Intelligence, or something that behaves exactly like it, does not seem to require a brain. In a study of ancient human genomes, researchers found evidence of a group of modern humans who interbred with the Neanderthals more extensively than previously known. We have known for some years that modern non-African humans carry roughly 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA, the legacy of encounters that happened as modern humans first moved out of Africa into Eurasia. But the new analysis found evidence of a population that had multiple, separate, repeated encounters with Neanderthal groups over thousands of years. They were not just passing through the same landscape. They were living alongside each other, interacting, sharing. The Neanderthal is not entirely gone. Something of them persists, quietly, in us. A group of astrophysicists studying the large-scale structure of the universe recently published findings suggesting that galaxies are not distributed randomly in space, but are arranged along filaments and sheets that form a vast cosmic web. This is not entirely new. The cosmic web has been understood in broad outline for decades, but the new data, gathered from the largest galaxy survey ever conducted, reveals details of this structure at a resolution that was not previously possible. The filaments are not just long threads. They are braided, layered, connected at nodes, where the greatest concentrations of matter gather. The universe, at its largest scale, looks like a vast and ancient network. Like the fibers of a brain, like the threads of a mycelium, like the branching of a river delta, seen from very, very far above. Scientists recently identified a new organ in the human body. This sounds like a startling claim, and it is, though it comes with nuance. A structure called the interstitium, a network of fluid-filled spaces in the connective tissue throughout the body, had previously been described in anatomy, but classified as simple connective tissue. New imaging technology revealed that this network is actually a coherent, interconnected structure with distinct properties and functions. It surrounds every organ, lines every major duct and tube, and appears to serve as a kind of shock absorber and fluid highway throughout the body. The atlas of the human body, which we have been drawing for centuries, still has blank spaces, structures hiding in plain sight, waiting for a technology precise enough to finally see them. Ecologists studying predator-prey relationships have recently documented what they are calling a landscape of fear. The idea is this: the mere presence of a predator, even without any actual predation occurring, changes the behavior of prey animals in ways that ripple through the entire ecosystem. In Yellowstone National Park, after wolves were reintroduced, elk began avoiding certain river valleys, even when wolves were not present there. The valleys recovered, Vegetation returned. Riverbanks stabilized. Birds returned. Fish populations recovered. Not because the wolves were actively managing any of this, but because the possibility of wolves changed the choices of elk. The shadow of a thing can change the landscape, as surely as the thing itself. Chemists have recently synthesized a molecule that does not exist anywhere in nature. This is not unusual. Chemistry has been creating novel molecules for a long time. But what makes this one quietly interesting is what it can do. The molecule binds selectively to a protein that is overproduced in certain types of cancer cells, a protein that helps cancer resist treatment. In laboratory and early animal studies, the molecule appears to make cancer cells vulnerable again to treatments they had learned to resist. It is early-stage research. There are many steps between a laboratory result and a medicine. But somewhere in a research facility right now, a molecule that has never existed on this planet before is being carefully, patiently studied for the possibility of healing. Researchers studying volcanoes recently discovered that the timing of large eruptions can be influenced by the gravitational pull of the moon. This effect is small, and it does not override all the other factors that drive eruptions. But statistical analysis of eruption records, going back several centuries, shows a faint but real correlation between the phases of the moon, particularly the new and full moon when tidal forces are greatest, and slight increases in eruption frequency. The same gravitational force that pulls the oceans into tides tugs, very gently, at the molten rock beneath the Earth's crust. The moon, your constant companion, reaches down through the sky and into the deep interior of the Earth. It is all connected, the way things always are, when you look carefully enough. A study of Antarctic ice cores recently extended our climate record back to more than 800,000 years ago. The ice cores are extraordinary archives. Each layer of ice contains trapped air bubbles that preserve a sample of the atmosphere from the year the ice formed. Scientists can drill down through layer after layer and read the composition of an ancient atmosphere with remarkable precision. The new cores reveal that the relationship between carbon dioxide levels and global temperature has been consistent and clear across 800,000 years of climate cycles. Every time carbon dioxide rose, temperatures followed. Every time it fell, the climate cooled. The ice remembers. It stores the whole long story in its blue and silent layers, waiting for someone to read it. Astronomers have recently detected what appears to be a rogue planet, wandering alone through interstellar space, without any star to orbit. Rogue planets are not a new concept. We have suspected for decades that planets are sometimes ejected from their solar systems during the chaotic early period of system formation. But this new detection, made using gravitational microlensing, is one of the most precise yet, suggesting the rogue planet is roughly Earth-sized. A world, perhaps not so different from this one in size, drifting in absolute darkness between the stars. No sunrises, no seasons, no warmth from above, just the slow, cold transit through the dark between one place and the next. A world with no story that we know of, but a world nonetheless. Psychologists studying the nature of creativity have recently found that the brain's default mode network, the network that activates when we are resting, or daydreaming, or letting the mind wander, plays a more central role in creative problem-solving than the focused attention network. In other words, the most creative insights often come not when we are concentrating hard on a problem, but when we step away from it, when we let the mind drift, when we wash the dishes or take a walk, or, relevantly, begin to fall asleep. The softest state of mind is often the most generative one, which means that whatever you are puzzling over tonight, the answer may come easier if you simply stop reaching for it and let it arrive on its own. A recent study in marine biology has found that the Atlantic Ocean is home to a current of cold, dense water flowing from the Arctic toward the equator that is significantly weaker than it was 50 years ago. This current, part of the larger Atlantic meridional overturning circulation, helps regulate the climate of Europe and North America. It carries warm surface water north and cold deep water south, like a conveyor belt of temperature running through the ocean. If it were to slow significantly or stop, the climate consequences would be profound. This is not a distant or theoretical concern. The weakening is measurable. The ocean is doing something different than it has done in recorded history. We are living in the middle of a change whose full dimensions we can only partially see. Scientists recently measured the age of the oldest known living tree and found it to be older than previous estimates suggested. A specimen of Great Basin bristlecone pine, growing at high altitude in the mountains of California, has been dated at over 5,000 years old. 5,000 years. It was already centuries old when the pyramids of Giza were being built. It was already ancient when Homer composed the Iliad. It has lived through every climate shift, every political change, every rise and fall of every civilization that humanity has managed to produce in the last 5 millennia. And it is still there, gnarled and unhurried and alive, at the edge of the tree line, in the thin, cold air, making no particular fuss about any of it. A study of human facial recognition found recently that people are better at recognizing faces of their own species than faces of other species, which is not surprising, but also that this tendency can be significantly reduced with even brief training and exposure. The brain's visual system, it turns out, is far more flexible than the idea of innate pattern recognition suggests. Show a person enough faces of another species over time, and the brain adapts. It builds new templates. It finds the individual in what first looked like a category. We see better what we spend time looking at. We find more nuance where we look more closely, which is perhaps true of more than just faces. Researchers have recently discovered that the human nose can detect approximately 1 trillion distinct scents, a number that is orders of magnitude higher than the previously accepted estimate of 10,000. The study tested participants' ability to distinguish between synthetic mixtures of varying molecular components and found that the olfactory system is staggeringly sensitive and precise. 1 trillion is a number too large to hold comfortably. So think of it this way. Every scent you have ever encountered, every specific moment called back to you by a smell, every kitchen, every garden, every particular winter morning, represents just a tiny fragment of what you are capable of detecting. You are walking through a world far more scented than you will ever fully notice. A new paper in the field of animal cognition found that ravens can plan for the future in ways that require them to delay gratification, not just by a few seconds, which many animals can do, but by up to 17 hours. In experiments, ravens were given a choice between a small reward they could have immediately and a tool they would need to use later to access a larger reward. They consistently chose the tool, set it aside, and used it successfully when the opportunity arose, even after a long delay. The raven holds tomorrow in mind while navigating today. Its bright black eye looks not just at what is in front of it, but at what is coming. Scientists studying the relationship between music and the brain have recently confirmed that musical training in childhood produces structural changes in the brain that persist into old age, even in people who stopped playing music many decades earlier. The areas of the brain associated with fine motor control, auditory processing, and the integration of sensory information are measurably different in people who played an instrument as a child. The brain, shaped by music early in life, holds that shaping for the rest of its days. Whatever you learned in childhood, deeply and repeatedly, left a mark in the structure of who you are. Not a scar, a groove, a pathway worn smooth by 1,000 repetitions that still, quietly, carry traffic. Astronomers recently captured the most detailed image ever taken of a star's surface other than our Sun. Using a network of telescopes spread across the Earth and linked together to act as a single enormous instrument, they resolved the surface of the star Betelgeuse in enough detail to see individual convection cells, vast regions of hot gas rising and falling in a slow, enormous churn. Each of those cells is larger than our entire Sun. The scale of Betelgeuse is one of those things that resists the mind's attempt to picture it. If it were placed at the center of our solar system, it would swallow Mercury, Venus, Earth, and Mars. Jupiter would barely make it out. And yet, from here, it is a faint orange point of light, in the shoulder of Orion, easy to overlook, on a clear winter night. A study of human social behavior found recently that the experience of awe, that particular feeling of encountering something vast and difficult to comprehend, has measurable effects on generosity, patience, and the sense of having enough time. People who had recently experienced awe were more willing to help strangers, reported feeling less rushed, and felt more connected to humanity as a whole. The experience of smallness, of encountering something larger than yourself, makes you, paradoxically, more generous and more at ease. As though the edges of the self soften when they meet something immense enough. Whatever you have been carrying today, let it be a little smaller now. Let the night be a little larger. Researchers recently mapped, for the first time in full detail, the neural connections of a small section of the human cerebral cortex. Not the whole brain, just a cubic millimeter. 1 cubic millimeter of grey matter, about the size of a grain of sand. Inside that grain of sand, they found approximately 57,000 cells, roughly 150 million synaptic connections, and nearly 10 kilometers of nerve fiber. 10 kilometers in a grain of sand. The map took years to produce. It is so complex that the data file is enormous enough to fill thousands of computers. And the brain contains roughly 1 million of those cubic millimeters. The territory of the mind, if you could walk it, would take a lifetime. Scientists working on the development of lab-grown meat have recently demonstrated that cultivated chicken cells can be grown into a product that is biologically identical to conventional chicken muscle. The cells divide and differentiate in a bioreactor, fed by a nutrient solution, and form the same proteins, the same textures, the same nutritional profile as meat grown in an animal's body. This is still an emerging technology, with cost and scale as significant challenges, but the biological barrier has been crossed. We know it is possible to produce animal protein without the animal. Whatever you think about the implications, the fact of it is quietly remarkable. The food of the future may be grown in a tank instead of a field. A team of marine biologists recently documented a previously unknown behavior in dolphins, a kind of social ritual that appears to serve no immediate survival function. A group of bottlenose dolphins in a bay off the coast of Australia were observed gathering at dusk, at the same location repeatedly, over many weeks. They would circle slowly, vocalize in a pattern that the researchers described as call and response, and then disperse. No feeding was observed, no mating, no apparent practical purpose. Just this gathering, this exchange, this ritual occurrence at the same place at the same time. We do not know what it means to them, but it looks, in some lights, like something like ceremony. Research on the physics of fluids has recently revealed a new type of wave behavior in the ocean that had not been previously described. These are called internal waves, and they travel not on the surface of the sea, but within it, at the boundary between layers of water with different temperatures and densities. Some of these waves are enormous, hundreds of meters tall. They move slowly, invisibly, through the interior of the ocean, disturbing sediment on the seafloor, affecting the distribution of plankton, carrying cold water upward and warm water down. The ocean is full of motion that its surface does not reveal. Waves within waves, currents folded inside currents, A moving world below the moving world. Astronomers recently observed the death of a star in real time for the first time in history. The star, located in a galaxy roughly 120 million light-years away, had been monitored by telescopes in the years before it exploded. The data showed that the star's outer layers began brightening and pulsating. In the months before the supernova, the star was, in some detectable way, restless. Before the end, we watched a sun die. A sun with, possibly, its own planets, its own system, its own ancient light, going dark. And the light of that ending reached us, still crossing space, from 120 million years ago. A study of microplastics recently found them in a location that surprised even the researchers who were looking. Not in ocean water, where they were expected. Not in river sediment, but in human brain tissue, at concentrations that have apparently been increasing, decade by decade. What this means for human health is not yet understood. The particles are inert in some respects, but they carry chemical coatings that may not be. It is early research, and the implications are still being worked out. But the finding reminds us that the materials we make do not simply stay where we put them. They travel, they accumulate, they find their way into places we never intended them to go. A team of ecologists recently found that wolves reintroduced to Yellowstone National Park have, over 3 decades, changed the course of rivers. Not directly, but by changing the behavior of elk, which changed the vegetation along riverbanks, which stabilized the banks and reduced erosion, which altered the flow and meandering of the rivers themselves. This is called a trophic cascade. A change at one level of the ecosystem reverberates through every level, all the way down to the physical landscape. The wolves did not intend to move the rivers. They simply lived their lives, hunting, resting, moving, and the rivers, over decades, quietly shifted. Presence matters. The act of simply being somewhere, living out one's nature, changes the landscape around you in ways you may never know. Scientists studying the behavior of black holes have recently confirmed, through observation, a theoretical prediction that had stood for decades. When a black hole spins, the space around it is dragged along in the direction of the spin. This is called frame dragging. It is a consequence of general relativity, Einstein's description of gravity as a warping of space-time. The new observations, made using a network of radio telescopes observing the jet of material ejected from a supermassive black hole, confirmed that the jet precesses wobbles in a slow circular motion at exactly the rate that frame dragging predicts. Space itself is spinning, being pulled around by the rotation of something so massive. It has no surface, no edge, only a boundary, past which nothing returns. Biologists have recently described a new mechanism by which certain plants communicate with pollinators. Beyond color and scent, which have long been known as attractants. Some flowers generate a weak electrical field that bumblebees can detect using sensitive hairs on their bodies. The electrical pattern is different for each flower species, and it changes in real time depending on whether a bee has recently visited. After a bee collects nectar, the flower's electrical field shifts briefly, in a way that signals to the next bee, "This one was recently visited. Come back later." The flower updates its status electrically. The bees read it before they land. A conversation in fields we cannot feel, happening in every meadow, in every garden, every time the light is warm enough for a bee to fly. Researchers studying early childhood development have recently found that infants as young as 6 months old have a rudimentary sense of fairness. In experiments where puppets distributed resources unequally between 2 recipients, infants showed sustained visual attention, a measure of surprise, to the unequal distribution. They expected, at 6 months, before any language, before any social instruction, that things should be divided evenly. The sense of fairness is not taught. It arrives with us. We come into the world with a ready-made intuition that some arrangements of things are right and others are not. We spend the rest of our lives arguing about what that means. Scientists studying the neuroscience of pain have recently identified a previously unknown pathway by which the body suppresses pain signals during sleep. The pathway involves a particular type of neuron in the brainstem that becomes active during slow-wave sleep and releases a chemical that dampens pain transmission throughout the spinal cord. This is one of the reasons that pain often feels less acute after a night's sleep, not just because we are distracted from it, not just because we are rested, but because the sleeping brain actively reaches down into the body's pain circuits and turns them down. Sleep heals in more ways than we realized. It is not just rest. It is repair. Active, quiet, cellular repair. A team of physicists recently created the coldest known temperature ever achieved in a laboratory. The record was set using a cloud of ultra-cold atoms, manipulated with precisely tuned laser light, reaching a temperature just a few trillionths of a degree above absolute zero. Absolute zero is the point at which atoms have no thermal motion at all, the theoretical floor of temperature. At this near absolute zero, quantum effects dominate entirely. Atoms behave like waves. Separate particles blur into a single unified state. The boundary between this thing and that thing dissolves. There is a kind of peace in that image, if you let yourself feel it. Everything at its quietest. Every restless particle, finally, completely still. Ecologists working in Madagascar recently discovered 3 new species of chameleon that are among the smallest reptiles ever found. The smallest of the 3, called Brucasia nana, is small enough to balance on the tip of your finger with a body length of roughly 13 millimeters. It is among the smallest amniotes, land-adapted vertebrates, known to science. It changes color. It has two tiny eyes that can move independently. It hunts microscopic prey in the leaf litter of a specific forest, in a specific range of altitude. The world contains animals so small and so specifically adapted to their particular corner of it, that we are still finding them, still naming them, in forests that have not yet been fully explored. Scientists studying the development of language in the brain recently found that bilingual people show different patterns of cognitive reserve in old age compared to monolingual people. Cognitive reserve refers to the brain's ability to continue functioning normally, even as the physical structures of the brain age or are damaged. Bilingual individuals appear, on average, to develop symptoms of dementia later in life than those who speak only one language. The leading hypothesis is that managing two languages simultaneously throughout a lifetime builds additional neural pathways and networks that the brain can use as alternative routes when the more direct ones begin to deteriorate. Every language you have ever learned, every word in a different tongue, is a small piece of protection the brain has given itself. A study published recently in the journal Nature described the discovery of a new type of aurora in the atmosphere of Jupiter. Auroras on Earth are caused by charged particles from the Sun, colliding with atmospheric gases, producing the green and purple lights that shimmer over the poles. Jupiter has its own auroras, generated by the same process, but on an enormous scale. The new type, however, appears to be caused not by solar particles, but by interactions between Jupiter and its moon Io, which is so volcanically active that it continuously injects sulfur and oxygen into space. Jupiter and Io are connected by an invisible electromagnetic thread, and where that thread meets Jupiter's atmosphere, an aurora blazes. Two worlds, linked by an invisible bridge of energy, painting light together in the dark. Researchers studying birdsong have recently found that songbirds learn new elements of their songs during sleep. Young birds practice their songs consciously during the day, making errors, repeating phrases, gradually refining their output. But during sleep, recordings of their neural activity reveal that the brain replays the song in compressed, sped-up form, apparently running through the motor sequences of the day's practice and consolidating what it has learned. The bird sings in its sleep, silently, in the neurons that make music. And when it wakes, its song is measurably cleaner, more precise than it was the night before. You too are practicing something tonight, something the waking mind cannot fully do. The work of sleep is not passive, it is practice in the dark. A team of researchers recently found that the microbiome of the human skin, the community of bacteria and fungi living on its surface, plays an active role in wound healing. Certain bacteria produce compounds that reduce inflammation and accelerate the migration of skin cells across the wound site. Others produce substances that kill pathogens, more effectively than the body's immune system alone. The skin is not a sterile environment that we try to keep clean. It is a carefully managed ecosystem, a collaboration between human and microbial cells that tends to itself in ways we are only beginning to appreciate. You are, right now, home to a vast community that is looking after you. Scientists recently found evidence of liquid water beneath the surface of Mars. Not just one lake, as a previous detection suggested, but a system of several bodies of water beneath the South Polar ice cap, kept liquid by the pressure of the ice above, and possibly by the heat of geothermal activity below. The water, if it is there, is almost certainly salty and cold, not the kind of environment where complex life would thrive. But on Earth, life has been found in very similar conditions, beneath kilometers of Antarctic ice, in salty brines, well below the freezing point of fresh water. The Mars beneath the surface may be more interesting than the Mars we can see. And the Mars we can see is already quite interesting enough. Researchers studying social hierarchies in chimpanzees found recently that high-ranking individuals live longer than low-ranking ones, but only during stable political periods. During periods of social upheaval, when the hierarchy is being contested, high-ranking individuals face increased stress and show measurable declines in immune function that can cut their lives short. Power, the research suggests, is expensive to maintain. The energy required to hold a position when others are challenging it takes a physical toll that outlasts any individual struggle. The stress of the contest enters the body. The body remembers. Stillness, it turns out, is not only pleasant, it is physiologically generous. Scientists studying the behavior of water at the quantum level have recently found that hydrogen atoms in liquid water tunnel through the barriers between molecules far more frequently than classical physics would predict. Quantum tunneling is the phenomenon whereby a particle passes through a barrier that, according to classical mechanics, it does not have enough energy to cross. In the quantum world, the barrier can be crossed anyway. Not over it, not around it, but through it, as if it were not entirely solid. The water you drank today, the water that moves through your cells right now, is doing something impossible, several trillion times a second. The ordinary is everywhere, threaded with the strange. A study of ancient DNA extracted from archaeological sites across Europe and Asia has recently revealed a migration event that happened roughly 5,000 years ago and fundamentally reshaped the population of Europe. A group from the steppes of the Pontic region, associated with the Yamnaya culture, moved westward in enormous numbers, and within a few centuries had contributed ancestry to a large proportion of Europeans. They brought with them a language that would eventually become, through thousands of years of change, almost every European language spoken today. The English you are listening to now, its deep grammar, its oldest roots, arrived with people walking across a steppe 5,000 years ago. Language, like water, moves, finds the low places, fills them, stays. Scientists have recently confirmed that certain gut bacteria produce neuroactive compounds that can cross the blood-brain barrier and influence mood and anxiety. Among these compounds are precursors to serotonin, dopamine, and gamma-aminobutyric acid, neurotransmitters that play central roles in emotional regulation and stress response. The gut-brain axis, the communication network between the digestive system and the nervous system, is now understood to be bidirectional and far more active than previously realized. The state of your gut influences the state of your mind. The food you eat changes the chemistry of your thoughts. The boundary between body and mind is not where we thought it was. It never was a clear line, more of a membrane, a permeable one. Researchers recently discovered that elephants have a name for each other. Not a category name, not a sound that means elephant, but individual names, specific calls that refer to one individual elephant and not another. The study used machine learning to analyze thousands of recordings and found that certain calls were used specifically when directed at one individual, and that those individuals responded more strongly when their own name call was used than when another elephant's name call was played. They know each other by name. They call to each other across distances, through the low frequencies that travel through the ground itself, by name. Being named may be older than language, older than us. A way of saying, in whatever frequency one speaks, I know you. I am calling for you. A study of ancient star clusters recently found stars older than the previously estimated age of the universe. This caused a quiet stir in astrophysics. If a star appears to be older than the universe itself, something in our measurements must be wrong. Either the age of the star is overestimated, or the age of the universe is underestimated, or there is some physics we are not yet accounting for. The tension has not been fully resolved. Scientists are carefully examining each assumption. New telescope data is being gathered. The argument is happening quietly, in papers and conferences and long emails late at night. Science does this. It finds a contradiction and does not look away from it. It leans in, puzzled, patient, until the picture clears. Researchers in the field of materials science recently observed a superconducting material operating at a temperature closer to room temperature than any previous superconductor. Superconductors are materials that conduct electricity with absolutely no resistance. Every electrical circuit we use today loses some energy as heat. Every power line, every motor, every charger. A superconductor loses nothing. The problem has always been that known superconductors only work at temperatures close to absolute zero, requiring expensive and complicated cooling systems. A room temperature superconductor would be transformative. Transmission lines with no loss, computers with no wasted heat, magnetic levitation without enormous refrigeration. We are not there yet, but each new record closes the distance a little. The gap between now and that future is shrinking, slowly, one experiment at a time. Scientists studying the formation of the moon have recently proposed a new model that explains several previously puzzling features. The standard model holds that the moon formed when a body roughly the size of Mars collided with the early Earth about 4.5 billion years ago, and the debris coalesced into the moon. But the new model suggests that rather than one giant impact, there may have been a series of smaller impacts over millions of years, each contributing material to a growing moonlet that eventually stabilized. The moon we see, vast and silver and familiar, may have been assembled gradually, piece by piece, over an inconceivably long time. Built slowly, the way most lasting things are. A study of the world's largest organism recently revised our estimates of its age. Pando, a clonal colony of quaking aspen trees in the mountains of Utah, is a single organism. What looks like a forest of individual trees is actually thousands of genetically identical trunks, growing from a single, enormous root system. New dating methods suggest the root system may be as old as 80,000 years, though some estimates reach considerably higher. 80,000 years of roots. Through every ice age, every drought, every fire, the trunks above die and grow again. The roots beneath remain. The forest that looks like a forest is one thing, one life, holding very quietly to its ground. Researchers recently studied the migration patterns of monarch butterflies and discovered that the butterflies navigate using both the position of the sun and the Earth's magnetic field simultaneously, integrating two entirely different navigational systems into a single coherent sense of direction. Each butterfly is born with this capability. It is not learned. No elder butterfly teaches the root. The root is written somehow into the architecture of a brain, smaller than the tip of your fingernail. And with that brain, the monarch flies from Canada to central Mexico, 3,000 kilometers, to a forest it has never been to before. To trees its great-grandparents roosted in. The destination, inherited. The journey, alone. Scientists studying human longevity have recently identified a pattern in the lifestyles of people who live past 100 years old across different cultures and continents. The pattern is not about diet alone, though diet matters. It is not about exercise alone, though movement matters. The most consistent factor they found was the quality and depth of social connection. People who felt strongly bonded to a community, who were needed, who had regular, meaningful contact with others, lived longer, regardless of other factors. Not proximity, not the number of contacts, the depth, the sense of being known and knowing. We are creatures shaped for connection, and when we find it, the body takes note. A study of language and thought recently found that the particular language you speak influences how you perceive time. English speakers, for example, tend to conceptualize time as a horizontal line, with the past behind them and the future ahead. Mandarin speakers more often conceptualize time vertically, with earlier events above and later ones below. The Aymara people of the Andes conceptualize the past as in front of them, since it is known and can be seen, and the future as behind, since it cannot. They walk into the past. The future pushes them from behind. Time is not a universal experience. The container we keep it in is shaped by the words, "We learned before we knew. We were learning anything." A team of researchers recently succeeded in translating the brain signals of a paralyzed person directly into speech, in real time, using a device implanted in the speech motor cortex. The person had been unable to speak for years due to a stroke. After the implant and training, they could form words by simply trying to speak, and the device translated the neural patterns into synthesized speech at a rate close to natural conversation. They could say their name. They could ask for water. They could say, "I love you." The gap between thought and voice, which had been absolute, became navigable. Something crossed that gap, because someone spent years trying to build the bridge. Scientists recently found that the Amazon rainforest creates its own rain. This is not entirely new science, but the new research has measured the process more precisely than before. The trees of the Amazon release enormous quantities of water vapor and tiny biological particles that act as nuclei around which water droplets form. These particles seed the clouds above the forest. The clouds drop rain onto the forest. The forest absorbs the rain and returns it to the air. The Amazon is not simply growing in its climate. It is making its climate. It is maintaining the conditions of its own survival through the simple act of being alive and breathing. A forest that makes the rain that the forest needs. A loop so elegant, it is hard to believe. It is not intentional. A new study of whale migration found that humpback whales make decisions about where to travel based not just on instinct or memory, but on social information gathered from other whales. They observe the behavior of other individuals, follow companions who appear to know a route, and update their navigation accordingly. Culture, in the sense of socially transmitted behavior, shapes their movements through the ocean. Different populations have different traditions, different routes, different preferred feeding grounds, passed from generation to generation, not through DNA, but through observation and imitation. The whale learns from other whales. The ocean they cross is mapped, not in their genes alone, but in the collective knowledge of their kind. Scientists studying the genetics of color vision recently confirmed that some women carry 4 distinct types of color receptors in their eyes instead of the usual 3. Most humans have 3 types, each sensitive to a different part of the light spectrum. Color blindness often results from a deficiency in one of these. but a small percentage of women, owing to a specific combination of genes on the X chromosome, have 4. They are called tetrachromats. They may be able to distinguish between colors that appear identical to the rest of us. A world more finely divided by hue, more subtly gradated, more precisely colored. A world richer than the one most of us see. And it is the same world, just perceived differently. A discovery in the field of neuroscience recently gave us evidence that the hippocampus, the brain regions central to memory and navigation, may also play a role in imagining the future. People with hippocampal damage have difficulty not just recalling the past, but constructing detailed mental images of future scenarios. They can describe what might happen. But the richness of the imagined future, its sensory detail and spatial quality, is impoverished. Memory and imagination may be the same faculty, turned in different directions. The brain uses what it knows to construct what might be, assembling tomorrow from the pieces of yesterday. The past is not just behind you. It is the material from which your future is being quietly built. Scientists exploring the deep sea recently found a sponge that appears to be more than 10,000 years old, growing on the seamount it has occupied since before the end of the last ice age. Sea sponges are among the simplest multicellular animals. No brain, no nervous system, no heart, no apparent complexity. And yet this one has been alive, filtering seawater, growing by millimeters per decade, in the cold darkness of the deep, for 10,000 years. 10,000 years of simply being, of doing the one thing it knows how to do, in the same spot, without interruption, without change. There is a kind of devotion in that, even if that is not the right word. A faithfulness to a single life that few things manage. A recent study of meditation found that experienced meditators show measurable differences in the density of gray matter in regions associated with attention, emotional regulation, and interoception, the sense of the body's internal state. And these differences appear proportional to the number of hours spent in practice. The brain is physically shaped by where attention is placed, repeatedly, over years. The act of returning the mind to stillness, again and again, builds something, a capacity, a structure, not a metaphorical strengthening, a literal, measurable, physical change in the tissue of the brain. What you practice becomes what you are. Astronomers have recently detected the faintest galaxy ever observed. It is so dim that it produces less than 1% of the light of a galaxy like our Milky Way, despite containing billions of stars. The stars themselves are ancient, formed in the early universe, when galaxies were still young and the raw material of star formation was abundant. This galaxy apparently ran out of gas. In the literal sense, the gas from which new stars are made, billions of years ago. And since then, it has simply endured, growing dimmer as its old stars age, producing no new light. A galaxy at the end of itself. Still there, still present, just quieter than it once was. Scientists studying the immune system recently found that immune cells can enter the brain through a previously unknown pathway, moving through the skull itself via tiny channels in the bone. This was not thought to be possible. The brain has long been considered immunologically privileged, protected behind the blood-brain barrier from the normal activity of the immune system. But these skull channels allow immune cells to pass directly from the bone marrow into the meningeal tissue surrounding the brain, and from there to play a role in brain health and disease. The brain is not as isolated as we thought. The boundary between the brain and the rest of the body is more porous, more dynamic, more actively managed than we knew. A team of researchers studying animal behavior recently documented that fish can recognize themselves in a mirror. Mirror self-recognition has long been considered a test of higher cognitive function, something associated with great apes, dolphins, elephants, not fish, but cleaner wrasse, small fish that remove parasites from larger fish, were shown their reflection and then marked with a colored spot on their bodies that was only visible in the mirror. They attempted to scrape the mark off, suggesting they recognized the reflection as themselves, and the mark as something foreign on their own body. The boundaries of self-awareness, it seems, extend further through the animal kingdom than we had imagined. Perhaps awareness has many forms, many temperatures, many degrees of depth. And we are just beginning to develop instruments sensitive enough to measure them. Scientists studying ancient volcanic activity recently found evidence that a series of enormous eruptions, roughly 252 million years ago, triggered the largest mass extinction in Earth's history. The Permian extinction, in which roughly 96% of all marine species and 70% of all terrestrial vertebrate species were lost, appears to have been caused primarily by volcanic winter and the chemical changes it brought to the oceans. But the world recovered. Over millions of years, life filled the emptied niches. New species emerged. New ecosystems formed. The recovery was slow beyond comprehension, but it came. Life, after even the greatest catastrophe, found its way back. The Earth does not give up. It simply waits and tries again in a new form. And now, gently, we come to the end of the night's discoveries. Not because there are no more. There are always more. The world never stops producing them, but because we have reached the hour when knowing can be set aside in favor of simply resting. You have traveled tonight through mosses and markets, through deep ocean and deep space, through the brains of ravens and the roots of ancient trees, through the oldest ice and the coldest laboratories. You have visited the inside of a black hole's neighborhood and the inside of a cleaner wrasse's reflected gaze. You have heard a whale call a name and watched a tiny worm wake from 46,000 years of sleep. And through all of it, you have been here, in this body, in this room, in this darkness, breathing. That breathing is the constant. Everything else moves, discovers, shifts, surprises, but the breath stays. In and out, slow and even. The oldest rhythm you know. The one that was there before you were aware enough to notice it. And that will keep going tonight, without any effort from you at all. You do not have to do anything now. The moss is pressing itself slowly across its surface. The forest is tending to itself. The ocean is cleaning itself in tides. The stars are burning or dying or forming, without your supervision. The world is doing its work. Let yours wait. Let the thinking quiet down. Let the questions dissolve into the dark. If your eyes are not already closed, let them close now. Let the room go dark behind them. Let the weight of your body settle fully into whatever is beneath you. You are held. You have always been held by the planet, by gravity, by the patient, ancient rock of the earth beneath everything. The same earth that has been here for 4.5 billion years, that has been tropical and frozen and green and barren, that has survived collisions and extinctions, and every kind of catastrophe, is holding you right now. Quietly, without effort, without hesitation. The discoveries will still be there tomorrow. The octopus will still be dreaming. The swift will still be asleep in the sky. The ancient sponge will still be filtering its cold water in the deep. And you will be here, rested, a little cleaned by sleep, a little edited by the night, ready to be curious again when morning comes. But for now, there is nothing to know, nothing to find, nothing to hold. Only the breath, only the dark, only the soft and ancient stillness of a world at rest.
All right, friends, we are about halfway through our presentation here today, and coming up next, we have a few discoveries that attempts were made to cover up, so should be some interesting topics in there. Let's get to it.
What if some of the greatest discoveries in history were never celebrated, never taught, and never explained because someone decided the world wasn't ready to know? Throughout the last century, scientists have stumbled upon things that defied all explanation, things that shouldn't exist. So for today's video, we're counting down 15 discoveries that were immediately covered up. Starting with number 15, the hidden tomb beneath the Sphinx. The Great Sphinx of Giza, one of the most iconic monuments of the ancient world, has stood for over 4,500 years, guarding the pyramids with a stoic gaze. But beneath the weathered paws may lie something even more mysterious, a chamber long rumored and possibly filled with ancient secrets that remains unexcavated and officially unacknowledged. Despite tantalizing scientific evidence and historical accounts suggesting a hidden tomb or chamber under the Sphinx, Egyptian authorities have long resisted further exploration, leading many to believe that a significant archaeological discovery has been intentionally suppressed. The story begins in the 1990s when a team of researchers led by John Anthony West and geophysicist Thomas Dobecki conducted seismic surveys around the Sphinx using ground-penetrating radar. The results were astonishing. Beneath the Sphinx's front paws, they detected rectangular anomalies, empty spaces in the bedrock consistent with artificial chambers. The discovery was presented at a press conference in 1993 and broadcast on NBC's The Mystery of the Sphinx, hosted by Charlton Heston, sparking enormous public interest. The seismic data was clear, but Egyptian authorities, specifically Zahi Hawass, then the head of Supreme Council of Antiquities, dismissed the findings as irrelevant. Hawass claimed the chambers were natural fissures and that there was nothing to investigate. Requests for further excavation or even remote imaging of these cavities was denied. The refusal to explore a scientifically identified underground anomaly puzzled many in the archaeological community and fueled suspicions of a cover-up. Support for the chamber's existence didn't really originate with modern technology. Ancient texts and writings have referenced hidden repositories beneath the Giza Plateau. The Greek historian Herodotus, visiting Egypt in the 5th century BCE, described a vast underground complex beneath the pyramids. More strikingly, Arab historians writing in the 15th century documented legends of a hall of records hidden under the Sphinx, a place where the lost knowledge of a pre-dynastic civilization was stored to survive global cataclysms. Adding to the controversy, in 2006, the Egyptian government quietly authorized further ground-penetrating radar and electromagnetic studies around the Sphinx, but didn't release the data. When American researchers involved in the project inquired about the results, they were told the information was classified. No explanation was given. To this day, Egypt's official stance is that there's no chamber under the Sphinx worth investigating, excavation permits are routinely denied to independent archaeologists, and the site remains heavily restricted. Yet the seismic surveys, the historical texts, and the ancient flood of erosion patterns collectively suggest that a major archaeological feature has been deliberately left unexamined. Why the resistance? Some believe it's driven by academic inertia and unwillingness to revise decades of Egyptological consensus. Others suggest political motivations. Any association of the Sphinx with pre-Egyptian civilizations could ignite religious or nationalist sensitivities. Still others think there may have already been a partial discovery, quietly covered up to avoid public frenzy or unauthorized digging. The possibility that humanity's oldest stone monument might be standing on top of a sealed vault of ancient knowledge is tantalizing and deeply frustrating for those who believe the evidence warrants open exploration. The refusal to dig in the face of compelling scientific data has turned a potential archaeological breakthrough into a textbook case of a covered-up discovery, not hidden by nature or time, but by conscious decision. Number 14. The Vela Incident, a nuclear explosion no one wanted to acknowledge. On September 22, 1979, an American Vela satellite designed to detect nuclear detonations registered a distinct double flash, the unmistakable signature of a nuclear explosion, in the South Atlantic Ocean near the Prince Edward Islands. The satellite, part of a program designed to monitor violations of the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, had successfully detected numerous nuclear tests in the past. But this one set off a chain of events that led not to global outcry or accountability, but to one of the most curious cover-ups of the Cold War. Immediately after the detection, U.S. intelligence and military officials convened in secrecy. Initial reports strongly suggested that the signal came from a nuclear test, likely a joint Israeli-South African operation. The detection happened in a remote area of the Indian Ocean, precisely the kind of place a clandestine test might be held, away from any prying eyes and international monitors. Despite the strong indicators, though, the Carter administration took a different route. Rather than publicly acknowledge the possibility that Israel, a nation not officially recognized as a nuclear power, may have conducted a secret test with the help from apartheid South Africa, the White House commissioned a scientific panel to review the Vela data. Known as the Ruina Panel, the group concluded that the signal may have been caused by a malfunction or a natural phenomena, such as a meteoroid hitting the satellite, a theory widely considered implausible by nuclear weapon experts. Later declassified documents and memoirs would reveal that the Carter administration had substantial intelligence indicating Israeli involvement. In fact, CIA analysts had long suspected that Israel had developed a nuclear arsenal, with French and possibly South African assistance. Acknowledging the test would have created enormous geopolitical consequences, not only straining a U.S.-Israeli relation, but also exposing the U.S. to criticism for turning a blind eye to nuclear proliferation. Israel, for its part, has never acknowledged possessing nuclear weapons, maintaining a policy of deliberate ambiguity. Its nuclear program, based in Dimona, has long been an open secret. The idea that it has tested a bomb in cooperation with South Africa, though, which was developing its own nuclear weapons at the time and had uranium resources, fits the geopolitical and technical context perfectly. In 2010, a series of South African documents and statements from former officials supported the theory that a test did happen. In particular, a retired South African naval officer admitted that preparations had been made for a test in that area during the late 70s. Additionally, documents from the apartheid-era government revealed high-level discussions with Israel regarding nuclear cooperation. To this day, the Vela incident remains unacknowledged by the U.S. government. Despite overwhelming circumstantial and technical evidence, it is officially dismissed as an anomalous reading. For nuclear proliferation experts and historians, however, it stands as a clear example of a discovery that was immediately suppressed, not for lack of evidence, but to serve political ends. Number 13. The Kecksburg UFO Incident. In the township of Kecksburg, Pennsylvania, on December 9, 1965, a fireball streaked across the sky and crashed into a wooded area just outside the small village. Witnesses from 6 U.S. states and part of Canada reported seeing the bright object, which initially resembled a meteor but moved in an oddly controlled trajectory. Upon impact, several local residents rushed to the scene and described what they found not as a smoldering meteorite, but as an acorn-shaped object with strange hieroglyphic-like symbols etched onto its surface. What followed was a swift and bizarre government intervention that would stoke decades of conspiracy theories, secrecy, and denials. According to numerous local testimonies, U.S. military personnel arrived within hours, cordoned off the area, and forcibly removed civilians, including volunteer firemen. Residents claimed to see a flatbed truck hauling away a large, tarp-covered object. The entire event was shrouded in confusion, with the military initially claiming that nothing had been found, only to later assert that the object was merely a meteorite and there was no cause for concern. The case remained a whisper in the annals of UFO lore until investigative journalists and researchers began digging deeper in the 1980s and 90s. In particular, journalist Leslie Kean and researchers from the Sci-Fi Channel launched a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit against NASA in 2003 to obtain official documents regarding the Kecksburg incident. After being stonewalled for years, NASA eventually admitted it had lost the records related to Kecksburg, a shocking admission for an agency that prides itself on data retention and scientific integrity. One of the most controversial aspects of the incident is the theory that the object was not extraterrestrial, but a secret Soviet satellite known as Cosmos 96. Some debunkers have cited this possibility, noting that Cosmos 96 had re-entered the Earth's atmosphere around the same time. However, the trajectories don't match, and the U.S. Air Force itself later stated that Cosmos 96 had crashed earlier and much farther north. So, what exactly was the Kecksburg object? A compelling hypothesis is that the object may have been part of a classified U.S. military or aerospace program, possibly related to experiments in re-entry vehicles or high-speed reconnaissance platforms. The odd glyphs described by witnesses may not have been alien writing, but coded markings or experimental designations unfamiliar to the public. Nevertheless, the rushed military retrieval, conflicting stories, and subsequent loss of records point to a deliberate attempt to suppress the true nature of the event. Adding a bit of fuel to the fire, in 2005, former NASA engineer James Oberg reviewed the case and suggested if the object was indeed of Soviet or U.S. origin, its secrecy may have justified a rapid recovery and denial. Yet this admission, while rational on the surface, does little to explain the totality of the cover-up, including the missing records, gag orders issued to witnesses, and the enduring silence from the government agencies. Today, though, the Kecksburg UFO incident remains one of the most mysterious but well-documented examples of a discovery that was immediately covered up. Whether it was a lost Soviet satellite, a U.S. military experiment, or something entirely unknown, the government's actions suggest whatever landed in that Pennsylvania forest, it was never meant to be seen by the public. Number 12. The Glozell Tablets, France's forbidden archaeological find. In 1924, in the quiet, rural commune of Glozell in central France, a teenage farmer named Émile Fradin and his grandfather made a strange discovery while plowing their field. Their horse's hoof fell into a small hole, exposing a hidden chamber. Inside, they found an array of artifacts, ceramic shards, bone tools, and most significantly, dozens of inscribed clay tablets etched with mysterious symbols. The discovery soon drew attention from local scholars and national archaeologists alike, igniting a firestorm of controversy that would eventually culminate in allegations of fraud, academic sabotage, and a decades-long suppression of evidence. The tablets, now known as the Glozell tablets, contained an unknown script that resembled ancient writing systems but matched no known language. Some pieces seemed to predate the Roman Empire, while others appeared medieval or even modern, a mixture that confounded conventional dating and disrupted neatly held beliefs about European prehistory. These artifacts suggested the possibility of an undocumented civilization or culture in central France, spanning thousands of years. At first, the archaeological community was intrigued. Early excavations, including those by Dr. Antonin Morlet in 1925, produced hundreds more artifacts, including engraved stones, figurines, and more tablets. Prominent French archaeologists, particularly those associated with the Sorbonne, dismissed the findings as fraudulent. They argued that the artifacts were too diverse in style and that the inscriptions were inconsistent and suspect. But what made this Glozell controversy so contentious was the refusal of many institutions to even conduct rigorous testing. Instead of embracing carbon dating or thorough linguistic analysis, opponents leaned on ad hominem attacks, targeting Fradin, the uneducated farmer, accusing him of staging the entire discovery as a hoax. His home was raided, artifacts were seized, and he was even put on trial in the 1930s for forgery. However, he was acquitted after multiple independent experts testified that the artifacts showed no signs of modern manufacture. Later scientific testing, though, would complicate the narrative. Thermoluminescence and radiocarbon dating conducted in the 1970s and 80s confirmed that many of the artifacts were indeed ancient, some dating back to 500 BCE, others to the Merovingian period, and some even older. This supported the idea that the site had been used over millennia and was not a single hoax, yet the damage to its reputation had already been done. The academic world had closed the case decades earlier. Today, most historians still avoid the subject of Glozell. The French Ministry of Culture has never formally recognized this site as archaeologically significant, and the artifacts, they remain mostly in private hands or locked away. The Glozell tablets are an example of how institutional gatekeeping can function as a cover-up, not always with malicious intent, but sometimes through pride, politics, and the reluctance to admit an error. The entire chapter of European prehistory may have been erased, not by time, but by human ego. Number 11. The Dyatlov Pass Incident. In the winter of 1959, 9 experienced Russian hikers died under mysterious circumstances in the Ural Mountains. The group, led by Igor Dyatlov, was on a trek through a remote, rugged region known as the Dyatlov Pass. All were young, skilled, and equipped for the extreme conditions. But something, or someone, caused them to flee their tent in the middle of the night, barely dressed, and in temperatures dropping below -30°C. What rescuers found weeks later was deeply disturbing and has fueled over 6 decades of speculation. The hikers' tent had been slashed from the inside. Bodies were scattered across a wide area, some found barefoot in the snow, others with traumatic injuries consistent with hypothermia or avalanche, crushed ribs, fractured skulls, and in one case, a missing tongue. There were no signs of struggle, animal attack, or conventional natural disaster. Soviet authorities conducted a rapid investigation and then declared the cause of death as a compelling natural force before sealing the case. The files were quietly archived and access was restricted for decades. For years, Soviet citizens speculated in whispers about what happened. Theories ranged from secret military testing to radiation exposure, alien encounters, or even a Yeti-like creature. Witnesses in nearby towns reported seeing strange lights in the sky on the night of this incident. This cover-up became more apparent when journalists and family members began pressing for more transparency in the 60s and 70s. Repeated requests to access full investigations were denied. It wasn't until the 1990s, after the fall of the Soviet Union, that some of the original case files were declassified. But even then, large portions were missing, including photographs, autopsy reports, and military communication logs. Declassified documents confirmed that elements of the Soviet military were present in the region at that time. They also showed that the KGB had monitored the case and considered its public fallout. Yet no explanation was ever officially provided for why the case was closed so quickly, or why critical evidence had been removed. In 2019, the Russian government reopened the investigation. This time, they concluded that an avalanche was the likely cause, a theory met with immediate skepticism. Independent scientists pointed out that the terrain didn't support typical avalanche behavior, and the original search party had reported no such evidence. Critics called the new explanation a PR move to close the case permanently while maintaining plausible deniability. But the Dyatlov Pass incident remains one of the most chilling unsolved cases in modern history, not because of what we know, but because of how much was intentionally obscured. Whether the hikers were victims of military testing, secret weapons, or a catastrophic natural event, the Soviet government's decision to withhold evidence and silence discussion created a lasting vacuum where the truth should be. It's a textbook example of how a discovery, in this case a grisly mystery, can be covered up not just by hiding evidence, but by creating so many conflicting signals that the real story becomes unknowable. Number 10. The Kishtim Disaster. Before Chernobyl, before Fukushima, there was Kishtim, a nuclear disaster so severe it created one of the most contaminated places on Earth, yet so secretive that the Soviet Union managed to suppress knowledge of it for nearly 3 decades. The incident occurred on September 29, 1957, at the Mayak Production Association in the closed city of Ozersk, part of the USSR's secret weapons program. What followed was the third worst nuclear disaster in history measured by radiological impact, and almost no one outside the Soviet military-industrial complex knew it ever happened. The Mayak plant was a key facility in the Soviet atomic bomb project, processing plutonium and other radioactive materials under primitive and unsafe conditions. As the Cold War intensified, pressure to produce nuclear weapons led to reckless practices. One of the plant's underground waste storage tanks containing highly radioactive liquid waste failed due to lack of cooling. The temperature in the tank rose steadily until a chemical explosion ripped through the concrete containment, releasing between 70 to 80 tons of radioactive material into the atmosphere. The explosion was immense, sending a radioactive plume high into the sky that drifted northeast over the Ural Mountains. The fallout zone, later called the East Ural Radioactive Trace or YURT, covered more than 20,000 square kilometers. Entire villages were exposed. Thousands of residents experienced acute radiation sickness. Crops, rivers, and livestock were all contaminated. But instead of acknowledging the disaster, Soviet authorities covered it up. Affected villages were quietly evacuated without explanation. Medical records were altered, deaths attributed to unrelated causes, and the entire incident classified. The first hints of the catastrophe came not from Russia, but from the West. In the 1960s, Soviet biologist Zoris Medvedev, who had defected to the UK, published articles referencing a mysterious nuclear accident in the Urals. He was met with skepticism. Some Western analysts thought he was fabricating stories for attention. Even the CIA, though aware of the Mayak facility, avoided raising the issue publicly, possibly to protect American nuclear interests or intelligence methods. Only in 1976 did the truth begin to emerge when Medvedev published Nuclear Disaster in the Urals, which compiled eyewitness accounts, leaked reports, and circumstantial evidence. The scientific community began to take notice, and by the late 1980s, after the Chernobyl disaster, the Soviet Union was forced to acknowledge that the Kishtim incident had indeed happened. In 1989, declassified documents confirmed the explosion and outlined the scale of the contamination, but many details remain sealed to this day. Estimates suggest that over 10,000 people were exposed to significant radiation, and at least 200 are believed to have died directly as a result, though unofficial estimates are far higher. The region remains partially closed, and some parts are still among the most radioactive places on the planet. The Kishtim disaster exemplifies a discovery, in this case, a man-made catastrophe that was not merely ignored, but buried under layers of political secrecy, falsified data, and fear. It's a reminder that authoritarian regimes can erase entire disasters from public knowledge for decades. Number 9. The Dead Sea Copper Scroll and the Treasure. In 1952, unlike any other scroll found among the Dead Sea Scrolls near Qumran, archaeologists uncovered a brittle, corroded piece of rolled copper in a cave designated Cave 3. When the copper scroll was finally cut open and translated, it didn't contain biblical text, apocalyptic visions, or religious doctrine. It was, astonishingly, a treasure map, written in a different script and language style than the other Dead Sea Scrolls. The Copper Scroll listed 64 locations where staggering amounts of gold, silver, and precious artifacts were supposedly buried. The total estimated weight of these treasures, if real, would reach several tons. It included specific directions such as, in the cistern which is in the courtyard of the peristyle, dig down 9 cubits to find the silver ingots. From the outset, the scroll posed a mystery. It referenced no religious content, used practical language, and described real-world landmarks, many of which matched known terrain around Jerusalem and the Jordan Valley. It seemed less like a legend and more like an inventory left behind by a group trying to hide their riches in the face of catastrophe. Scholars speculated it may have been the treasure from the Second Temple in Jerusalem, hidden away before the Roman siege in 70 CE. But what happened next is what elevates the Copper Scroll into the realm of cover-up. Rather than organizing official excavations, the academic community largely dismissed the scroll as impractical. Some scholars claim the treasure never existed, that it was either symbolic or a hoax. Others posited that the treasure had long since been plundered. Yet there were those who tried to act. In the 1960s, a British scholar named Vendell Jones spent years searching for the scroll's listed caches, convinced that the treasure was real and tied to the lost temple artifacts. His efforts were mocked by mainstream academics and thwarted by red tape, limited access, and political restrictions imposed by Israeli authorities. Despite mounting circumstantial evidence and promising findings, official archaeology has never supported a full-scale search. Critics of the cover-up theory suggest 2 things. First, the political and religious implications of discovering the Second Temple treasure could destabilize the region, sparking religious fervor or international claims. Second, that if Israel or other actors had already quietly located some of the treasures, publicizing the find would invite a global reckoning over ownership, authenticity, and religious rights. Even today, no comprehensive archaeological expedition has ever been launched to pursue the Copper Scroll's directions in full. The text remains one of the most ignored documents in biblical archaeology, not because it lacks intrigue, but possibly because it hits too close to truths that institutions would rather leave buried. Number 8. The 1977 WOW signal. On the evening of August 15, 1977, at the Big Ear Radio Telescope at Ohio State University, a volunteer astronomer named Jerry Eman detected a signal so powerful and unusual that he circled the printed output in red pen and wrote "WOW" in the margin. That moment gave this signal its name, the WOW signal, and it launched decades of debate over whether it was the first credible evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence. The signal lasted for 72 seconds, and it came from the direction of the Sagittarius constellation. It bore all the hallmarks that SETI, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence researchers, were looking for. A narrow bandwidth transmission at 1420 MHz, that's called the hydrogen line, considered a universal constant in radio astronomy. Its intensity surged rapidly, peaked, and then faded, matching the behavior expected from a fixed, rotating space-based source. Now, what made it even more compelling was that it didn't match any known natural phenomenon or Earth-based interference. It wasn't a pulsar, it wasn't a satellite, and no terrestrial cause has ever been confirmed. And yet, incredibly, no government agency or major observatory immediately followed up to trace the origin. For years, there was radio silence, literally and institutionally. Some scientists did attempt follow-ups in the months and years that followed, pointing telescopes in the same direction, but the signal was never again detected. The Big Ear telescope was dismantled in the 1990s, and the sky coordinates from which the signal originated were never systematically rescanned with higher power modern arrays, even though other, far less interesting signals have received substantial follow-up. Why? Well, many believe the answer lies not in scientific uncertainty, but in institutional discomfort. At the time, SETI research was already struggling for credibility and funding. The scientific establishment viewed the search for extraterrestrial life as speculative at best and embarrassing at worst. Acknowledging the WOW signal as a potential alien transmission would have ignited public interest but risked academic ridicule, not to mention a flood of pseudoscientific interpretations. Government agencies, too, stayed silent, despite tracking a range of electromagnetic phenomena. From solar storms to spy satellites, NASA and the NSA offered no public statement on the signal. Further adding to the mystery is the fact that the signal came from a quiet part of the spectrum where Earth-based communication is limited by international treaty. If it wasn't natural and it wasn't human, what was it? And why didn't we turn every available telescope towards that part of the sky for years afterwards? Today, the WOW signal remains one of the most compelling, unexplained radio events ever recorded. In 2017, an amateur astronomer proposed a plausible natural explanation involving hydrogen clouds from a comet. But the theory has been heavily criticized and fails to account for the narrow bandwidth and intensity. The lack of official follow-up remains one of the greatest missed opportunities in scientific history, or, some argue, one of the most subtle cover-ups. Whether by bureaucratic inertia, reputational fear, or classified interests, the greatest signal ever detected from the stars was not lost. It was ignored. Moving on to number 7, the CIA's suppression of the lost city of Carral's true age. In the desert of Peru, near the Supe village, lies the site of Carral, a sprawling complex of pyramids, plazas, and residential architecture that was only fully identified in the late 1990s. At first glance, it appeared to be an impressive but ordinary archaeological find. But when radiocarbon dating was applied to organic materials at the site, it revealed something astonishing. Carral had been built around 2600 BCE, making it the oldest known city in the Americas, contemporaneous with the Great Pyramids of Egypt and predating the Inca civilization by more than 4,000 years. Yet this stunning revelation was not met with global fanfare, but a strange bureaucratic silence. For years, despite conclusive dating evidence from reputable laboratories, Carral was largely absent from mainstream archaeological discourse. International media coverage was minimal. Major Western institutions delayed reorganizing the site's importance. Even UNESCO didn't designate it a World Heritage Site until 2009, more than a decade after its true significance had been published in peer-reviewed journals. Why the delay? Well, many archaeologists believe that early suppression and skepticism were tied to entrenched academic narratives, and potentially to Cold War-era geopolitics. Throughout the 20th century, Western historians often minimized the achievements of ancient civilizations in the Americas, portraying them as relatively primitive compared to those in Egypt, Mesopotamia, or China. Carral shattered that bias, showing that complex urban planning, monumental architecture, and socio-political organizations had developed independently in the Americas, with no influence from the Old World. Some researchers, including the lead archaeologist Ruth Shady, hinted at indirect interference from international institutions that fund and shape global archaeology. In a 2004 interview, Shady stated that there were political obstacles and institutional indifference from North American and European academic bodies. She faced difficulty securing excavation permits, funding, and even publication opportunities early on. Meanwhile, several U.S. archaeological institutions remained curiously uninterested in collaborating. Other theories suggest that elements of the U.S. intelligence community, including cultural attachés and soft power arms of the CIA, had strategic reasons to downplay pre-Columbian sophistication. During the Cold War, U.S. influence in Latin America was partly sustained by promoting certain narratives that positioned the region as an underdeveloped and in need of Western modernization. Accepting the existence of a 5,000-year-old American city rivaling Egypt could have undercut that worldview. Corral is not a fringe theory. It is real, confirmed, and visible. But for decades, its age and importance were denied, delayed, and underpublicized, whether due to academic inertia, geopolitical convenience, or ideological discomfort. One of the most profound archaeological discoveries of the 20th century was almost completely ignored, until researchers refused to let it stay buried. Number 6. The Green Run, a secret radioactive release on American soil. In December 1949, just 4 years after the atomic bomb was dropped on Hiroshima, the U.S. government conducted a top-secret experiment that released radioactive iodine-131 and xenon-133 into the atmosphere over the Hanford Nuclear Reservation in Washington state. Known as the Green Run, this test remained completely unknown to the public for over 30 years, even though it exposed thousands of unsuspecting American citizens to dangerous radiation levels. The goal of the Green Run was to simulate Soviet nuclear fuel reprocessing in order to refine U.S. aerial surveillance. Scientists wanted to test whether they could detect radioactive emissions from far away, and thus identify Soviet nuclear activity from U.S. reconnaissance craft. But to do so, they needed a live target, so without warning the surrounding population, they released between 5,000 and 12,000 curies of radioactive iodine into the air. Far more than would have been released during previous routine operations at Hanford. The experiment was shrouded in secrecy. It wasn't until 1986, after a series of Freedom of Information Act requests, that the existence of the Green Run was made public. When the documents were finally released, they revealed that the U.S. government had knowingly exposed its own citizens to harmful radiation, and then buried the evidence for decades. A major component of this cover-up was the manipulation of health data. The Atomic Energy Commission, or AEC, responsible for overseeing Hanford, maintained a strict control over public health studies and actively discouraged any investigations. Local doctors were not informed of the potential risk, and scientific papers that hinted at elevated cancer rates were quietly discredited or buried. It wasn't until the late 1980s and early 90s that lawsuits from affected citizens began to emerge. The government admitted that radioactive materials had been released, but argued that levels were within safe limits, a claim that was contradicted by internal memos and more recent epidemiological studies. One of the most chilling revelations from the declassified documents was that the Green Run had been just one of many classified experiments involving radiological releases at Hanford. In total, over 400 documented releases happened from the 1940s through to the 1970s, many of which were never publicly acknowledged until decades later. The Green Run is an example of a discovery that was not only covered up, but weaponized against a nation's own people in the name of Cold War surveillance science. The ethics were never debated at the time. The public had no say, and the consequences in illness, distrust, and environmental damage continue to reverberate through generations. Number 5. The Piri-Reis Map, a world map that shouldn't exist. In 1929, a group of scholars working in Istanbul's Topkapi Palace stumbled upon a parchment map drawn by Ottoman admiral and cartographer Piri-Reis in 1513. The map was a fragment, but what it showed defied any logic. It depicted parts of Europe and Africa with remarkable accuracy, but it also included a detailed rendering of South America's west coast, a region that Europeans had barely begun to explore at that time. Even more baffling was its apparent depiction of the northern coastline of Antarctica without ice. How could a 16th century Turkish admiral map parts of Antarctica centuries before it was discovered, yet let alone without its massive ice sheet? That question launched a flurry of speculation, academic skepticism, and, eventually, silence. Initially, the map attracted global academic interest. Historians were amazed at how Piri-Reis had integrated such an accurate longitudinal data without the use of a chronometer, which wouldn't be invented for over 200 years. Piri-Reis himself claimed in a series of marginal notes that he had compiled the map using older sources, some of which dated back to the time of Alexander the Great. He even mentioned using maps captured from Columbus and other early explorers. But as the implications sank in that this map may preserve geographic knowledge from a lost or unrecorded ancient source, the academic world began to retreat. Rather than pursue the mystery, most major institutions began to downplay the map's importance, describing it as a curiosity with exaggerated interpretations. Yet the map's anomalies were not easily dismissed. In 1960, the U.S. Air Force commissioned a report on the Piri-Reis map, and one of the analysts, Charles Hapgood, collaborated with Navy cartographers. They concluded that the map did appear to show the Queen Maud Land region of Antarctica as it would have looked thousands of years ago, before it was covered in ice. Hapgood proposed the existence of an ancient seafaring civilization with advanced mapping capability, possibly even pre-Ice Age. Hapgood's theory was labeled pseudo-archaeology, even though his data was supported by professional cartographers. Critics argued that the Antarctic coast was a misinterpreted representation of South America, or the fictional result of copying errors. Yet no one has been able to explain how a 1513 map achieved accuracy like this, including the curvature of South America, the Andes position, and the proper scale without any advanced tools. Today, the Piri-Reis map remains one of the most compelling anomalies in historical cartography. While it's not proof, of course, of a lost civilization, it does suggest that advanced geographic knowledge existed well before modern science recognizes. The unwillingness to explore that possibility and the quiet shelving of serious questions is itself a form of cover-up. In the end, the Piri-Reis map might not rewrite history, but it raises questions that no one seems willing to answer, and that silence speaks volumes. Number 4. The Taured Man, the traveler from a country that doesn't exist. On a sweltering July day in 1954, a sharply dressed man arrived at Tokyo's Haneda Airport. What should have been a routine customs encounter turned into a mystery so baffling that it would echo on for decades. The man carried a passport from a country called Taured, a nation that, as far as anyone in Japan or the rest of the world knew, did not exist. The passport appeared genuine, complete with stamps from various countries, including Japan, validating his previous visits. But when airport officials pulled out a map and asked the man to point to Taured, he placed his finger on the Principality of Andorra, insisting Taured had existed there for over 1,000 years. At first, the immigration officers believed they were dealing with a prank or a forger, yet nothing about the man's behavior suggested deceit. He spoke fluent French and Japanese and claimed to be a businessman on a routine trip for a company that, upon investigation, did exist, only no one there had ever heard of him. The bank he referenced in his documents, real, but with no accounts matching his name. His hotel reservation, booked, but no room was in his name. The customs officials, now deeply alarmed, placed him under guard at a nearby hotel for further questioning the next day. That next day never came. The man from Taured had vanished. Despite placing guards outside his hotel room and ensuring that the windows were inaccessible from the outside, the mysterious traveler was gone. His documents, briefcase, and clothing disappeared with him. An investigation was launched, but no trace was ever found. The file was quietly closed, and the story, at least officially, was buried. Over the years, various explanations have been floated. He was a spy, a con artist, a lunatic, or a victim of mistaken memory. But none explain the documentation. According to reports from airport personnel, now considered urban legend by some, but still repeated in several Japanese sources, the passport bore seals from multiple countries, complete with serial numbers and printing techniques consistent with official documentation. Customs officials at Haneda, not known for leniency or gullibility, were convinced the man wasn't lying. Western accounts of the event didn't surface until the 1980s, when paranormal researchers began cataloging cases of interdimensional slips. That's people who seemingly appear or disappear into other realities. The Torrid incident became a staple of this literature, often cited as one of the most credible modern anomalies. The Japanese government never confirmed the story, and no official records, if they exist, were ever made public. In fact, Haneda Airport security logs from 1954 are unavailable for public review. So what really happened? Well, skeptics argue the story was exaggerated over time, perhaps invented altogether, but the consistency of the core narrative present in Japanese sources dating back decades, combined with details like the missing passport and the diplomatic reactions, have kept this mystery alive. The lack of resolution, more than anything, is what makes this story feel like a deliberate cover-up. If the event were a hoax, one would expect it to fade. Instead, it persists, unexplained and unresolved, half a century later. Whether it's a hoax, a bureaucratic mix-up, or something far stranger, the Torrid Man remains a deeply unsettling mystery, one that was quickly swept under the rug and never revisited by authorities. A man arrived in Japan from a non-existent country and then vanished without a trace. The world moved on, but the unanswered questions remain. Number 3. The Forbidden Archaeology of Göbekli Tepe. For decades, historians believed that complex societies with temples, agriculture, and organized religion emerged around 3000 BCE in Mesopotamia. That model of human progress placed the rise of civilization squarely after the development of agriculture, with small hunter-gatherer bands viewed as too primitive to create anything monumental. But in the 1990s, on a dusty hillside in southeastern Turkey, a Kurdish shepherd stumbled across something that would shatter that timeline: the buried megaliths of Göbekli Tepe. What German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt would uncover at the site was a complex of massive stone circles, T-shaped pillars weighing up to 20 tons, and intricate carvings of animals, all carefully arranged and intentionally buried. Radiocarbon dating placed the site at around 9600 BCE, over 11,000 years old, predating the pyramids by 7,000 years and Stonehenge by 6,000. The implications were staggering. Hunter-gatherers without agriculture, cities, or metallurgy had built a monumental ceremonial site with advanced symbolic art and architectural planning. It upended everything archaeologists thought they knew about the origins of civilization. If Göbekli Tepe was real and the dating was correct, then the story of humanity's past had to be rewritten. But that rewriting didn't come easily. Rather than embracing Göbekli Tepe's significance, much of the academic world initially ignored it. Despite Schmidt publishing peer-reviewed findings and the site being publicly visible, Göbekli Tepe was largely absent from the university syllabi, textbooks, and mainstream media coverage well into the 2000s. Funding for the site was limited too. UNESCO didn't declare it a World Heritage Site until 2018, more than 2 decades after its discovery. Why the delay? Well, many archaeologists argue that Göbekli Tepe didn't fit the dominant Neolithic revolution narrative, where agriculture supposedly preceded complex society. Göbekli Tepe suggested the opposite, that symbolic ritual life, perhaps even religion, had come first and spurred the later development of agriculture and cities. The reversal of this academic orthodoxy challenged careers, publications, and theories that had stood unchallenged for generations. Even now, less than 10% of the site has been excavated. Beneath the soil lie dozens more megalithic rings that are still untouched. Schmidt died in 2014, and while Turkish archaeologists have continued to work, access and funding are limited. The greatest archaeological discovery of the 20th century, and perhaps all time, still lies mostly underground? Well, in 2020, new excavations nearby uncovered a sister site, Karahan Tepe, with similar structures. It confirmed that Göbekli Tepe was not an isolated anomaly, but part of a broader civilization that once thrived in this region. And yet, outside of a handful of documentaries and scholarly articles, this ancient society, which may be the first complex human culture on Earth, is still absent from most public narratives. Was there an organized effort to suppress Göbekli Tepe? Not in the conspiracy sense, but the passive cover-up, the refusal to engage with findings that defy established timelines, is itself a form of erasure. Institutions didn't need to hide the site, they only needed to ignore it, deny funding, and delay recognition long enough to dull the public interest. Göbekli Tepe proved that civilizations may not have started in Mesopotamia or Egypt or China, but in the hills of southeastern Turkey, among hunter-gatherers who carved lions, boars, and gods into stone thousands of years before agriculture even existed. It's not just a discovery, it is a historical revolution that was, for years, buried beneath the weight of academic orthodoxy. Number 2. The 1908 Tunguska explosion and the suppressed scientific expeditions. On the morning of June 30th, 1908, a massive explosion rocked the remote Siberian wilderness near the Podkamennaya Tunguska River. It flattened an estimated 80 million trees over more than 800 square miles, an area larger than the entire city of Los Angeles. Witnesses hundreds of kilometers away described seeing a fiery ball streaking across the sky, followed by a shockwave that shattered windows and knocked people to the ground. The Tunguska event, as it came to be known, remains the largest impact-related explosion in recorded history. But what exactly exploded that day is still a mystery. And the early Soviet response? A curious mix of silence, suppression, and scientific neglect. Despite the cataclysmic scale of the event, no official scientific expedition was sent to the site for nearly 20 years. The Russian Empire at that time lacked the infrastructure to investigate, but after the Bolsheviks took power, the Soviet Union still delayed a formal investigation, not due to logistical constraints, but ideological resistance. Why? The first organized expedition didn't happen until 1927, led by mineralogist Leonid Kulik. By then, the local Evenki people were reluctant to guide researchers into the area, believing the site to be cursed. When Kulik's team finally reached ground zero, they found a desolate landscape, trees laid out radially like matchsticks, scorched at their tops with no obvious crater. The blast appeared to have happened in mid-air. That's a phenomenon not understood at the time. Kulik expected to find a meteorite, or at least fragments, but found nothing. No iron, no debris, no obvious point of impact. The lack of physical evidence even puzzled scientists and gave rise to speculation. Some suspected a comet of icy composition had maybe vaporized in the atmosphere. Others believe it was an asteroid that disintegrated before reaching the ground. But alternative theories also emerged, including the possibility of a natural hydrogen bomb, antimatter, or even alien spacecraft. What turned the Tunguska mystery into a cover-up was the Soviet state's reaction to those alternative theories. In the 1940s and 50s, independent Russian researchers began proposing bold ideas about the explosion's cause, including physicist Alexander Kanetsev, who suggested the possibility of a nuclear-level detonation of unknown origin. His suggestion was informed not by science fiction, but by his analysis of the Hiroshima aftermath, which bore a disturbing resemblance to the Tunguska landscape. Kanetsev's writings were banned from publication. The Soviet Academy of Sciences actively suppressed discussion of the Tunguska event, and only a narrow band of acceptable explanations, specifically the meteorite theory, were even allowed in academic journals. It wasn't until after the fall of the Soviet Union in 1991 that Tunguska research resumed. Open scientific expeditions returned, some involving international collaboration. Satellite imagery helped confirm that the explosion's epicenter lacked a crater, supporting the airburst theory. Still, despite decades of study, no physical fragments have ever been conclusively tied to the event. More troubling is that the Soviet Union may have had good reason to bury the mystery. In the 1950s, declassified documents showed the Soviet military had expressed interest in using the event as a case study in planetary defense and nuclear explosion modeling. If the state suspected the explosion had involved unusual energy signatures or atmospheric anomalies, it might have had strategic motives for obscuring the full picture. Today, the Tunguska event remains one of the most mysterious disasters in history, and one of the most heavily obscured. What exploded over Siberia that morning in 1908 may never be known with certainty, but what is clear, the Soviet government had the opportunity to investigate and explain the event transparently, and instead chose to delay, distort, and deny, burying one of the greatest scientific puzzles of the 20th century under decades of secrecy and silence. Number 1. The Bimini Road. In the shallow waters off the coast of Bimini, a small island in the Bahamas, lies a peculiar underwater structure that has sparked intense scientific interest and decades of controversy: the Bimini Road. It's composed of large rectangular limestone blocks arranged in straight lines stretching over a quarter mile. This submerged formation looks strikingly like a man-made roadway, or possibly the remains of an ancient breakwater or harbor. The formation was first discovered by pilots and divers in 1968, and it quickly became the focus of speculation. Some hailed it as the first physical evidence of Atlantis. Others claimed it was a mere natural formation. But what is undeniable, however, is that after the initial flurry of interest, the scientific community quickly retreated, and what could have been a turning point in archaeology was quietly buried under skepticism, ridicule, and institutional silence. The Bimini Road came to public attention thanks in part to predictions of Edgar Cayce, the so-called sleeping prophet, who in 1938 claimed that remnants of Atlantis would be discovered in the area around 1968 or 69. When the formation was found just offshore of North Bimini in September 1968 by a team of divers that included Dr. J. Manson Valentine, a well-known naturalist and archaeologist affiliated with the Smithsonian and Miami Museum, the coincidence with Cayce's timeline fueled a media frenzy. At the time, several researchers requested formal investigation and academic support. Yet within months, a strong pushback emerged from mainstream geological institutions. Geologists, particularly those affiliated with the U.S. Geological Survey, declared that the Bimini Road was simply a natural formation, beach rock fractured by tidal forces, wave action, and jointing patterns. They stated that the blocks broke along natural planes of weakness and were deposited over time. However, they do admit that the pattern was unusual and not commonly found in that region or depth. That alone should have invited further research. Instead, the conversation was shut down. University departments that had initially expressed interest in sending research teams withdrew. The National Geographic Society, which had funded numerous underwater archaeological projects, declined to investigate. No large-scale excavations or sediment core analysis were funded. Field surveys that were conducted in the following years received little attention or publication space in any major journal. Why the pullback? Part of the answer seems to lie in the stigma attached to Atlantis. The legend, first described by Plato, had long been hijacked by pseudoscientists, mystics, and conspiracy theorists. Serious archaeologists feared association with fringe theories could damage their careers or funding opportunities. This fear led to a passive form of censorship, a refusal to engage with the data for fear of ridicule. In the case of Bimini, the possible significance of the discovery was buried beneath the need to protect reputations. But that's not the whole story. In the 1970s, researchers from the University of Miami and the Caribbean Research Institute conducted a series of studies on the formation. They determined that the beach rock making up the Bimini Road had likely formed about 3,500 years ago, give or take a few centuries, significantly earlier than the colonial era and far before modern stone-cutting tools would have been available in the region. Even if it wasn't from Atlantis, it suggested the presence of an ancient culture that was capable of large-scale construction in the Bahamas, one undocumented in any known historical record. These findings were largely ignored. In several cases, requests to present papers on Bimini at archaeological conferences were denied or sidelined. This pattern of neglect persisted even as other submerged prehistoric structures were being discovered worldwide. In the 1990s and 2000s, ancient ruins off the coast of Japan, the Yonaguni Monument, India, Dwarka, and Malta showed that ancient civilizations likely occupied now submerged coastal zones before sea levels rose at the end of the last ice age. Even more frustrating to many in the scientific diving community is that the Bimini Road remains one of the few sites with such compelling anomalies, yet it still lacks a full-scale, multidisciplinary survey. What remains is a structure that looks engineered, exists where it shouldn't, and has been effectively ignored for over half a century. Whether or not the Bimini Road is the remnant of Atlantis, and it may not be, It represents something significant, a prehistoric site that was buried both physically and institutionally. So what's being covered up? Not necessarily a conspiracy in the classic sense, no government agents swooping in to silence divers, but a subtler form of suppression exists in archaeology, the enforcement of orthodoxy. When data challenges accepted timelines or models, it's often dismissed, not with counter-evidence, but with silence. Peer review becomes peer pressure. Funding flows only in one direction, and researchers with unpopular conclusions find their careers quietly frozen out. In that environment, the Bimini Road and what it could represent is safer left alone. Safer for reputation, safer for institutions, safer for the established story of human civilization. But truth is not found in safety, it's found in evidence, and the evidence suggests that something extraordinary lies just beneath the waters of the Bahamas, something that was discovered, then immediately left behind.
And coming up next, we got a piece about 10 prehistoric discoveries that may suggest the timeline they've suggested before is incorrect. So let's check it out.
Fine. Let's start. Number 1. Homo naledi burials and engravings. Imagine squeezing your body through a vertical crack in solid rock, a gap that narrows in places to just 18 centimeters. At the bottom of that chute, deep inside the Rising Star Cave System in South Africa's cradle of humankind, lies a chamber that is quietly rewriting what we thought made us human. In 2015, the paleoanthropologist Lee Berger announced a new species from this chamber, Homo naledi. His team recovered more than 1,550 specimens from at least 15 individuals, one of the richest hominin collections ever unearthed in Africa. The reason it needed such a narrow team was practical. Berger recruited 6 slender excavators, most of them women, who trained in 2013 and 2014 to reach a space no ordinary field crew could enter. What makes Naledi so unsettling is its brain. Its skull held only 465 to 610 cubic centimeters of brain tissue, roughly a third of a modern human brain, which averages about 1,350. For a long time, small brains were treated as a sign of a simple mind. Then came the dates. In 2017, researchers led by Paul Dirks placed these fossils between 335,000 and 236,000 years ago, using optically stimulated luminescence, uranium thorium, and electron spin resonance. That range overlaps with the earliest members of our own species. In 2023, Berger's team went further. In a set of preprints, they claimed Naledi had deliberately buried its dead, carved geometric engravings into the cave walls, and possibly controlled fire. They described oval pits dug into the floor, holding skeletons in flexed positions, and crosshatched patterns on the dolomite pillars of the hill antechamber. If confirmed, these burials would predate the oldest accepted burials of Homo sapiens and Neanderthals by 100,000 years or more. The claims arrived alongside a Netflix documentary, and the backlash was immediate. Reviewers for the journal eLife, including Maria Martinon Torres, judged the evidence incomplete. Skeptics argued the pits could be natural sediment slumps, and pointed out the engravings had not been directly dated. Berger countered that the skeletons lay articulated and below the surrounding sediment, exactly what deliberate digging would produce. He was joined on the behavioral papers by Agustin Fuentes, a Princeton anthropologist, which lent the interpretation weight across disciplines. And this was not a single freak deposit. In 2017, the team announced a second chamber called Lasidi, which held still more Naledi individuals, showing the bodies had reached these deep spaces more than once. The anatomy only deepens the mystery. Naledi had human-like feet and hands built for walking, yet curved fingers suited to climbing, and that tiny brain. So 3 possibilities sit on the table. The first is intentional burial by a small-brained hominin. The second is natural accumulation misread as ritual. The third is something in between, repeated deliberate placement of bodies without the full ceremony we imagine. Whatever the verdict, Naledi has already broken one assumption, that symbolic behavior requires a large, modern brain. And if brain size is not the gatekeeper we assumed, what else in the timeline have we simply misdated? Number 2. Grotta Mandrin. In a rock shelter overlooking the Rhône Valley in southern France, 2 human species appear to have traded the same address. The archaeologist Ludovic Slimak had worked the site of Grotta Mandrin for decades when, in February 2022, his team published a startling result in Science Advances. Homo sapiens, they argued, occupied the shelter around 54,000 years ago. That is roughly 10,000 years earlier than the accepted arrival of modern humans in Western Europe. The evidence lives in a layer called Layer E, packed with a distinctive stone tool tradition known as the Neronian. These are tiny, standardized points, far smaller and more uniform than the typical Mousterian tools made by Neanderthals. Their precision hints at projectile weapons, perhaps a bow or a spear thrower. Within Layer E, the team found a single child's baby tooth, a deciduous molar. When Clément Zanoli examined its internal structure with microcomputed tomography, it read as Homo sapiens. The teeth in the layers directly above and below it were Neanderthal. Read that stratigraphy carefully, and a remarkable picture emerges. Neanderthals lived here, then modern humans, then Neanderthals again. The 2 populations effectively alternated in the same cave. To measure how fast that switch happened, the team pioneered a method called phylogenochronology, reading the layers of soot deposited on the cave wall by ancient fires. Their analysis suggested the transition between one occupation and the next could have been as short as a single year. The site sits at a natural choke point, a corridor along the Rhône that links the Mediterranean coast to the heart of continental Europe, exactly where you would expect early travelers to pass. The chronology itself rested on 3 separate clocks: radiocarbon, thermoluminescence, and the soot sequence, cross-checked against one another. That raises the possibility of a genuine, face-to-face encounter, not a slow succession over millennia. This directly challenges the tidy model in which Neanderthals were replaced once, late, and in a single direction, around 45 to 42,000 years ago. Instead, Mandrin points to an earlier pulse of Homo sapiens that pushed into Europe and then failed. The Neronian vanished, and Neanderthal tools returned above Layer E. Why that first modern presence collapsed remains unexplained. Critics have been vocal. One baby tooth, they argue, is a thin thread on which to hang a rewrite of European prehistory, and they have called for ancient DNA to confirm it. Slimak, whose book The Naked Neanderthal argues that the 2 species' histories were deeply entangled, points instead to the thousands of artifacts in Layer E, which allow statistical analysis rather than reliance on a single find. 3 interpretations compete here: a real early incursion of sapiens, a case of contamination or misidentification, or a short-lived zone of contact and exchange. If our species could reach France this early and still fail, the obvious question is how early we first left Africa at all. Number 3. The Apodema Cave Skull. On the Mani Peninsula of southern Greece, 2 skulls sat in a museum drawer for decades before anyone realized what one of them might be. They had been pulled from Apodema Cave in 1978, embedded together in a single block of hardened cave sediment, high on a vertical cliff. Then a team led by Katerina Harvati of the University of Tübingen restudied them. In July 2019, they published a claim in Nature that stunned the field. One of the skulls, Apodema 1, was an early Homo sapiens, at least 210,000 years old. Its neighbor, Apodema 2, was a Neanderthal, about 170,000 years old. If Harvati is right, Apodema 1 is the oldest Homo sapiens fossil ever found in Europe, and among the oldest anywhere outside Africa. It would push modern humans into southeastern Europe roughly 150,000 years earlier than the conventional arrival date, near 45,000 years ago. The team reached this conclusion using uranium series dating, along with computed tomography and three-dimensional geometric morphometrics to reconstruct the shattered fragments. Apodema 1 preserves only the rounded back of the skull. Crucially, it lacks the Neanderthal bun and shows the globular, rounded shape typical of our species. The implication turns the usual story inside out. Here, an early population of Homo sapiens appears in Europe, only to be replaced later by Neanderthals. That is the reverse of the replacement we normally teach. It mirrors a pattern already seen in the Levant, where early sapiens fossils at sites like Meslia, Skul, and Kafze appear and then vanish before the successful later migration. Not everyone accepts the reading. Some researchers argue Apodema 1 is itself a Neanderthal, misclassified from fragmentary bone. A 2020 reanalysis disputed both the associations and the dates. Part of the difficulty is physical. The two skulls were locked together in the same block of hardened breccia, cemented high on a vertical cliff, which makes their stratigraphic context hard to read with confidence. Harvati's specialty is precisely this kind of problem: the geometric morphometric study of fragmentary hominin crania, teasing a species out of a curve of bone. And because the uranium series result is only a minimum age, the true age of Apodema 1 could be older still, not younger. Three possibilities frame the debate: an early sapiens vanguard that failed, a misread Neanderthal, or a transitional, possibly hybrid population that fits neither box cleanly. If sapiens are the surprise in Europe, it forces a second question: who was the surprise back in the Levant? Number 4. Nesher Ramla Homo. The answer may lie in a sinkhole near the Israeli town of Ramla. In June 2021, 2 papers in Science described a new kind of archaic human recovered there from a site called Nesher Ramla. The remains, a partial skull bone and a nearly complete lower jaw with a tooth, date to between 120,000 and 140,000 years ago. The work was led by Israel Hershkovitz and Hila May of Tel Aviv University, together with Yossi Zeidner of the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, who excavated the site as a rescue dig about 8 meters down, ahead of quarrying at a cement plant. The fossils are a mosaic. The teeth and jaw look Neanderthal, but the skull is distinct and non-Neanderthal. Rather than rush to name a new species, the team called the population the Nesher Ramla Homo type. Then they made a bold proposal. This group, they argued, could be a source population that fed into the European Neanderthals. In other words, some Neanderthal ancestry may trace back to the Levant, rather than flowing the other way. That flips the standard assumption that Neanderthals arose in Europe and only later moved south into the Near East. There is more. The stone tools at Nesher Ramla show a sophisticated Levallois flake technology, the same approach used by contemporaneous Homo sapiens in the region. Hearths and butchered animal bones reveal controlled fire and hunting. Taken together, the picture is of Nesher Ramla people and modern humans living side by side, sharing techniques, and likely exchanging genes. This fits genetic evidence of gene flow into Neanderthals from a sapiens-like population more than 100,000 years ago. Hershkovitz went further, suggesting the Nesher Ramla people might be the missing Middle Pleistocene humans of the Levant, a long-lived group that persisted in the region for hundreds of thousands of years. Microcomputed tomography let the team compare the internal structure of the teeth and bone against Neanderthals, sapiens, and earlier Homo, while luminescence methods dated the sediments that enclosed the fossils. Skeptics caution that fragmentary remains carry a heavy burden when the conclusions are this sweeping. 3 readings remain open: a genuine Levantine source population, a local variant of the Neanderthal lineage, or a distinct dead-end group that simply resembles both. Either way, the Levant looks less like a one-way corridor and more like a crossroads where human lineages met and mixed. While Europe and the Near East blur together, Southeast Asia was quietly producing something far stranger. Number 5. Homo luzonensis. In April 2019, a team led by Florent Detroit and Armand Salvador Mijares announced a brand new human species in nature. It came from Callao Cave on the island of Luzon in the Philippines, and they named it Homo luzonensis. The remains are modest: teeth, hand, and foot bones, and a partial thigh bone from at least 3 individuals. But they date to at least 50,000 to 67,000 years ago, with one foot bone found back in 2007, dated to around 67,000. The anatomy is deeply strange. The teeth are small, like those of much later members of our genus. Yet the finger and toe bones are curved, resembling those of Australopithecus, a group that lived millions of years earlier. Those curved bones suggest Luzonensis may still have been climbing trees. Here's the puzzle that unsettles the timeline. Luzon has never been connected to the Asian mainland by a land bridge, even when sea levels dropped to their lowest. To reach it, the ancestors of Luzonensis had to cross open water. How a small, apparently primitive hominin managed an ocean crossing, whether by accidental rafting, on storm debris, or by intent, is unknown. Luzonensis is not alone. It echoes Homo floresiensis, the so-called hobbit of the island of Flores, another dwarfed and isolated island hominin in Southeast Asia. Because tropical conditions destroy ancient DNA, Detroit's team relied on detailed comparison of shape rather than genetics. Elsewhere on Luzon, at a site called Kalinga, butchered rhinoceros bones show hominins reached the island around 700,000 years ago, far earlier than the Luzonensis fossils themselves. That deep history hints at multiple arrivals, or a single lineage that changed over immense time. The molars are among the smallest of any member of our genus, yet the premolars carry unusually complex roots, another of the contradictions that make this creature so hard to place. The dates themselves came from uranium series measurements, taken directly on the teeth and bone. Caution is warranted, since a species built on a handful of bones may be revised as more emerge. But the message is already clear. This creature coexisted with Homo sapiens, Neanderthals, Denisovans, and Floresiensis, a remarkably crowded world. 3 explanations circulate: a relict offshoot of Homo erectus, a dwarfed island lineage shaped by isolation, or a separate early dispersal into island Southeast Asia. Whatever the truth, the neat march of a single advancing human line looks less believable with every island, and the pattern of impossible arrivals was about to repeat on the other side of the planet. Number 6. Chiquihuite Cave. High in the Astillero Mountains of Zacatecas in northern Mexico sits a cave nearly 2,750 meters above sea level. In July 2020, a team led by Cyprian Ardelean published a claim in Nature that could double the timeline of humans in the Americas. Stone tools at Chiquihuite Cave, they reported, date back as far as 26,500 years ago. For decades, the peopling of the Americas was anchored around 13 to 16,000 years, tied to the Clovis culture and a handful of pre-Clovis sites. The team recovered nearly 2,000 stone artifacts from deep, well-layered cave sediments. The pieces are made of a distinctive greenish and blackish limestone, and Ardelean argues that this rock does not naturally break into such shapes. Radiocarbon and optically stimulated luminescence dating placed the oldest layers between 25,000 and 26,500 years ago, squarely within the last glacial maximum, the coldest depths of the last ice age. If people were in central Mexico then, they arrived long before the ice-free corridor through Canada opened, which implies a coastal route or an even earlier arrival. The claim is fiercely contested, and for a specific reason. No human bones, no hearths, and no human DNA were found with the tools. The archaeologist David Meltzer argued that the so-called artifacts could be geofacts, rocks fractured by natural forces rather than shaped by hands. Environmental DNA pulled from the sediments returned plants and animals, but no humans. Skeptics also ask why anyone would occupy a cold, high cave during a glacial maximum. Supporters answer with the sealed, deep stratigraphy and the consistency of the dates through the sequence. A companion study in Nature by Lorena Becerra Valdivia and Thomas Hyam modeled dates across many sites and supported a human presence before the last glacial maximum. Ardeline himself spent close to a decade working the site before publishing, well aware of the scrutiny such an early date would attract. The tools show no Clovis-style bifaces, suggesting a tradition unrelated to any later American culture, which leaves the makers unknown. This is the recurring headache of the earliest American sites: the difficulty of proving that a broken rock was shaped by a hand rather than by the slow violence of nature. Three positions define the fight: a genuine occupation 26,000 years ago, a cave full of natural geofacts, or some intermittent process that only mimics human work. Chiquihuite sits alongside Monteverde in Chile and the White Sands footprints in New Mexico, all pushing the same boundary. And if the date humans reached the Americas keeps sliding, so too does the date our species began. Number 7. Jebel Irhoud. About 100 kilometers west of Marrakesh, in Morocco, lies a site that reset the birthday of our species. Fossils had been found at Jebel Irhoud during mining work in the 1960s, but they were badly misunderstood, first labeled African Neanderthals and later thought to be around 40,000 years old. Then, in June 2017, Jean-Jacques Houblin of the Max Planck Institute for Evolutionary Anthropology published 2 papers in Nature that changed everything. The remains of at least 5 individuals, he argued, were about 300,000 years old. That date pushes the origin of Homo sapiens back roughly 100,000 years from the previous benchmark, the Omo Kibish fossils in Ethiopia, near 200,000 years. The anchor for the New Age was thermoluminescence, dating of burnt flint tools, stone that had been heated in ancient fires and could therefore be dated directly. Daniel Richter led that effort, supported by electron spin resonance. What the fossils show is just as important as when they lived. Their faces are strikingly flat and modern, but their brain cases are longer and more archaic than ours. Houblin drew a powerful conclusion from this. The modern human face evolved before the modern globular brain shape. In other words, brain reorganization continued long after we looked like ourselves. The find also reshaped the geography of our origins. For years, the story centered on a single East African cradle. Jebel Irhoud supports a Pan-African model instead, in which Homo sapiens emerged gradually across the whole continent, connected through a then-green Sahara. The Middle Stone Age tools at the site, Levallois flakes and points, belong to a technology shared across Africa around 300,000 years ago. Evidence that populations usually studied in isolation were in fact linked across the continent. Burnt gazelle bones mark it as a hunting camp, not a burial ground. There is a neat irony in the history of the site, too. The fossils first found here in the 1960s were originally misread as African Neanderthals, and only decades later, once the burnt flint was dated, did their true age and identity emerge. Debate continues over whether the Irhoud people were fully modern or an early, transitional form of sapiens. 3 views persist. The earliest true members of our species, a stem population on the way to becoming us, or a regional North African variant. Either way, Jebel Irhoud is the new textbook anchor, and it drags the deepest question closer. If our species is older than we thought, where did the human lineage itself begin? Number 8. Grecopithecus, El Greco. Here the timeline leaps from thousands of years to millions, and the claim becomes truly radical. Gracopithecus freybergi is known from almost nothing, a single lower jaw found near Athens in 1944, and one isolated upper premolar from Asmaka in Bulgaria. In May 2017, a team led by Madeleine Böhm of the University of Tübingen and Nikolai Spasov of Bulgaria published an analysis in the journal PLOS One. Gracopithecus, they argued, lived about 7.2 million years ago, and may be the oldest known member of the human lineage. Their central evidence is subtle. The roots of the premolars and molars appear partly fused, a trait more typical of hominins than of apes. If that reading holds, it would place the split between the human and chimpanzee lineages in the eastern Mediterranean, not in Africa. That directly challenges the near-universal consensus built on African fossils, like Sahelanthropus from Chad, dated near 7 million years. The Athens jaw was dated using associated mammal fossils and the magnetic record in the sediments. The team even linked the find to the spread of savanna into southeastern Europe, a possible pressure toward walking upright. They nicknamed the specimen El Greco, a play on the painter El Greco. Skepticism was swift and strong. Many paleoanthropologists noted that one jaw and a single tooth are thin evidence for so dramatic a claim. Root fusion, critics argued, can appear in apes too, and is not a reliable hominin marker on its own. The specimen was examined with computed tomography to visualize the internal roots, but the debate did not settle. Contemporary fossil apes, such as Ornithopithecus, lived in Greece at the time, showing the region hosted a rich primate community in the late Miocene. The Bulgarian premolar from Asmaka was dated to around 7.24 million years, slightly older than the Athens jaw at about 7.18 million, which at least places the two specimens in the same deep window. The team also pointed to disputed hominin-like footprints at Trikailos on Crete, dated around 6 million years, though those prints are separately contested. 3 interpretations survive: a genuine European hominin, a late Miocene ape whose teeth merely converged on a human trait, or a fragment too small to decide. Even those who reject the hominin label admit the Eastern Mediterranean was ecologically capable of hosting early human ancestors. And fragments this thin, this ambiguous, are scattered across Asia as well. Number 9. Hualongdong and Homo juluensis. In Anhui Province, China, a Middle Pleistocene site called Hualongdong yielded a remarkably well-preserved skull, known as HLD6, dated to about 300,000 years ago. Xujie Wu of the Chinese Academy of Sciences began describing it from 2019, and the skull refused to fit any neat category. Its face is surprisingly modern for its age, resembling later Homo sapiens more than other Asian hominins of the time. Yet its brain case carries archaic features. It is, in a sense, the reverse of Jebel Irhoud, a modern face paired with an old-fashioned skull. In 2024, the researchers Christopher Bay and Xujie Wu proposed a new species name to gather these puzzling Chinese fossils together: Homo juluensis, meaning big head. The name is literal. Some of the grouped specimens, including those from Sujiayao and Suchong, have enormous brain cases, in some cases exceeding 1,700 to 1,800 cubic centimeters, larger than the modern human average. Most controversially, the proposal suggests some of these fossils, possibly even the Denisovans, belong to this big head group. That would make Juluensis a distinct East Asian human lineage, separate from Neanderthals, from Denisovans as usually defined, and from our own species. Reaction has been mixed. Many researchers warn that lumping diverse fossils under one new name may add confusion rather than clarity, especially without ancient DNA to tie the specimens together. The Hualongdong assemblage includes cranial and jaw material from several individuals, along with stone tools and animal remains, and was dated using uranium series methods on associated flowstones and correlation of the animal fossils. Without ancient DNA, the boldest part of the proposal, tying the big head group to the Denisovans, remains speculative, resting on the shape of bones rather than the sequence of genes. What the find really exposes is the muddle in the middle, the long-standing difficulty of sorting Middle Pleistocene Asian hominins into clean species. It feeds a growing argument that East Asia hosted its own independent and diverse chapter of human evolution, one that a simple out-of-Africa story cannot easily contain. Three positions define the debate: a valid new species, a regional population of Denisovans, or premature taxonomy that will not survive scrutiny. Whatever the outcome, the human family tree in Asia is far messier than the textbooks admit, and the messiest, coldest frontier was still to come. Number 10. Ranis and the Ilsenhöhle. Beneath a castle at Ranis, in the German region of Thuringia, lies a cave called the Ilsenhöhle. It was first dug in the 1930s, then re-excavated by a Max Planck team from 2016, who had to remove a rock overhang 1.7 meters thick to reach an old, undated layer. In 2024, 3 linked papers in Nature and Nature Ecology and Evolution reported that Homo sapiens lived here around 45,000 years ago. That places modern humans in cold, high-latitude northern Europe far earlier than the picture of a later, warmer expansion. The remains are tied to a stone tool tradition called the Lincolnbian, Renician, Gersmanovician, a mouthful usually shortened to the LRJ, whose makers had long been uncertain. Tiny bone fragments were first identified as human using collagen peptide fingerprinting, a method called ZooMS, and then ancient DNA and protein analysis confirmed the LRJ toolmakers at Ranis were Homo sapiens, not Neanderthals. The work brought together Jean-Jacques Soublin, Elena Zavala, Marcel Weiss, and Sarah Peterzani, among others. Reconstructed climate data showed these people endured near-glacial, subarctic conditions, sharing the landscape with reindeer, cave bears, woolly rhinos, and horses across an open tundra. Then the genetics deepen the story. Some of the Ranis individuals are related to a person from Zlatý Kun in Czechia, part of an early sapiens population that appears to be a dead end, leaving little or no genetic contribution to later Europeans. These were pioneers who pushed into the frozen north, while Neanderthals were still present and then vanished from the family tree. The LRJ industry stretches from Britain to Poland, and Ranis finally gave that widespread culture a human face. Reaching it took real effort. The 1930s dig had stopped above a deep, undated layer, and the modern team had to cut away a rock overhang more than 1.5 meters thick to get at it. Zavala's mitochondrial DNA analysis linked related individuals across the site, while Peterzani's isotope work on animal teeth reconstructed the bitter climate they tolerated. The find overturns the assumption that surviving extreme cold required later technology or biology. 3 readings emerge: a pioneering, cold-adapted vanguard, a doomed migration that left no descendants, or one node in a wider LRJ network spanning the continent. Ranis shows the peopling of Europe as a series of repeated, sometimes failed incursions, and that idea deserves a closer look on its own. Step back from the individual finds, and a pattern comes into focus, one that connects sites thousands of kilometers apart. Again and again, a human population expands into new territory, fails, and retreats, leaving only faint traces. In the Levant, early Homo sapiens at Mislia reached at least 185,000 years ago, then disappeared before the main wave. At Apodema, an early sapiens vanguard in Europe was apparently replaced by Neanderthals. At Grotta Mandrin, the Neronian pulse of modern humans collapsed, and Neanderthal tools returned. At Ranis, the Zlatý Kun-linked pioneers left almost nothing in the modern gene pool. In the Americas, the contested pre-Clovis sites hint at arrivals that may not have persisted. Why would early expansions fail so often? Small founding groups are fragile. A run of harsh climate, competition with established populations, or simple bad luck can erase a lineage while leaving its bones behind. This is the crucial distinction the new science reveals. A fossil proves a population was present. It does not prove that population survived. Ancient DNA has exposed these dead ends, these ghost lineages, in a way that bones alone never could. Interglacial windows opened routes that later closed. Sea levels and ice corridors acted as gates, letting people through and then trapping or stranding them. The presence of Neanderthals could serve as a barrier in one place and a mixing partner in another. The old textbooks compressed all of this into a single confident arrow out of Africa. The reality was a series of pulses, most of which died out. Consider how the statistics themselves can mislead. The family tree we draw is built almost entirely from survivors, from the lineages that made it through, which quietly hides the many that did not. A population can be genetically a dead end while still being physically, undeniably present in the dirt. That is why the old story felt so clean. It was the story the winners left behind. There is a quiet weight to that. Whole peoples reached new worlds and then vanished, remembered only as a smear of statistics and a fragment of a tooth. To understand how we can even see these ghosts, we have to look at how these discoveries are dated. Every claim in this video rests on chronology, and chronology is the hidden engine driving all these upheavals. The reason the timeline keeps changing is that our ability to measure time has been transformed. Radiocarbon dating, the familiar workhorse, runs out of usefulness around 50,000 years because the carbon-14 it measures decays away. To reach deeper, scientists turned to other clocks. Thermoluminescence dates burnt flint, which is how Jebel Irhoud was anchored at 300,000 years. Optically stimulated luminescence measures when sediment grains were last exposed to sunlight, dating the burial itself. Uranium series and uranium-thorium methods date teeth and the flowstones in caves, as at Hualongdong and Homo naledi. Electron spin resonance reads the signal trapped in tooth enamel. Then there is the molecular revolution. Ancient DNA can now be pulled from bones and even cave dirt, though tropical heat destroys it, which is why Homo luzonensis has yielded none. Proteomics and the ZooMS collagen fingerprinting method let researchers pick human bone fragments out of a heap of shattered pieces, as they did at Rannis. At Grotta Mandrin, the entirely new technique of phylogenochronology read layers of soot to time occupations to within a year. Magnetostratigraphy helped date the Gracopithecus jaw across millions of years. And Bayesian statistical modeling, used by Becerra Valdivia and Hayam, combines dates from many sites to test whether a pattern is real. These methods cross-check one another. A single date can be wrong, corrupted by contamination, or by older material washing into a younger layer. That is why finds like Apodema carry minimum ages, and why fossils once misdated, like Irhoud as a 40,000-year-old Neanderthal, could be so dramatically corrected. Improved methods keep pushing dates earlier, and dating has become the referee between rival theories. It is worth noticing the direction of that drift. As the techniques sharpen, the dates rarely get younger. They get older. The arrival of humans in the Americas, the origin of our species in Africa, the presence of sapiens in Europe, all of them keep sliding backward as the clocks improve. That is not an accident of any one site. It is a signal that the old timeline was systematically too shallow. Yet, even with better clocks, there is a human tendency to resist what they reveal. It is worth asking why the old timeline was so clean in the first place. The famous image of the ascent of man, a single file of figures straightening from ape to human, burned itself into the public mind. It was simple, memorable, and wrong. The same impulse produced the single origin, single wave story of leaving Africa, the Clovis first orthodoxy in the Americas, and the assumption that Neanderthals began in Europe. Each of these was a working model built on limited fossils, and each hardened into something treated as fact. Part of the reason is practical. When you have only a few specimens, a simple story is attractive and hard to disprove. Textbooks and famous sites gave that story inertia. and confirmation bias did the rest, since a date that matched expectations was rarely questioned as hard as one that did not. Some of the gatekeeping was healthy, demanding more than one tooth, or ruling out geofacts protect science from wishful thinking. But the same caution can slow the acceptance of genuine surprises. What changed is that each new method exposed hidden complexity the old picture could not hold. Interbreeding blurred the neat species boundaries. Dead-end migrations broke the single arrow. Slowly the latter gave way to a braided stream, a bush with many branches, most of them ending. The tidy version survives in classrooms because it is easy to draw, not because it is true. There is a lesson in that about how science actually moves. It does not usually advance by a single dramatic overthrow, but by an accumulation of awkward finds that no longer fit, until the old picture quietly buckles under their weight. The march of progress did not fall to one killer fossil. It fell to Naledi and Mandarin and Epidema and Rannis and Chiquihuit, each adding a little more pressure, none of them decisive alone. That gap between a convenient model and reality is exactly where the honest uncertainty lives, and it is worth facing directly. For all the excitement, intellectual honesty demands we admit how much remains unresolved. Did Homo naledi truly bury its dead, or did sediment and water arrange those bodies? Was the baby tooth at Grotto Mandarin really Homo sapiens, and did that group survive at all beyond a brief flicker? Is Apodema one an early sapiens, or a misread Neanderthal? Is the Nesher Ramla population a genuine source for European Neanderthals, or merely a local variant that resembles them? How on earth did Homo luzonensis cross open ocean? Are the stones at Chiquihuit Cave tools, or geofacts? Is Gracopithecus a hominin, or an ape whose teeth happen to look the part? Does Homo juluensis deserve a species name, or is it premature? And who, precisely, were the doomed pioneers at Rannis? These are not signs of failure. Disagreement is how the science works. Behind every question sits a deeper problem. We can never recover DNA from the warmest, oldest fossils. Countless sites remain buried, undug, or already destroyed by mining and development. Many specimens are locked in disputed classification, waiting for a method not yet invented. There is a constant danger of overreading a single fragment, of building a population's whole history from one jaw. Some of today's boldest claims will be overturned, and some will be triumphantly confirmed. Which is which, we do not yet know. If history is any guide, the finds most likely to survive are those anchored by multiple independent dating methods and, where possible, by molecular evidence, while the ones resting on a single fragment or a lone contested trait are the ones to watch most warily. That is not a criticism of the researchers. It is simply the nature of working at the edge of what the evidence can bear. That uncertainty is not a weakness in the story. It is the story, an ongoing investigation, rather than a closed book. And when you hold all of these finds together, a new shape for the human past emerges. Every discovery in this video did the same thing. It pushed a date back, or broke a boundary we thought was fixed. Homo naledi untethered complex behavior from brain size. Jebel Irhoud aged our species by 100,000 years. Apodema, Mandarin, and Rannis planted modern humans in Europe far too early, only to watch those pioneers fail. Nesher Ramla reversed the flow of Neanderthal ancestry. Luzonensis crossed an impossible sea. Chiquihuit doubled the age of the Americas. Gracopithecus and Homo juluensis reminded us that even the base and the branches of the tree are contested. Put together, they replaced the single-file line with something richer, a branching, tangled bush. Multiple human species coexisted over and over, and interbreeding was the rule rather than the exception. Early expansions failed and left ghosts in our genes, and the modern face appeared long before the modern mind. When people say these finds show our timeline is wrong, what they really mean is that it is deeper and stranger than we were taught. The traces of it live in us still, in the Neanderthal and Denisovan DNA carried by billions of people today. There is a kind of wonder in that, and a kind of humility. We are one surviving branch among many that reached for new worlds. Some of those branches vanished, and their disappearance speaks to both the fragility and the resilience of our kind. More surprises are certainly buried, waiting for the next slender excavator, the next new dating method, the next careful argument. Somewhere right now, a fossil that will move a date again is sitting in a drawer, or a cliff, or a cave that no one has entered, exactly as the Apodema skulls waited quietly in a museum for 40 years before anyone understood what they were. The story is not finished. It never was. And you are not just a spectator to it. You are a partner in an investigation that is still, right now, being dug out of the ground. And the next chapter of it may well be written by a discovery that has not yet been made, in a place no one has.
Alright, and coming up next for our next piece, my friends, we have top 15 discoveries made in the ice. So I'm guessing this is going to be Antarctica and probably other places as well.
Thought to look.
Let's check it out.
Bundle up and ready your ice axes as we delve into these astonishing frozen finds. Let's begin with number 15, an entire mountain range. In 1958, a Soviet expedition uncovered an entire mountain range. Buried under 600 meters of ice in Antarctica, the Gamburtsev mountain range is absolutely massive. It extends for about 1,250 kilometers and has peaks as high as 3,390 meters in altitude. This makes the mountain range about as large as the European Alps. Yet despite its size, its hard-to-reach location under ice means that scientists know pretty much nothing about its features. Number 14. Gold. While most gold is located underground, melting glaciers have revealed new deposits. During the last ice age, glaciers often transported gold-bearing rocks. Some of those golden rocks have become frozen inside the glaciers. And while the gold is usually scattered throughout as sediment, they've begun to reveal significant quantities of gold when the glacier melts. As global warming continues, glacial streams will likely see an uptick in gold volume, allowing some prospectors to strike it rich if they get the timing just right. Number 13. A new dinosaur species. In 1986, Argentinian geologists Eduardo Olivero and Roberto Scasso found a new species of dinosaur. On an expedition to Antarctica's James Ross Island, they found the bones of an ankylosaur under the ice. And while it took an entire decade to excavate the fossil thanks to the ground frost and the harsh weather, they uncovered a new species that's now called Antarctopelta, or Antarctic shield in English. To date, this one fossil is the only specimen of the species that's ever been found. Number 12. Yucca the mammoth. In 2010, a group of Siberian tusk hunters came across one of the world's most incredible Ice Age relics. Known as Yucca, she was a woolly mammoth that roamed the icy tundra about 39,000 years ago. She likely met her end after falling into a swamp and getting stuck, and it's due to this unique position that her lowered body was almost perfectly preserved. In fact, it's in such good condition that scientists were able to extract flowing blood, as it turns out that mammoth blood has a natural antifreeze. Yucca is now displayed in Moscow and would certainly be worth visiting on the next trip to the city. Number 11. A box of jewels. In 2013, a French alpinist was hiking across the glacier on Mont Blanc when he spotted a metal box in the ice. The box said, "Made in India," and upon opening it, he found it filled with about 100 colorful gems consisting of a mix of sapphires, emeralds, and rubies. Upon further investigation, it was discovered that the jewels had come from a crashed Indian Airlines flight from either 1950 or 1966. However, despite searching, authorities were unable to find the original owner. As a result, the decision was made to split the jewels in half with both the alpinist and the owners of the land, leading to the alpinist going home with a cool $340,000. Number 10. Grasshoppers. So, while grasshoppers and glaciers are two things that don't seem very compatible, you can get two of them in one in the U.S. state of Montana. Located within the Beartooth Mountains of Custer National Forest, the so-called Grasshopper Glacier is far different than the typical white glaciers. That's because it's got a grayish color, and this is because it has tens of millions of locusts located inside of it. Now, I'm not entirely sure how they got in there, but there are a couple of theories. The most popular is that centuries ago, a swarm of billions of them were migrating over the Rocky Mountains when they suddenly were trapped by a massive winter storm. The ice then froze some of the trapped specimens in time, creating the incredible sight that's there today. Now, Grasshopper Glacier, as it came to be known, caught the attention of scientists after being discovered in the early 1900s by geologist J.P. Kimball. When he sent samples of the insect species to the U.S. Bureau of Entomology in 1914, it was discovered that they were Rocky Mountain locusts. This was a species that went extinct over a century ago, likely due to their seeds being overrun by the plows of farmers in the American West. Thus, this discovery was a scientific treasure, as the freezing led to locusts being very well preserved. And the Grasshopper Glacier isn't the only locust-filled glacier around. In fact, until the late 20th century, finding frozen grasshopper remains was pretty common. However, lower snowfall rates since the late 1980s and higher temperatures have caused many similar glaciers to melt. So, if you want to see Grasshopper Glacier for yourself, I'd suggest making the trip sooner rather than later. Now, getting there is quite the trek. After all, you have to use an off-road vehicle for part of the way, and then trek for several hours, with this often being in the face of bad weather. And it is because of this that the glacier is only considered to be accessible from late July to September, making it a difficult, yet worthwhile site to visit. Number 9. Allen Hills 84001. While the meteorite that wiped out the dinosaurs may be the most famous space rock, Allen Hills 84001 is a close second. Discovered in the Allen Hills icefield of Antarctica in 1984, the 1.9 kilogram igneous rock is thought to have crystallized from magma on Mars about 4.5 billion years ago, and later to have been shocked and altered, perhaps by one or more nearby meteoroid or asteroid impacts, into what it is today. By our estimates, it was formed as part of the crust on Mars about 4 billion years ago. It stayed there until about 17 million years ago, and then after an asteroid hit Mars, it went spinning into space. From there, it zipped around for many years before eventually landing in Antarctica about 13,000 years ago. While this makes the rock old and interesting, its age is far from its most controversial attribute. You see, in 1996, NASA scientists who carried out microscopic and chemical analyses on the meteorite made a shocking suggestion: that the strange carbonates in the meteorite had been produced by Martian microorganisms. After all, the carbonate grains that were observed are associated with organic compounds and contain minute crystals of iron minerals similar in size and shape to those produced by bacteria. If this hypothesis was true, this would mean that, in all likelihood, there was life on Mars. Given we haven't found definitive proof of that so far, this would have been, to put it lightly, a big deal. However, in subsequent investigations, other scientists refuted these claims. They instead said the carbonate grains could be explained by non-biological process. In 2022, these naysayers were proven right, as an authoritative report in the Journal of Science confirmed that the carbonate grains were not signs of life. Instead, they were created by water. Now, this shouldn't dash your hopes yet. After all, there is still good science that suggests that Mars may have once been hospitable to life. However, given the planet's current state, the chance of any life being found on Mars today is slim to none. And while this makes this piece of space rock a lot less exciting, it can still be visited today at the Smithsonian Museum of Natural History. Number 8. A baby mammoth. Canada's Yukon Territory is known for its gold deposits, and on a rainy day in June of 2022, miner Travis Mudry was working away to extract some. Since the mines are covered in permafrost, he had to dig into a wall of hard, frozen dirt, and while doing so, he made a crazy discovery. Inside the muck, he spotted a dark, shiny animal with short legs. Suspecting he'd found a mummified baby buffalo, Mudry began inspecting the creature. However, he was in for a shock after he realized that the animal had a trunk. Upon showing his boss, all work was stopped and the experts were called in. While Grant Zazula, the Yukon government's paleontologist, wasn't able to arrive right away, he sent 2 geologists who rushed to the creek, surveyed the site, and retrieved the remains less than an hour before a storm struck. Once secure, the mammoth was wrapped in a tarp and brought to a nearby location for a ceremony with scientists, miners, politicians, and First Nations elders. Gathered in a circle, the elders offered a blessing and named the mammoth Nunchoga, which means big baby animal in their language. After a quick examination, they ruled that Nunchoga was female, who was probably about a month old when she passed away more than 30,000 years ago. Based on where she was found, it's more than likely that she was grazing with her mother when she strayed from her mother's side and got stuck in the mud, leading to her death. Now, the reason why Nunchoga was so well preserved is likely due to her quick passing and the unique location of her final moments. You see, in most parts of the world, only the fossilized bones of Ice Age creatures remain. However, in the Yukon, permafrost acts as a sort of freezer, preserving soft tissues like muscles, skin, and hair, alongside the important information like DNA. It's because of this that in recent decades, miners in territory have unearthed the well-preserved remains of several different animals, with their findings including a wolf pup, a caribou calf, and giant camels. In any case, Nunchoga now holds the title of being the first complete baby woolly mammoth found in North America, and only the second in the world. As such, her discovery was an incredible stroke of luck, and of great importance to the scientific and archaeological community. Moving on to number 7, an AC-53 Skytrooper Dakota. On November 18th of 1946, a C-53 Skytrooper Dakota took off from Tulln Air Base near Vienna, Austria, bound for Pisa in northern Italy. The plane was carrying several high-ranking Allied officers and their families, and so in order to play it safe, Captain Ralph Tate Jr. decided to take a 2-day-long route that would take them through Munich and Marseille in order to avoid bad weather. This ended up being an ill-advised plan. That's because somewhere around Innsbruck, the plane got caught in bad weather anyways, causing the pilots to become disoriented and go off course. They knew they were in the Alps because Tate had to dodge several mountain peaks. However, they mistakenly thought they were in the French Alps and not the Austrian Alps. At some point, a downdraft sent them towards yet another peak, and in order to save everyone on board, Tate intentionally dropped the airplane, pancaking it onto the Goli Glacier. The plane skidded on its belly uphill for a short while before thankfully getting stuck in a snowbank. This slowdown caused the plane to stop a few hundred meters short of a deep crevasse, ensuring that everyone remained safe. The good news was that only the serious injury among the passengers was a compound leg fracture. The bad news was that 12 of them were now stuck about 3,200 meters up in the Alps in late November. Thankfully though, despite the rough landing, the radio still worked. However, because the radio signals deflected off the mountains, the B-17 bombers sent to look for them didn't pick them up. It was because of this that it took a grand total of 3 days for the US and British Air Forces to locate the lost plane, with the eventual finder being, according to some sources, none other than the captain's dad, who spotted the plane after he sent up a flare. With the help of local Swiss Alpine soldiers, all the passengers who were aboard were saved, giving this story a happy ending. So this leaves us with the obvious question: what happened to the plane? Well, after the incident, the plane was simply left on the glacier and mostly forgotten about. However, in 2012, 3 university students from Canada found the C-53's propeller while hiking the glacier. They first thought it was a log protruding from the ice, but after investigating realized that it was a plane propeller. This find soon grabbed local headlines, and as the glacier continues to melt, it's likely that it will reveal more and more relics from this crash. Number 6. Antarctic ice holes. In October of 2017, scientists were in for a shock when a strange hole opened up in the middle of Antarctica's winter sea ice. Now, what made this hole so shocking is that it was very atypical, massive in size. It was about as large as the US state of Maine and seemingly come out of nowhere. As you might imagine, scientists got to studying it, and they soon determined that it was a polynya. In essence, a polynya forms because the deep water in that part of the Southern Ocean is warmer and saltier than the surface water. Ocean currents can at times bring the warmer water upwards, where it melts the blankets of ice that had formed on the ocean's surface. That melting created the polynya. To make matters worse, since the water in the hole is continuously exposed to the atmosphere above, it makes it difficult for new ice layers to form. While we know how polynyas work, there's still a lot of mystery surrounding them. First and foremost, they tend to occur on the coast where ice is close to non-frozen seawater. However, in this case, the polynya opened up very deep in the interior of the continent, puzzling scientists. We still have a little idea of what long-term impacts of a polynya are, and whether they can cause serious harm to the local environment. There are even suggestions that they may be linked to climate change, although this is yet to be definitively proven. Using data from satellites, autonomous floats, and tagged marine animals, the team determined that a turbulent eddy around Maud Rise brought more salt into the sea, which was then transferred to the surface through a process called Ekman transport. They then determined that the polynyas formed in this way can have quite the impact, as they can change how water moves around and how currents carry heat towards Antarctica. Number 5. Iron Age skis. While humans from the Iron Age were far different than we are today, one thing that they did have was, of all things, skis. And in 2014, a team of scientists found a single archaic ski in Norway's national park. 7 years later, a matching ski was found just a few meters away and in even better condition than its counterpart. Now, it's worth mentioning that skis have a rather long history. The archaeological record suggests that hunters in Europe and Asia began using skis to chase game around the end of the last ice age, about 11,000 years ago. To date, the oldest confirmed ski, which was unearthed in Russia, is about 8,000 years old, and periodically archaeologists in Scandinavia have found wooden skis and ski-like artifacts to date as early as 3200 BC. Now, the skis in question are no older than what we found before. In fact, they're believed to be a relatively young set at just 1,300 years old. What makes them stand out and earn a spot on this list is the condition. Measuring in at about 188 centimeters long and about 18 centimeters wide, the skis are sizable, and according to the measurement, the second ski is slightly larger than the first. According to archaeologist Lars Pilo of Norway's Glacier Archaeology Program, quote, "The skis are not identical, but we should not expect them to be. The skis are handmade, not mass-produced. They have a long and individual history of wear and repair before Iron Age skiers used them together, and they ended up in the ice," end quote. Beyond their size, the skis are also notable for their features. Both have raised footholes, leather straps, and twisted birch bark bindings that would have been attached through holes in the footholds. It's believed that the ski's owner was a hunter, traveler, or both, and the find shows that despite being geographically remote, the high mountains of southern Norway were teeming with activity 1,300 years ago. It seems like this set of skis is also a bit different than what has typically been found. After the discovery of the first ski, the team wondered whether its underside had once been lined with fur. This would have been done, theoretically, to give the skis more grip. However, the new skis seem to have a furrow like those found on some other ancient and modern skis. This furrow would have no purpose if covered with fur, leading researchers to believe that the skis didn't feature any of it. Number 4. Ancient viruses. While it may sound crazy, it turns out that viruses can survive under ice for thousands of years. Now, it's practically impossible to know how many ancient viruses are frozen and how many have already been quietly unleashed. However, there are some that scientists have picked up on. It's worth noting that so far, scientists have only studied permafrost viruses that infect single-cell organisms called amoebas. This is because the viruses are harmless and provide a good model for those others that may be lurking under the ice. As put by computational biologist Jean-Michel Clavier, we will never risk isolating a virus eventually capable of infecting modern mammals. We do not have any formal proof that viruses other than amoeba-specific viruses could survive as long, but there would be no reason why not, because all viruses basically have the same property of being inert particles while outside their host cells. We do not wish to take the immense risk of starting a new pandemic with unknown zombie viruses from the distant past just to demonstrate that we're right. End quote. So, here's some of the so-called safe viruses that have been found so far. One is Pythovirus cyberisum. Considered to be one of the largest viruses ever found, this 1.5 millimeter long monstrosity is a thick-walled oval with an opening at one end, a cork structure as a cap, and a honeycomb-like grid. Now, this virus was discovered inside a core of an ancient Siberian permafrost in the Russian Far East, and it's believed to be about 30,000 years old. Malavirus cyberisum is a second virus that's quite similar to the first, found in the same 30,000-year-old Siberian permafrost sample. It's a slightly smaller one and protected by a hairy outer layer. What's interesting about this one is that if it infects an amoeba, it can produce and release 200 to 300 new viral particles for every single virus. While it also poses no danger to humans or other animals, the discovery of two ancient viruses in a single sample suggests that dormant pathogens often lurk in permafrost. However, the oldest virus found in permafrost so far is Pandoravirus yedoma. Dating back to 48,500 years ago, it was found in icy deposits in the Russian Far East, and it's notable for having a large egg-shaped particle that measures in at 1 micrometer in length. Now, while all these viruses are kinda cool, their great variability means it's also that quite likely a few of them will be dangerous. After all, there is a very real chance that the next COVID or SARS is hiding deep in that ice. If the ice melts, it could infect those in the north of our planet before heading south, catching most of the planet by surprise. As such, it's important that we constantly monitor new viruses in the Arctic to make sure that this terrifying possibility does not become a reality. Number 3. Glacier Girl. On July 15th of 1942, a squadron of 6 P-38 Lightning fighter planes and 2 B-17 Flying Fortress bombers got caught in a blizzard while flying from Greenland to the British Isles. As a result, they had no choice but to turn back and conduct an emergency landing on the glaciers of Greenland. While all of the crew members were rescued, 9 days later, the aircraft were left behind. For some reason or another, they were never retrieved over the course of the war, and instead they sat there for decades. Over this time period, the ever-shifting ice sheets buried the aircraft under 75 to 90 meters of ice. However, despite their remote, hard-to-reach location, 50 years later the decision was made to extract one of the P-38 fighters from the ice. Nicknamed Glacier Girl, the effort was pretty huge, taking a whopping 11 years and about $2 million. The crew had to spend a lot of time and effort to lift the plane out of the ice. This excavation was possible because they made use of a large heat plate, which melted the ice and allowed them to tunnel down to the aircraft. From there, a cavern was cleared out around the plane with blasts of hot water, allowing individual pieces to be resurfaced. Surprisingly, the plane was in decent condition. While the canopy was crushed by the ice, all parts were more or less in place. After a $500,000 repair effort, the plane was in workable condition, and in October of 2002, she embarked on her first flight. However, it was on June 22, 2007 that the Glacier Girl went on a rather ambitious flight. The plan was that she would depart from Teterboro Airport in New Jersey and attempt to fly across the Atlantic Ocean to Duxford in England, with the idea being she would complete the flight that she had begun 65 years earlier. However, on June 28th, a coolant leak in the right engine grounded the plane in Goose Bay, which is a town in northeastern Canada. In any case, the successful excavation of Glacier Girl made it seem like the second plane could be recovered, and in 2011 an effort began to do just that. With the help of ground-penetrating radar mounted onto drones, the team involved were able to detect one of the P-38s and determine that it was a plane known as Echo by its pilots. As of 2018, the plan was to go to Greenland in 2019 and use the same heating strategy that was used in '92 to excavate it. However, to date, there seems to be no confirmation online as to whether or not the excavation of this second plane actually occurred. Number 2. Ötzi. When you think of a mummy, the long-gone rulers and nobles of ancient Egypt are probably the ones who come to mind. However, in 1991, a frozen mummy of sorts was found high up in the mountains. The story goes that 2 German tourists were hiking in the Ötztal Alps on the border of Austria and Italy when they came across a mummy. After being extracted, the mummy was examined at the University of Innsbruck, and rather incredibly, he was soon nicknamed Ötzi and determined to be the oldest natural mummy in Europe. After further examination, he was determined to have lived somewhere between 3350 and 3105 BC, making him more than 5,000 years old. While this should have led to decomposition, the extremely cold temperatures in the Alps preserved it incredibly well. The scientists involved were able to figure out that Ötzi was about 5'2", left-handed, wore a size 8 shoe, and had brown eyes, dark brown hair, and tan skin, suggesting that he was of Southern European heritage despite being located in the Alps. Unfortunately, he was in pretty bad shape physically, as he was lactose intolerant, had a rare genetic anomaly that prevented his 12th pair of ribs from forming, and he also suffered from cavities, intestinal parasites, and Lyme disease, and had a sore back alongside sore knees, hips, and shoulders, meaning he likely lived in continuous pain. Despite all this, he still decided to hike through the Alps, and by all accounts, his journey seemed pretty frantic. Scientists were able to find his belongings and figured out he was dressed in warm clothes. However, it appears that all he carried was a backpack, axe, dagger, a bow, arrows, and a small quantity of food. As a result, it seems like he must have been hunting and gathering as he made his way through this rocky terrain. It's also worth mentioning that while the remains were examined in Austria, both the remains and his paraphernalia are now located in Italy. The reasons for this have to do with geopolitics. You see, at the Treaty of Saint-Germain-en-Laye in 1919, the border between North Tyrol and Austria and South Tyrol and Italy was defined as the watershed of the rivers Inn and Etsch. However, the glacier which Ötzi was found on had since retreated. complicating the decision as to whether to find the site was Italian or Austrian. In 91, land surveys were conducted, and while it was determined that while Ötzi's find site drains to the Austrian side, the body was actually located 93 meters inside Italy. Thankfully, both sides agreed to be civil, while the Italians allowed Innsbruck University to finish the scientific examinations. From 98 onwards, Ötzi has been on display in Italy's South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology. Number 1. The HMS Investigator. In 1848, Sir John Franklin officially disappeared. Given his status as a famous Arctic explorer, it caused quite the commotion, and soon Britain's Arctic Council began setting up search parties and offering large sums of reward money in order to find him. While some clues were found, it wasn't until July of 2010 that most of the mystery was solved. For a bit of context, at around this time the British Navy was very much invested in finding the Northwest Passage. While it was only fabled to exist, the hope was that by finding a way to get from the Atlantic to the Pacific through the Arctic, shipping between the two oceans could be far faster. After all, during this time period, the Panama Canal didn't exist yet, forcing ships to sail around the bottom of South America. Given the fact that this was rather dangerous, the hope was that a Northwest Passage would be far safer. The expedition of Sir John Franklin was one of the attempts made in order to find this seaway. In 1845, a 59-year-old Franklin and his crew embarked on the journey with their ships, known as the HMS Erebus and HMS Terror. Right from the get-go, there were problems. After all, the food was improperly sealed, leading to much of it to get contaminated with lead. And while the crew managed to make it through the winter of 1845, in 46, the boats got stuck in the ice. While the ships had what should have been 3 years of provisions, the contamination made much of it inedible, and after 2 years with no news, Sir Franklin's wife asked the British Admiralty to conduct a search. All the searches didn't come up with much. Only written evidence to ever be found was the so-called Victory Point Note. Written in 2 parts, it recounted how the crew spent years trapped in the ice from 1846 to 48. Unfortunately, the second part of the note recounts that Sir John Franklin passed away on June 11th of 1847, and it's believed that this note itself was written by surviving crew members as late as 1848. Now, while all these men were lost, for years, what many historians hoped to find was the ship itself. It turns out that for a while, the Inuit knew the location. These are Canada's native people who hail from the Arctic, and in their oral history, they have stories of how they would use the abandoned ship as a source of copper and iron. However, this apparently didn't last for long, and just after a year, the ship sank into the water, and from then on, it was unclear where the exact location was. However, in July of 2010, this all changed. That's because it was during this month that Parks Canada sent a team of scientists and surveyors to look for their ship. After breaking the ice on July 25th, the crew decided to test their underwater scanner, and in an incredible stroke of luck, the scanner happened to find a ship in the scanner's testing spot. The ship was neither the Erebus nor the Terror, rather it was the HMS Investigator. This was a ship that went to look for the Franklin expedition in 1853. However, after getting stuck in the ice, it subsequently sank to the bottom. In any case, thanks to the fortunate find on the first test run, the entire investigation only took a few minutes, and from there the crew were able to spend a good amount of time taking pictures of the wreckage and assessing it. From then on, Parks Canada got emboldened. In 2014, they managed to find the HMS Erebus, and in 2016, they found the Terror using the same technology. Just this year, excavations began on HMS Erebus, and to date, hundreds of artifacts have been unearthed. And an interesting side note, it's also worth mentioning that this find strengthens Canada's historical and geographic claim to the Northwest Passage. This is because the finding of the ships exploring it as far back as the mid-1800s makes it clear that British, and now by inheritance Canadian ships were in the area far before the Americans. As such, while America may periodically try to assert the Northwest Passage as being theirs due to the ownership of Alaska, the reality is that this is a weak argument at best, and disingenuous at worst. Thanks for watching, everyone. I hope to see you next time. Thank you to our channel members.
Genetics, that whole broad field of genetics.
Just to preface it real quick, our next upcoming piece, this is a little bit longer video, about an hour long on this one, and it's new discoveries about DNA that confirm God is real. Should be interesting.
supports the Bible. It matches up with the timelines of the Bible. It matches up with other things in the Bible. Like I said, the prohibitions on marrying close relatives, all these things actually have a scientific basis to them.
If DNA is the strongest scientific evidence for evolution, why are so many debates about human origins happening inside genetics labs? We're told the human genome confirms deep time, common ape ancestry, and millions of years of gradual change. At the same time, genetic research continues to raise questions about mutation rates, population bottlenecks, and the function of so-called junk DNA. So which is it? Does DNA clearly tell an evolutionary story, or is the interpretation more complicated than most people realize? We are going to unpack all of that in today's episode. Welcome to the Creation Podcast, where we explore how science confirms Scripture. I'm your host, Trey, and today we're examining 5 things DNA reveals about human origins. Joining us today is ICR research scientist Dr. Jeff Tompkins, who has spent years studying human genetics, mutation rates, and genome functionality. Dr. Tompkins, thank you for being here.
It's great to be here.
Absolutely. So before we get into the meat of this, could you briefly share your background in genetics and explain how your research at ICR connects specifically to questions about human origins?
Yeah, I got my PhD actually in genetics at Clemson University. And my PhD research was in something called quantitative genetics, or we studied quantitative traits or traits that are not defined by single genes, but many genes. And so that was done in soybeans in multiple environments. So it was like a genotype by environment interaction project. And then I did a postdoc in genomics, where I was actually studying DNA sequences in the lab and cloning DNA and sequencing DNA and studying DNA. And then after that, after several years of that, I was promoted to be a professor at Clemson University and worked as a professor there for over 10 years, and then came to ICR in 2009. And so when I first came to ICR, I began studying genetics as it relates to human origins.
Excellent. Well, we're glad to have you here. I think that oftentimes people will hear or they'll say, I see it online, and they're like, well, of course evolution is true. Just look at DNA. When we look at that statement, what assumptions are built into it that most people may not realize?
Well, I think the main assumption is it actually dates back, believe it or not, to the late 1960s, when this idea of the neutral model of evolution in the genome was first proposed. And they hadn't even done DNA sequencing at that point. It was just theoretical. And then when they began sequencing DNA, they began discovering a lot of regions of the human genome and other genomes that did not have protein coding genes or protein coding sequence. And they were saying, oh, look at all this DNA that's not coding for proteins. It must be junk. It must be free to randomly evolve because it's not constrained, as they would say in the evolutionary community. And so as time progressed and we began sequencing more genomes and more DNA and finding out what exactly was going on in the genome, what genes were doing, and what all these regions of the genome that did not code for protein were doing, which have been found to be highly important. Mm-hmm. And now in this modern era where we are today, at least with the human genome, we know that literally almost all of it is biochemically important and doing something important. The human genome is literally transcribed into RNA from end to end. In fact, one evolutionary researcher in Australia published a paper saying that the human genome was an RNA machine. And of course, with the what's called the ENCODE project, and that stands for Encyclopedia of DNA Elements, that was a project that was put in place globally, actually. The United States has heavily funded it by the NIH. But that was a project put in place after the first draft of the human genome, where they realized there was a lot of DNA sequence in the human genome. They did not know what it did. And so they wanted to find out what it did. And so they began doing all these studies that ascertained the biochemical function of the entire genome using all different types of technologies.
Yeah.
And the end result is that we now know the human genome is not junk. It's literally from end to end full of important DNA sequence doing important things, a lot of different things. And so this idea that the genome is full of junk that's free to randomly evolve and spit out magically new genes and new sequences that are important is absolute nonsense.
We have 5 particular topics that we're going to discuss as relate to DNA. And our first one is less about the DNA itself, but more about human diversity and ethnicity. So we often receive at ICR, we receive questions like, how could humanity begin with just 2 people? Look at all the different ethnicities, look at all the different people groups. And beyond those 2 people, Adam and Eve, if the flood story is true, which we know it is, but then there were only 8 people. So how could diversity come from those 8 people? So Dr. Tompkins, genetically speaking, how much variation is actually required to produce the diversity that we see?
Well, that's a good point. And let me talk about the variation that we do see in humans first. So we see what are called common variants. And so these are DNA variants, and these are defined as single nucleotide polymorphisms that essentially involve a base change. In other words, it might be an A in one human and maybe a T in another or whatever, just a base change. And these are common variants. They're not connected to anything bad in the human genome. And so those were built-in variations that were put in Adam and Eve, the original ancestral couple, and then passed on through the Noah's 3 sons and their wives in the global flood. But we also actually have real mutations in the human genome that are errors that have crept in when the DNA is being copied. You occasionally do get errors, although there are incredible surveillance and repair systems in the genome that fix those, but every once in a while you get an error creeping in. And actually, 2 different studies were done or published in 2012 talking about these rare variants, not the common variants, but the rare ones. And they studied these in protein coding sections of the genome, and they found that over 80% of those were connected to, diabetes, heart disease, cancer, things that are bad. And so these real mutations are never doing anything good. They don't create new wonderful sequences that help the human genome evolve.
Right.
In fact, genetics does not support genome evolution. Genetics supports what we call genetic entropy, or the devolution of the human genome.
Yeah.
So our genomes are not improving and getting better. They're actually building up slowly mutations that are really not helpful, but actually reducing human health and longevity.
So when we see different ethnic groups, you said, we have these common variants, correct? So like how many genes primarily influence things like skin color or eye color or facial features or something like that?
That's a great question. And scientists have actually studied those things. And actually, Africa is one of the prime places where they study things like skin color, because Africa has the greatest amount of genetic diversity on the planet, which makes sense because when we look at the flood, at the end of the flood where the ark landed, there were only 2 directions for people to go. Those directions were into Asia and then down into Africa, because the upper half of the world was covered with ice during the Ice Age, which was initiated by the conditions of the flood. And of course, we have material on the Ice Age, so I won't get into that.
Yes.
But
there's a podcast right there.
So actually, the greatest amounts of human genetic diversity in the world are actually in Asia and Africa. So scientists go to these places to study these traits, like skin color. For example, you have people in Africa that are very light-skinned, like Europeans, And you also have people in Africa that are very, very dark skinned and everything in between.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have actually studied people all over Africa, and I think they included people from the Middle East as well. And they discovered that skin color was not a simple trait, that there were many genes involved in skin color. So it's just not a simple thing. And so you can, if you have all these genes controlling a trait, which we call a polygenic trait or a quantitative trait, because these traits are not controlled by single genes, but many genes. Yes, you do have some genes that are more predominant, that contribute a greater amount of the variation to that trait than other genes. But literally, these traits are controlled by hundreds of genes. So you can see by all these different combinations of all these regions of the genome that might have a common variance in them that might relate to skin color, to eye color, to things like that, to how tall you are, to whether your hair is straight or curly or whatever. You can get all these different combinations, and they were all built into Adam and Eve. And by the way, that traits, which we know are polygenic, work, it makes perfect sense that all this original variation could have been in Adam and Eve and then passed on through Noah and his 3 sons. But how do we get all the people groups? That's a big question I get. In fact, I have kind of a funny story. My wife and I were visiting a church in the Dallas area on I think it was a Sunday night. So it wasn't our regular church. And there was a couple sitting in front of us in the church meeting, and my wife got to talking to the lady and their daughter after the church meeting. And I began talking to the guy that was there, the husband, and he told me that he was a PhD student at a very famous local seminary here. When I told him what I did, he got really kind of excited. And then he said, I don't understand where all the people groups come from. And he told me he was majoring in Old Testament. And I'm thinking, wow, that's really odd, because surely an Old Testament scholar would understand the Tower of Babel and its implications for creating people groups. But for whatever reason, he was not taught that. And so I began to explain where all the people groups came from. So after the flood, we know that humans were commanded by God to go out and disperse around the earth and repopulate it, and they disobeyed God. They stayed in one place and tried to recreate, we assume, their previous golden age, so to speak, or their pagan empire they had before the flood that actually got judged with the flood. They stayed in one place. They built this pagan structure, which is an idolatrous type thing. And God had to confuse their languages. So we're told that in the book of Genesis, that their languages became confused. And we're also told in the book of Genesis that about 70 nations or people groups originally were derived from Noah's 3 sons and their wives. And what's really cool is that linguistics has shown there are basically about 70 major language groups. And genetics has also showed there's about maybe 70 people groups as well, genetically, that correspond with these language groups. So the genomes correspond with what are called the phenomes, or the language groups.
Wow.
And so you think about it, if you're going to try and start a family with a woman or a man, and you're going to select someone you can communicate with.
Right.
And so
that's your people group now.
That's your people group right there. And so people can only communicate with other people, and of course, God is sovereign, and He ordained, who all these matings would be in His divine plan. And so that's how we get all the different people groups. And I don't think it's that strange that they correspond with both genetics and language.
I mean, we would expect that, right?
You would actually expect that based on the Bible, and that's what we see. And I've actually published an article on that, because a paper actually came out, I think it was over 10 years ago now, but where they actually connected these language groups with genetics and found out that they tightly correlated. So that's where we get all the people groups. And when you consider all these traits in humans are polygenic, controlled by many genes, it's very easy to see how all these different combinations of variants in the genome can create all these different people groups.
Absolutely. That's fascinating. From an evolutionary perspective, oftentimes they'll say that diversity is viewed as the result of long periods of mutation and natural selection. But we know from biblical history that that is not the case. So how does measured human genetic variation point to, a young Earth instead of what they're saying about long ages?
Well, that's a great question, and evolutionists have actually published research proving a young Earth based on that concept, as well as creationists. So let's talk about mitochondrial DNA first. So outside the nucleus of the cell, you have all these little energy factories called mitochondria, and there's many of them in every cell. And they produce the energy that your cells and your body needs to maintain your physiology and to grow. And so what's really interesting is these mitochondrial, these little energy factories have their own piece of circular DNA. It's about 16,000 DNA letters long, or nucleotides. What's interesting is you inherit those from your mother. So they're maternally inherited in the egg. They're not passed on from the father. And so scientists have looked at the variation in the mitochondrial genome. And there was a paper published in the late 1990s. It was done by a conventional evolutionary researcher. And he actually looked at those variations in the mitochondrial DNA empirically. And so what I mean by that is he looked at how fast populations grow, how fast they reproduce, just common sense data, not calibrating your model with hypothetical, theoretical deep time, but actually using real empirical data for your model. And so when he did that, he actually published a paper, I believe it was in Science, and he basically said the mitochondrial genome is only about 7,000 years old.
There you go. That lines up with
based on the variation that we're seeing.
Yeah.
And of course, he got lots of pushback from all these hypothetical, theoretical evolutionists, but that was just hard data.
Right.
And actually, creationists have done similar research with the mitochondrial genome, mm-hmm. and several well-known creationists in different other ministries and ICR. And they came up with the same data that basically the mitochondrial variation fits an Earth that's about 6,000 years old. And on top of that, researchers have also looked at the Y chromosome, specifically thinking of a creation scientist, Dr. Nathaniel Jeanson at Answers in Genesis, another ministry. And he showed that looking at the Y chromosome data, when you put that into tree building software, all the variants from Y chromosomes of humans from all over the world, he showed that variation literally goes back to the global flood and Noah's 3 sons. And so basically his trees show 3 main branches of the Y chromosome. And it fits perfectly with the global flood story, which is what we call a genetic bottleneck.
Yeah.
And the same thing with the mitochondrial DNA. He saw the same pattern with that. 3 main branches of the mitochondrial genome going back to the global flood. But there are a couple of other papers I want to mention that were done by conventional scientists. In other words, these were not creationists. And there were 2 different groups. One did a study in North America where they looked at roughly about 5,000 different human, what we call exomes. Now, this is DNA in the nucleus, not the sex chromosomes, but what we call the autosomes. And so they actually looked at the protein coding sequences in the human genome. And so these are just sections of the genome that actually code for proteins, and they're called exomes. Mm-hmm. So they looked at 5,000 different exomes in one study all over North America. The other study did Europe and the Middle East. And both of the papers found that the variation in these exomes, using once again very practical, pragmatic models, how fast do populations grow? How fast do people reproduce? How many children do they have over a certain period of time across the globe? And then taking that pragmatic, practical data and using that instead of hypothetical, theoretical, deep evolutionary time, which is nonsense, but practical data. And one paper said that the human genome was no older, based on that data, than 5,000 to 10,000 years old.
exactly what
When
we
I
were
read
saying.
that paper, I just about fell out of my chair. I mean, that was like completely supporting the scriptures, and it wasn't even done by a creation scientist. And the other paper, and that was the paper, I believe that was the one in North America. And of course, the one in Europe showed the exact same thing.
Right.
A very young age for the human genome, especially these protein coding regions. And that was actually the paper I referred to earlier, where I said these mutations are what they call these rare variants, which is what they were looking at. Not the common variants, which was the built-in variation, but these real mutations that were connected to heart disease, to cancer, to diabetes, these things. These bad mutations that have crept in since the original creation show the human genome was only 5,000 to 10,000 years old. Well, the scriptures with the genealogies and chronologies in the Hebrew Bible tell us quite clearly and definitively that the earth is about 6,000 years old.
Yeah.
And so the data that is now coming out of genetics on both the creationist side and the evolutionist side fits perfectly with these timelines in the scriptures.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so our next section here is related. We've already talked about ethnicity and diversity, but now I want to talk about race, which is a term that gets thrown around a lot. It's used a lot. There's a lot of political charge behind it. But I want to know, where did it come from? What does it mean? And does the DNA actually support different human races?
Well, that's a great question. So this whole concept of race really originated with Charles Darwin. And you have to understand that at that time, Charles Darwin and this whole movement going on in England at the time was racist.
Right.
In fact, Charles Darwin, in addition to his famous book on the origin of species, that's just a brief running title there, but that famous book, he wrote another book on human evolution where he claimed that humans evolved from apes. And he claimed that some of these so-called human races in various parts of the world were more primitive than others. In other words, they were lower on the evolutionary tree. They weren't as evolved as, say, Europeans or white Europeans. And so this whole environment was incredibly racist. And we get out of that the eugenics movement, which actually expanded to the United States and was very popular in the United States and in Europe. And that continued on into the 1900s. And they were actually having programs in the United States to sterilize people in certain states and to enforce these eugenics laws, which were absolutely terrible. And it was all based on evolution, this concept of evolution. A lot of evolutionists now will say, oh, Darwin, that wasn't racist, but yes, it was completely and totally. And Hitler was racist. He was basing all of his concepts and persecuting the Jews based on these racist eugenics ideologies. And so evolution brought along with it racism as we know it. Now we know it's absolute nonsense. As I discussed before, all the different people groups came from the Tower of Babel. And now, in our modern society, people are moving all around the globe. Our transportation systems are very modern, and people are constantly moving around from one country to another or one part of a country to another and interbreeding with people from other people groups. And so this whole concept of race, it has really bad origins. I don't even use the term race. I use the term people groups. The people in a certain people group may have, certain physical features that look somewhat similar. They may be taller than another people group or have different shade of skin color or whatever, but they're all humans.
Right.
And they could all actually, one person from one people group could interbreed with a human from another one, and their children would be perfectly fine. In fact, they would be less inbred and be healthier.
Right. I was about to say, I was like, it's probably healthier.
Right. So anyways, this whole connotation of race and racism all goes back to Charles Darwin and the people that he was connected with and the people that came after him that had that same ideology.
Absolutely fascinating. And we see now, like, hey, it sounds cliche, but it's like we're all the human race. There are no races. We are the human race.
As a one race, so to speak.
Yes, absolutely. So, all right. So for our third topic, I'd like to talk about something that we've already briefly mentioned in passing, but I'd like to kind of get your take on the evolutionary side of things. But we're going to talk about genetic bottlenecks. So we've already talked about the study. Genetically speaking, it shows our genetics are about 5 to 10,000 years. We've talked about how the flood was a genetic bottleneck, but what is a bottleneck, and how would an evolutionary geneticist describe it, and what do they attribute bottlenecks to? What would they say? Oh, this bottleneck is caused by blank. So how would they describe a bottleneck?
Well, typically, bottlenecks in evolutionary science is referring to speciation events where a couple of, well, I don't know if it would be a couple, probably more, maybe a small group of individuals from a larger population would go into another ecological niche and enter that niche and then diversify within it. So what's very interesting, actually, is I have a paper actually coming out on this in our magazine, Acts and Facts, that should be out in several months, where I talk about this diversification or this radiation, as you will. And so what's really interesting is it depends on the creature, but there's a lot of variation built into creatures. Mm-hmm. And we see more variation built into creatures that did not have to be on the ark. Like all the creatures that lived in the ocean and that lived in, water ecosystems were not on the ark. And so they have lots of diversity within them. They did not go through a bottleneck as the animals on the ark did. So on the ark, I believe you had different kinds of cats. Some people will say, oh, there's only just one cat pair, but I don't believe that's true, because actually studies have been done on the capacity of the ark and how many creatures it could contain. And these studies have shown there was a lot more room than
we give it credit for.
Than we give it credit for. That actually there was a considerably more room. And so I believe there were multiple different cat kinds, multiple different dog kinds, and it depends on the creature. But nevertheless, these creatures went through a genetic bottleneck to where that diversity that was present before the flood was reduced after the flood, because you went through a smaller a group of creatures that came from those different kinds. So there was a loss of genetic diversity going on into the post-flood world, the same with humans.
Right.
What's really interesting is that when we look at the ages of humans before the flood, people were living 800 to 900 years. Mm-hmm. And then after the flood, the human lifespan just began dropping over the next few centuries dramatically. And so I think part of that was due to that loss of genetic diversity.
Right.
Because we've studied, creatures in the wild. The classic case is the Florida panther, where these panthers, their populations in Florida went through a genetic bottleneck, and there's a lot of inbreeding going on, and there's a lot of problems with these panthers until they started inserting new panthers that had different genetics to where they could restore that heterozygosity, is what we would call it, that genetic variability. So genetic variability is important. That's why, the Bible tells us in the Mosaic laws, you can't marry a close relative. But before the Mosaic laws, that wasn't as big a problem because it was closer to the flood and closer to the creation date. So, right. Abraham married his half-sister, and that was well before the Mosaic laws came about. But so basically, the human genome was building up mutations immediately after the fall of Adam and Eve. The world became corrupt. Death, disease, corruption entered the world, entered our bodies. And so mutations began building up really immediately after the fall through the pre-flood world and then on into the post-flood world. And we see evidence of that from the Bible, actually, as well as science. And so a bottleneck just basically refers to a population being initiated and restarted from a smaller group of individuals that were related to maybe in a different and more diverse ancestral population.
So it's almost never a good thing genetically.
No, but and actually the Bible has scientific evidence showing that, like I mentioned, with the lives of humans getting shorter. And as you well know, our own scientist, Dr. Jake Hebert, has been analyzing creatures that lived before the flood, creatures that were buried in the flood, actually, and ocean creatures and land creatures, including small mammals and ocean creatures like oysters, I think, and clams, alligators, things like that. And he has shown they were a lot larger before the flood, and that they matured more slowly. In other words, they didn't reach maturity until much later in life than creatures do now.
Right.
And so I think a lot of this was due to there being more genetic diversity before the flood, more robust heterozygosity there in creatures and in humans. And there were other factors. We know the pre-flood world from what we understand from the scriptures and current models of climatology and geology, that the pre-flood world was a lot more favorable to life than the current world that we now live in. And there are probably multiple environmental factors related to that: more oxygen, higher air pressure, a lot of different things, a lot of vegetation that creatures ate before the flood that we don't have now. The fossil record, especially with plants, is considerably more diverse before the flood than it is now. We have all this stuff that got all these plants that were buried in the flood that we no longer have on the earth. And so these plants probably had a lot of nutrients and things in them that helped with longevity too.
Yeah.
So there's multiple factors, but definitely, we need to think about that, the genetic diversity being lost, going through bottlenecks, and that's totally scriptural.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not a scientist by any stretch, but I've read that like the diversity in sea life is insane compared to the diversity of land life. Yes. Yeah. So it's kind of crazy to think about.
Yeah, well, I actually wrote a book on the paleontology of the global flood. And a lot of the sea creatures that were before the flood, yes, they're still alive today. They look exactly the same. They haven't changed or evolved at all. For example, like creatures from the Cambrian, like starfish and brittle stars and horseshoe crabs, and these things look exactly like they do today, and they're still alive. But a lot of creatures did not, marine creatures did not make it through the flood.
Yeah. Okay, so we've talked about now bottlenecks, and you mentioned when discussing bottlenecks, DNA mutation rates, and that's our next topic here. We know that mutations accrue from generation to generation. I mean, I think I was told at one point that like you'll never be as good as your parents because you have more mutations than they do. So let's talk about mutation rates and what that reveals about origins. So how do scientists measure mutation rates today?
Well, scientists and humans, and they've also done this in chimpanzees and some primates, they basically measure mutation rates by sequencing the genomes of large families.
Okay.
And so there are certain religious orders in the United States that promote large families. In other words, they have lots of kids, lots of grandkids. And so you can actually sequence all the grandkids, even great-grandkids, and this entire lineage that's still living. Mm-hmm. And you can sequence those families, the genomes of those families, and you can look at mutation rates that way. And that's the standard way to do it in humans. And of course, with lab animals you can grow in the lab, it's a lot easier to do that. You can't stick humans in a lab and do controlled matings and all that. So
right.
It would be unethical.
Absolutely.
So anyways, so you can do that with animals like mice and rats and things. And you can do that in the wild with chimpanzees. They've actually done that with primates out in the wild. And so anyways, so that's how they measure mutation rates.
Okay, so when we look at these mutation rates, what do we see, especially in humans? I mean, it's valid across the board, but especially in humans, what do we see with these mutation rates? Are they increasing in how much they accrue? Are we getting worse? Dr. Tompkins, tell me.
Well, the rates aren't really increasing. The amount of mutations or that genetic burden, as it were, is increasing generation by generation.
Mm.
But my question is, these mutation rates that you're looking at, typically those are single nucleotide polymorphisms, just single base changes. But you also have what are called structural variants as well.
Mm.
And I don't believe those are actually included in that kind of a calculation. So a structural variant would be a large region of DNA. Say, comparing one human to another, that large region is very different in between the two.
Oh.
It might be shorter, might be longer. The structure of it might be different.
So it could be worse than we know.
Well, and how do you analyze that
Right.
as far as that goes? A mutation rate. That's very difficult to include structural variants in the statistical models that we have. It's a lot easier to do single nucleotide polymorphisms. We call those SNPs. So it's a lot easier to incorporate SNPs into these kind of mutational models. And are these SNPs, like I mentioned earlier, are they common variants? Are they common amongst all humans and they're not doing anything bad? They're just variants,
Mm-hmm.
which we would say was built into Adam and Eve, the common variants. On the other hand, if these differences are real mutations, mistakes in the DNA, what are those connected with? And we can actually sequence multiple genes. Actually, they've sequenced thousands of human genomes. They can even go into, say, lakes in Africa and sequence the genomes of many different, say, cichlid fish and look at the variation there. But anyways, so these studies a lot of times don't really tell us, are these variants harmful or are they just common? So anyways, I don't know how much we can really glean from that. As I mentioned previously, the human genome, based on what we know, are real mutations.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of times those are connected with bad things like human disease,
Right.
inherited disease. And so we know those are not helping us at all. Those are creating health problems. And once again, as I mentioned previously, I mean, the Bible addresses that because in the Mosaic Law, which came thousands of years after creation, you're told don't marry a close relative.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at the time of Moses, they knew nothing of DNA.
Right.
Or mutations or bottlenecks or inbreeding or anything like that.
And there weren't a ton of people around either.
Right, but the fact of the matter is the Bible in that respect was very scientific in a preventative sense regarding human health. Don't marry a close relative.
Absolutely.
And so, a lot of these things in Scripture, now looking back, thousands of years with all the modern science we have, we see these things in Scripture and it's like, wow, that makes perfect sense in light of what we now know.
Yeah, absolutely. You had mentioned something earlier today, and I think that it's worth revisiting. When it comes to mutation rates, you said genetic entropy. Can you discuss that a little further? Just the concept of it?
Well, that term was put out there by John Sanford. He was a Cornell University geneticist. And he was actually an evolutionist almost his entire academic career. And late in his career, he became a creationist. He was presented with the evidence for creation, and it was undeniable. The Lord moved upon his heart. Obviously, the Holy Spirit has to move upon someone for them to get saved, in addition to providing them with evidence, apologetics, and the gospel.
Right.
So he became a Christian and a creationist. And he actually developed hypothetical models using the evolutionists' own systems, as it were, their own theoretical models. And he actually got together with a lot of computer scientists and programmers and other biologists and created a software program called Mendel's Accountant. And he actually, in this software program, wanted to model, were mutations, how fast did they develop? How readily could they be removed from a population, if at all? And so I'm no expert in Mendel's Accountant, but anyways, his data basically showed that evolution, especially human evolution, based on the evolutionists' own paradigms, did not work. In fact, it was entirely unfeasible, untenable. And so he did that theoretically using their own population genetics models with fitness and selection and all that stuff. So anyways, he used their own systems and against them, so to speak, as it were, and showed how their models were completely untenable.
Right. Absolutely.
And but going back to what I talked about before with those two studies done with the human exomes and those real mutations in those protein coding regions, when we look at those realistically as far as how fast populations grow, how many children people have, and just demographic data that is real and logical, when we apply that to the DNA variation that we see, especially these real mutations that we see in protein coding genes, it shows the genome's no more than 5,000 to 10,000 years old.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, our final thing that DNA reveals about human origins, this is one that comes up frequently. And it's one that you touched on early on in the podcast, and that's junk DNA, or the non-protein coding, or, that's where so many of these assumptions come from, is just this idea of junk DNA. So I want to know what led scientists to initially believe or think that this DNA, whether or not they knew what it did, but what led them to believe that, oh, this is junk, this is nothing?
Well, it's like I said, it's the neutral model of evolution. In other words, you need large portions of, say, let's focus on humans, large portions of the human genome that do not do anything. They're not coding for protein. And so what are they doing? Well, if it's just random DNA, it's free to evolve. So an evolutionist would say that DNA is not constrained. It's not doing anything important. It's just free to randomly spit out new wonderful sequences, new genes. It can evolve in that respect because it's not constrained. It's not functional.
Right.
Well, like I said, that whole model started theoretically in the late 1960s, and then it was at first supported by early DNA sequencing studies and studies looking at genomes where they found a lot of DNA that was not protein coding. They didn't know what it did. Well, just because you don't understand what it does doesn't mean it's not doing something important. I would say the past 25 years, we've discovered that the human genome is pervasively functional. There's no room for this neutral model theory of evolution to work. And so you have protein coding genes, and you actually have a whole other class of genes that do not code for proteins. They're called long non-coding RNAs. And these long non-coding RNAs, they can be found outside genes, and those are called intergenic long non-coding RNAs. And now we're discovering that these long non-coding RNAs are vital to human health in many aspects, in every aspect of human health you can think of. When you mutate these long non-coding RNA genes, it can lead to all kinds of health problems, just like mutating a protein coding gene.
Right.
And what's really interesting is there are at least twice as many, perhaps even 3 times as many long non-coding RNA genes as there are protein coding genes.
Wow. So it takes up quite a bit more of the genome, yeah.
It is. And some of these long non-coding RNAs, they stay in the cell nucleus, and they do things interacting with the DNA molecule itself, what we call chromatin. They also regulate gene expression. They regulate the 3D structure of the human genome. They do all kinds of things. They even function at the ends of chromosomes in telomeres to keep those ends of chromosomes stable and in the correct position within the nucleus, as well as other parts of the chromosomes. They do all kinds of things in the nucleus. And so you have this entire class of long non-coding RNAs doing things in the cell nucleus. You have other long non-coding RNAs that are exported out of the nucleus into the cytoplasm, and they're doing all kinds of things in the cytoplasm. Mm. Some of them, perform, even in the nucleus as well, they perform structural characteristics where they aid in say, a DNA structure, chromatin structure, or they're aiding in some kind of structure outside the nucleus. And a lot of times these long non-coding RNAs will combine with proteins, and they'll actually form a complex with proteins. The RNA will be somewhat of a backbone, then the proteins will bind around it in different kinds of cellular machinery. And in addition to that, some long non-coding RNAs are actually exported out of the cell and transported in your bloodstream to other parts of the body. And who knows what they're doing. That's a hot field right now.
Right.
And those are put into what are called exosomes. In other words, these little lipid delivery packages and sent outside the cell. So long non-coding RNAs are like almost the workhorse of the genome. They do stuff in the nucleus and the cytoplasm, and they move around in the body and do things. And so the genome is very complex, and you have this entire RNA ecosystem that we need to account for, and these RNAs are encoded by important genes besides protein coding genes.
And it was just ignored for so long.
Ignored for a long time. Now, these long non-coding RNAs are just hot areas for research. In fact, now you can get really big NIH government grants studying long non-coding RNAs and say their relationship to some sort of heart malfunction or diabetes or some form of cancer or something like that. And so when these RNAs are aberrant, then they lead to a lot of different health problems. And now scientists, these biomedical scientists are discovering this is like really a hot field because these things are literally regulating the protein coding portions of the genome. They're like the metadata, of the genome, right?
Well, so then that leads me to ask, if since the 1960s, people were all like, oh, well, you need all this junk DNA for things to evolve. Well, now that they know that so much of it is, not just so much, like all of it has purpose, it has value, it's doing something. What is their reaction to that? How do they justify that in their mind?
That's a great question, and people ask me that quite a bit, actually. So you have this dichotomy now in the conventional science arena, if you will. So you have these theoretical or hypothetical evolutionists, and believe it or not, they are a minority because it's difficult to get a lot of grant money studying stuff that's hypothetical, right? We want to know, why do people get cancer? Why do people get diabetes? Why do people get heart disease? All this.
Right.
And so that's where the money is. And the NIH is a huge funding National Institutes of Health. I probably should have defined that. That's a huge funding mechanism for that. So you have this massive biomedical research community actually studying DNA and RNA and genome structure from the perspective of how does this relate to improving human health.
More application versus...
Right. It's you could sort of say it's almost applied research, but a lot of it's original research. It's discovery based.
Gotcha.
And so these people aren't necessarily thinking evolution. Although if you read their papers, they may mention the word evolution towards the end of the paper.
We've evolved to blank.
Yeah, right. Just to give it some kind of credibility or whatever. But at the same time, you have these theoretical evolutionists that are pushing back on all of this ENCODE research, all this biomedical research that's showing pervasive function. And what's crazy is some of these theoretical evolutionists are actually claiming that these biomedical researchers are creationists or becoming creationists or promoting creationism because they're showing design, even though these biomedical researchers aren't claiming to be creationist at all.
Right.
They're just trying to get to the bottom of why do we get sick,
Right.
And so
if they happen to uncover design while they're there, well, hey, good.
Yeah, so it's really, I worked in academia for years. I actually had quite a bit of grant funding while I was a professor at Clemson. Most of mine actually came from the National Science Foundation. I did have a big grant from the NIH. But, I know how the academic system works. It's called publish or perish.
Right.
And so the only way you can publish and do research that you can publish is to have grant money.
Right.
And so it's all about that system. It's all about, getting the grant money. So anyways, if you have some practical aspect, to the grant proposal that you're working on, you're proposing to whatever agency, then you get the grant, if there's a need there that needs to be met.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying they don't support some theoretical and hypothetical studies. A National Science Foundation does a lot of that, but still, yeah, these theoretical evolutionists, the ones that are really vocal, yeah, they're basically ranting against all these ENCODE researchers, all these biomedical researchers, like they're out there doing terrible stuff and they're bashing evolution or whatever. No, they're just reporting real scientific data that doesn't support evolution.
Yeah. And the more they learn, the more they're going to find.
Right, yeah.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much, Dr. Tompkins, for lending your expertise as we discussed human diversity, the fact that human DNA shows that we're all one biological family, genetic bottlenecks in the biblical timeline, DNA mutation rates, and of course, junk DNA. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I thought we had a good conversation.
Yeah, well, good. I'm glad that you enjoyed speaking with me.
Well, I enjoy showing how genetics, that whole broad field of genetics, supports the Bible. It matches up with the timelines of the Bible. It matches up with other things in the Bible. Like I said, the prohibitions on marrying close relatives. All these things, actually have a scientific basis to them.
Absolutely. As we wrap up, for our listeners and viewers, what would your 3 key takeaways be that you would want them to remember?
Yeah, it would be that, we need to look at these events in the Bible. All the basic human variation that's available today was built into Adam and Eve. It went through a bottleneck of the flood. We actually see data for reduced longevity, and not only in humans, other creatures that were on the ark or lived before the flood. And so the genetic data, as far as the variation that we see in humans and other creatures, totally fits with the biblical model. As far as the people groups that we discussed, that whole concept is easily explained by the Tower of Babel and the languages being confused there, and all these people groups originating out of that, which is just common sense, really. And of course, when we look at genetic diversity, it fits the timelines of Scripture, the genealogies and chronologies, which are all throughout Scripture, which are very detailed, by the way. I try and read through the Bible every year, and I'm just amazed at the unbelievable detail, even though these genealogies are kind of boring to read, but they're so detailed. I mean, it's just crazy. And
someone was taking notes.
Yes, someone was taking very good notes. Different people, actually. And so you have all these different people that wrote all these different books of the Bible and put these genealogies in them. And of course, they all match up, and they all create this timeline that is amazingly supported by genetic studies, like the one on the exomes in North America and in Europe. By the way, those papers were published in top-tier journals. One was in Nature, one was in Science. The authors, it's my understanding, agreed to publish them at about the same time. They were both done in 2012 at roughly the same time. But those studies showed that when you look at human variation realistically, pragmatically, looking at how fast populations grow and develop and reproduce, and you calibrate your model with real population data, demographic data, it supports these biblical chronologies and timelines perfectly.
Absolutely. As we've seen today, the debate over human origins isn't just about molecules or mutation rates. It's about how we interpret the information embedded in the human genome. The same genetic data can be read through very different lenses. If you learned something interesting in today's episode, be sure to like and subscribe and share it with someone who enjoys thinking critically about science and Scripture. You can also support our ministry by joining our members and patrons community, whose names are on screen right now. And now, Dr. Tompkins, we have a question submitted by one of our viewers. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So this is actually related to what we've been discussing, but how did ethnicities with facial and diverse skin tones develop? This viewer asked, they said, I understand language diversity, but I've never been able to wrap my head around different facial or body type features. Why would they exist?
Well, I think why would they exist? Because God loves diversity.
Okay.
And so if you, let's say, not even look at humans, what about cichlid fishes? They come in all different shapes, all different colors, yet you can interbreed these fishes and get viable offspring. It's that way with a lot of different kinds of birds and things. Just an amazing amount of diversity. Well, let's bring that home. Look at dogs.
Right.
And so humans have actually, artificially bred dogs that they originally probably got from a wolf or a coyote kind of creature. Actually, wolves and coyotes will interbreed in the wild. And in fact, they've been known to interbreed with people's dogs on occasion as well. Which is an interesting situation. But I actually had a dog growing up. It was half black lab, half wolf. And it was a large dog, probably about 80 pounds or so. And it was one of the friendliest, most loving dogs I've ever had or owned. It was a very interesting dog as well as being very friendly. But anyways, God loves variation.
Yeah.
I mean, well, God created humans, he created dogs, he created cats and all these different kinds of fish and birds. Look at the variation. It's phenomenal. It's beautiful. And so God put a lot of variation in Adam and Eve to have all these different shades of skin color, to have round eyes, to have what we call the Asian eye. And, the Asian eye, that so-called trait, actually, it's kind of a misnomer to call it the Asian eye because there's a large population of blonde-haired, blue-eyed people that live in Northern Europe, across Finland and Norway and Russia, that have Asian eyes. I mean, these are blonde-haired, blue-eyed people that have Asian eyes. And so these traits are just, skin color and hair type and hair color and all these things, people that are short, people that are tall. These traits are just dispersed all around the world. They don't necessarily belong to any particular continent or people group. If you got blonde-haired, blue-eyed people with Asian eyes in Northern Europe, that's a completely different people group than people living in some part of Asia.
Right.
And so, like I said, the thing we have to understand is these are complex traits. These are traits that are controlled by many genes. They're called polygenic or quantitative traits, meaning they're controlled by many different genes. So all these genes contribute, in some traits, hundreds of genes contribute certain levels of variability to that trait. And so some genes contribute a lot more variability to that trait than others, but you still have hundreds, and those would be called the major genes. But a major gene controlling a polygenic or quantitative trait typically would only contribute 10 to 30% of the variation to that trait. That is a major gene in that trait that's been identified. The other genes would just contribute very small amounts to the variability of that trait. But still, you've got hundreds of genes creating that trait. And just think of all the different combinations you can get by interbreeding people from different people groups and things. So
Yeah.
God loves variability. He loves variation.
And it's all built in there.
It's all built in. It's engineered into the original genomes that God created during the creation week.
Yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for answering that. That actually kind of reminds me of think of computers. Think of any sort of programming language. It's all zeros and ones, and yet we have computer programs that can do accounting and computer programs that can play video games, computer programs that can make music, and it's all the same, you have the same stuff inside the computer, and yet it can do all these different things just from those little 0-1 switches.
Well, I love using computer programming as kind of an analogy to what goes on in the genome. I actually have to do computer programming in my field of genetics. And so you have what are called keywords in any particular programming language. You will see these keywords in every single program, whether, like you said, whether it's running a website or running an accounting program or whatever. If it's done with the same language, you'll have a lot of the same words because these are keywords. And in fact, some of the structures will be the same. So some languages use semicolons, some use spaces, to separate lines in code. And so, but you have common things, but you have also things that are uncommon between computer languages as well. So you have a lot of common words and a lot of words that are not common to every program.
Yeah.
And so, we see that in the genome. So actually humans share a lot of the same protein coding sequence with other mammals because we eat kind of the same things. We're omnivorous like another omnivorous creature. And so we have a lot of the same metabolic sequences that do these basic metabolic things. And but yet there's other sequences that make that creature unique to say being a cat or being a dog or being a human that are unique to that creature. So you have this combination of common sequences as well as sequences that are creature specific.
Yeah. Just the sheer complexity, it just kind of makes you in awe of God's creativity and his ability to put all that together.
Oh, absolutely.
So, yeah. Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Dr. Tompkins.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us for this episode of the Creation Podcast. We'll see you next time.
Footprints in Ice Age mud in New Mexico that push humans in the Americas way earlier than anyone expected. A tiny
And we got just a couple of more short pieces here. This first one is only about 10 minutes long, and it's more ancient discoveries that suggest human timeline is incorrect.
bone in a Siberian cave that revealed a whole lost human species still living on in our DNA, and wooden spears in Germany showing Ice Age humans weren't scavengers, they were already coordinated hunters taking down big game. These are ancient discoveries that suggest human history is completely wrong. In White Sands National Park, there's an area that used to be the edge of an ancient lake. So back in 2009, a team of researchers were out there and noticed footprints pressed into old layers of mud, dozens of them, different people. To figure out how old they were, they dated seeds from a plant called ditchgrass that got buried in the same mud layers as the prints. They ran the test multiple times using different layers above and below the footprints and kept getting the same range, 21,000 to 23,000 years old. That's a real problem for what most people learned in school, that humans crossed into North America only 13,000 years ago. That whole timeline is built around the Clovis culture, named after distinctive spear points found across the continent. If these footprints are right, people were already living in New Mexico almost 10,000 years before any Clovis tool was ever made. And these weren't just one or two prints. There's a whole series of tracks from adults, teenagers, what looks like a young child's footprints crossing back and forth over the same stretch of mud multiple times. This looks like a spot families came back to again and again. So got people living in North America during the peak of the last ice age. It makes the whole story of how and when people got to the Americas a lot more complicated than the version most of us grew up with. In 2011, near Lake Turkana in Kenya, a team was actually looking for something else entirely. They took a wrong turn and stumbled into a bunch of stone tools. Some of these pieces were big enough that whoever made them probably needed both hands, maybe even braced the rock against something solid to strike it. When they dated the volcanic ash layers around the tools, the number came back to 3.3 million years old. Before this, the oldest tools on record were from a place called Ghana in Ethiopia, dated to about 2.6 million years. These tools are 700,000 years older than that. Homo erectus didn't even exist yet at that point. So whoever made these was something else, probably Australopithecus or a close relative. And that's strange because Australopithecus was thought to have a brain not much bigger than a chimpanzee. Denisova Cave sits high in the Altai Mountains in Siberia. People have been digging there since the 70s, but in 2008, researchers pulled out a tiny chip of bone, part of a pinky finger, from a layer dated to around 40,000 years ago. First, it just got logged as another fragment, looked like it might be Neanderthal, based on where and when it was found. But in 2010, a team in Germany ran a full genome sequence on it, and the DNA didn't match Neanderthal or modern human. It was something else entirely. Population that had split off from Neanderthals tens of thousands of years earlier. They named them Denisovans, after the cave. And things got even stranger. Researchers compared Denisovan DNA to people alive today. They found the populations in places like Papua New Guinea and parts of Melanesia carry up to 4 to 6% Denisovan DNA. So this species didn't just quietly die out, they were breeding with us. Scientists still only have a handful of bone fragments and teeth to work with, no skeleton, but it's already rewritten the map of who is living where, who was mixing with who tens of thousands of years ago. Back in 1961, miners working in Morocco hit a layer of rock and human bones came up with it. For decades, those bones got filed away as a weird outlier, maybe 40,000 years old, possibly an unusual Neanderthal. But in the 2000s, a team went back to the site and found more. Several skulls, jawbones, teeth, and stone tools, all in the same layers. This time they used a dating method based on how much radiation had built up and burnt flint tools found right next to the bones. The number came back at around 315,000 years old. That's a massive jump from what people thought. The old story had modern humans first appearing around 200,000 years ago in East Africa. These bones blew past that by over 100,000 years. What's strange about the skulls is they're a mix. The face is fairly flat and small, looks pretty close to a modern human face, but the brain case behind it is long and low, more like older human species. So it's not a fully modern skull, but it's not some separate species either. It's somewhere in between. In 1992, road crews working on a freeway expansion in San Diego County dug up a pile of mastodon bones. At the time, nobody thought much of it. Just logged it as another fossil find, and they put it in storage. Decades later, in 2017, a team went back through the bones and noticed the breaks didn't look like normal weathering or scavenger damage. Some of the leg bones were snapped in the kind of break you'd expect if someone smashed fresh, still greasy bone to get the marrow inside. Not bone that had already dried out and fossilized. Next to the bones were large rocks. Some of them had marks on them consistent with being used as hammers and anvils. When they dated the site, it came back at roughly 130,000 years old. That number caused a huge fight in the archaeology world because the accepted range for humans reaching the Americas is usually under 25,000 years. A date of 130,000 would mean some human species was in California over 100,000 years earlier than anyone thought, and it wouldn't even be modern humans, since Homo sapiens hadn't spread that far yet. Some researchers push back on this, saying construction equipment from the original 1992 dig could have caused those bone breaks, not ancient humans. So this one sits in a weird, unresolved spot. In the 90s, a coal mine in Germany was being dug out when workers hit a layer of ancient lake mud. Buried in that mud were wooden spears. 8 of them. Wood almost never survives this long because it rots, but the wet mud sealed them off and kept them intact. The spears date back around 300,000 years, which already makes them some of the oldest known hunting weapons on the planet. The spears were also weighted toward the front third, like a modern javelin. Researchers actually built replicas and had javelin athletes throw them, and they flew pretty accurately. Right around the spears, they also found the butchered remains of nearly 20 wild horses, all roughly the same age, all killed at the same spot. That points to a planned hunt, possibly driving a herd toward a lakeshore where they'd be easier to corner. Before this find, the going assumption was that early humans mostly scavenged carcasses left behind by lions and other predators, and then organized hunting came much later. These spears, sitting next to the remains of all these animals, though, didn't fit that scavenger picture at all. Colombo's cave sits right on the coast, a couple hours east of Cape Town, and archaeologists have been excavating it since the 90s. Some of the most interesting finds are small and easy to miss if you're not looking carefully. Pieces of ochre with crosshatch patterns scratched into the surface. They date to somewhere between 75,000 and 100,000 years. What stands out about these lines is that they look intentional, like a very early form of art. Alongside the ochre, researchers found shell beads from a small sea snail, dozens of them with holes worn through. Looked like they'd been used to make a necklace. For a long time, archaeologists figured that, arts and crafts didn't show up until much closer to the agricultural revolution, maybe 10,000 years ago. Obviously, this blew that timeline open by tens of thousands of years. In 1986, brick factory workers in Sichuan province, China, hit something unexpected while digging clay. 2 large pits packed with broken bronze and jade objects. Archaeologists showed up and started pulling things out. It quickly became clear this wasn't normal for ancient China. Inside were bronze masks with huge eyes sticking out on long stalks, almost like goggles, but stretched several inches forward. There were bronze trees more than 3 feet tall with birds sitting on the branches. One of the strangest finds was a bronze figure nearly 6 feet tall standing on a pedestal, way bigger and more detailed than anything usually found from that time period. The site is dated to around 1200 to 1000 BCE, which puts it in the same general era as the Shang dynasty up in northern China, but the style is completely different. The discovery really made researchers rethink how early China developed. It wasn't just one culture in the north slowly spreading out and influencing everybody else. It looks more like several advanced civilizations were around at the same time, including this one that almost nobody ever wrote about back then. In 2003, a team digging digging in a cave on the island of Flores in Indonesia was looking for evidence of early human migration into Australia. Instead, they found a nearly complete skeleton of an adult female, but she was tiny, only about a meter tall, with a skull that held a brain roughly the size of a chimpanzee's. At first, some researchers thought it might be a modern human with a growth disorder, but then they found more remains, at least 9 in total, all built the same way. So that ruled out a one-off medical condition. It got nicknamed hobbits. Another part that threw researchers off was the dating. The layers sitting above the bones came back to around 50,000 years old, meaning these tiny humans were still alive at the same time modern humans were moving through Southeast Asia. So for a while there, you had 2, maybe more, different human species living in the same part of the world at once. And even with that small brain, these things weren't dumb. They had sharpened stone tools, maybe even used fire. And some researchers think they were hunting a small extinct elephant called Stegodon that also lived on this island. Nobody fully agrees on where these guys fit in. One idea is they came from Homo erectus, got stuck on the island, and just shrank down over a bunch of generations. Same thing that happens to other animals that end up on isolated islands like that. Another idea is that they split off way earlier from something even more primitive. Either way, really blew up the idea that by 50,000 years ago, modern humans were the only ones left. And that has been the video. I will catch you, yes, who specifically, in the next one.
Alright friends, I do have one more video for us here for the day real quick, and then we'll get headed over to Miss K-Stars for movie night after that. But our final piece of the afternoon, evening is coming up on quantum computing. Get a little bit of a look at technology, throw a little bit of that in here since we've done a little bit of everything else throughout the day. So kick back and enjoy. We're going to do this one, and then like I said, we'll head on over to movie night.
These are the top 11 new discoveries in quantum computing. Number 11, AWS launches its first proprietary quantum chip. Most people think of Amazon as the company that delivers packages and runs half the world's servers, but in 2025, they quietly took a step that puts them in the same conversation as IBM and Google. AWS introduced a superconducting quantum chip called Ocelot. For years, Amazon's quantum platform, Bracket, let scientists run experiments on hardware made by other companies like IonQ, Rigetti, and Quera. Now they have their own processor sitting inside their labs. It's still early. Nobody's claiming it breaks speed records or hits huge qubit counts. What matters is that a major cloud provider is building hardware instead of just renting it. When companies like Amazon invest in physical quantum chips, it usually means real-world demand is there. Banks, biotech firms, and research labs are already using AWS for encryption tests and molecular simulations. Ocelot makes quantum feel less like a lab experiment and more like a normal cloud service that people can access remotely. Number 10, practical quantum algorithms using circuit knitting. Quantum chips today are powerful, but they're not huge. Most processors only have around 50 to 100 qubits, which is not enough for the extremely large circuits used in advanced chemistry or optimization problems. Instead of waiting for 1,000-qubit machines, researchers started using something called circuit knitting. It sounds technical, but the idea is simple. You take one big quantum problem, cut it into smaller pieces, run those pieces on multiple chips, and then let classical computers stitch the results together. In 2025, this stopped being theory and turned into real tools. Platforms like Quizlet, Cirq, and AWS Bracket now support it. Early demonstrations showed that molecular energy calculators that used to be too big for a single chip can run across multiple devices. It's slower than running everything on one large processor, but it works. It helps researchers test real quantum algorithms today, rather than waiting years for larger processors to arrive. Number 9, Google's Willow stress tested to new stability thresholds. Quantum chips are extremely sensitive. They only work inside refrigerators colder than outer space. A tiny vibration or temperature change can break the entire computation. In 2025, Google pushed its 105-qubit Willow processor through long, repeated stress tests to see if it could stay stable. The chip held coherence through extended sequences of operations and thousands of experiment cycles. This is important because early quantum processors often lost accuracy when tasks got complicated. With Willow, researchers ran quantum simulations for physics experiments and tested quantum machine learning models without the chip falling apart mid-run. Stability is a quiet milestone. It's not as flashy as quantum advantage, but it's necessary. If a processor can't survive heavy workloads, nobody can scale it. Willow's test results showed that superconducting qubits can handle real, repeated work, which is a step toward more reliable hardware. Number 8, IBM's Quantum System 2, the first modular quantum data center. Most quantum computers today look like individual lab machines. IBM took a different path and built something closer to a data center. Quantum System 2 is a full modular setup with multiple cryogenic refrigerators, racks for quantum chips, fast classical control servers, and networking built into one platform. The idea is that quantum computing will grow the same way classical supercomputers did, by connecting many processors rather than relying on a single giant chip. In late 2024 and early 2025, IBM began linking Heron processors inside this system, letting chips share control electronics and runtime software. It's not a giant quantum supercomputer yet, but the design looks like a real facility instead of a lab demo. The system is meant to scale over time, adding more hardware modules as chips improve. It's one of the first attempts to turn quantum hardware into something that operates like an actual computing cluster, not a single experimental device. Number 7, IBM's Heron processor crushes crosstalk issues. Noise is the biggest enemy of quantum hardware. Even when a chip has enough qubits, they often interfere with each other. IBM's Heron processor was built to solve exactly that. It has 133 superconducting qubits, and the key feature is something called tunable couplers. These couplers control which qubits talk to each other and when they stay quiet. Early testing showed Heron can deliver roughly 3 to 5 times better performance than IBM's previous processors because the signals are much cleaner. Less crosstalk means fewer errors during complex algorithms. Heron is also designed for modular systems, so multiple processors can sit inside platforms like Quantum System 2. The chip is not the largest in the world, but it focuses on accuracy and stability. Reliable qubits are just as important as more qubits. If hardware keeps the noise low, researchers can run deeper circuits and get results closer to theoretical quantum models. Number 6, Microsoft's Majorana 1 topological core. Instead of building larger chips, Microsoft is trying a different approach. Their Majorana 1 chip is based on topological qubits, which use exotic quantum states that are more stable than ordinary qubits. The idea is that these qubits are protected from certain types of noise because of the way quantum information is stored. The Majorana 1 device is a small prototype. Not a huge processor, but the architecture matters. Topological qubits have been a research goal for more than a decade. If they work, they could deliver fault tolerance without needing as much error correction. Traditional superconducting or trapped ion systems need thousands of physical qubits to create a handful of logical ones. Microsoft's approach aims to shrink the gap. Majorana 1 will not replace existing platforms overnight, but it shows a path towards stable qubits that hold their state longer, which is one of the biggest challenges in quantum computing. Number 5, quantum molecular geometry with a nuclear spin, molecular ruler. Quantum computers are not just about speed. Some problems are simply out of reach for classical machines. In 2025, researchers demonstrated a new technique using quantum many-body nuclear spin echoes as a kind of molecular ruler. The idea is to measure the geometry of molecules with extremely high precision. Classical methods, including spectroscopy and electron microscopy, can struggle with certain structures because the signals overlap or the sample's too small. Quantum spin echoes can probe interactions inside a molecule in a way classical sensors cannot. This does not mean quantum computers replace chemistry labs, but it expands what scientists can measure. Better molecular geometry data could help with drug discovery, materials research, and chemical engineering. It's a quiet breakthrough, but it shows that quantum technology is not limited to computing tasks. It can act as a scientific instrument that reveals information the classical world cannot capture. Number 4. D-Wave simulates false vacuum decay. Quantum computing is not just about breaking encryption or speeding up chemistry. Some experiments deal with the structure of the universe itself. In 2025, researchers using D-Wave's quantum annealer simulated a process called false vacuum decay. It's a theoretical event in physics where a stable region of space could suddenly jump to a lower energy state. Classical computers struggle with this because the calculations scale too quickly and require enormous memory. D-Wave system modeled the energy landscape in a way classical systems cannot reproduce at scale. It's still a scientific demonstration, not a prediction of cosmic events, but it shows how quantum devices can explore areas of physics that were mostly theoretical before. Even though annealers work differently from gate-based quantum computers, this experiment highlights that different quantum technologies may specialize in different scientific problems. Number 3. IBM's Condor breaks the 1,000-qubit barrier. For years, quantum processors grew slowly from single digits to a few dozen qubits. In 2025, IBM crossed a symbolic milestone with Condor, a superconducting chip containing 1,121 qubits. It's the largest publicly reported quantum processor to date. This does not automatically mean it can outperform classical supercomputers, but it represents a major leap in engineering. The challenge is not only adding qubits, but keeping them connected and stable without excessive noise. Condor also fits into IBM's modular roadmap, which means multiple chips may eventually work together inside systems like Quantum System 2. It proves that large-scale superconducting architecture is possible in real hardware, not just on research slides. Classical computers took decades to scale from tiny prototypes to the massive systems we have now. Condor feels like that early stage, where hardware finally starts looking big enough for complex workloads in the future. Number 2, certified true randomness from a 56-qubit quantum computer. There is normal randomness, like rolling dice, and then there is certified randomness. In 2025, a 56-qubit quantum processor generated randomness that could be mathematically verified as unpredictable. That matters because cryptography depends on random numbers. If randomness can be predicted, encryption can be broken. Classical computers generate pseudo-random numbers, which follow patterns if someone knows the algorithm. Quantum randomness comes from the behavior of quantum states, which are fundamentally unpredictable. The breakthrough is that researchers can now prove the randomness is real using mathematical certifications. Banks, secure messaging platforms, and government agencies have already shown interest in this kind of technology because it could form the basis of long-term data protection in a world where classical security might fail. It's a small experiment with huge consequences. Number 1, Google proves real quantum advantage in hardware. For years, quantum advantage was a theoretical goal. Companies published papers claiming breakthroughs, but the real question was whether a quantum computer could solve a practical problem faster than the best classical supercomputers on Earth. In 2025, Google demonstrated that using an algorithm called quantum echoes, running on the Willow processor. The hardware solved a physics-grade problem more than 13,000 times faster than classical simulations. Unlike earlier milestones, this was not just a random circuit sampling test. It was a structured algorithm applied to real scientific modeling. The key point is that it ran on an actual actual processor, not a simulated environment. It does not mean quantum computers replace classical machines, but it shows that certain scientific tasks have now crossed the line where classical systems are no longer competitive. It's one of the clearest demonstrations of practical quantum speedup to date. If you made it this far, let us know what you think in the comment section below. For more interesting topics, make sure you check out the recommended video that you see on the screen right now. Thanks for watching.
Alright friends, as I said, that was our last video of the evening tonight. I am going to go ahead and turn us over to Miss K-Stars. We might be just a couple of minutes late getting in on movie night, but that's okay. Good times to be had nonetheless, my friends. But I hope you enjoyed this edition of Freedom's Fringe, the once-a-month educational special. We have fun, toss around some topics, all that good type of thing. And, of course, Dark Side Radio will return tomorrow night to do that thing all over again, just because we can. And speaking of just because we can, we're going to do one more thing on the way out here. Because hell to the yeah. But with that, I will get y'all headed over to Miss K-Stars for movie night. So as always, you will notice that green join button appear at the top right of the chat. Just click on there. It will take you to our next destination. Other than that, my friends, have a blessed evening. Have a great tomorrow. And I will catch y'all on the flip. This is Darth Jason signing off.